And hello, live tubers and future VODers. Gonna be getting started here pretty quick. A little bit less time to prepare than kind of thought I might, but it's all good. We're gonna be loading up our still very early game for a long war. We're well, you'll see. Last stream we definitely got through kind of the initial bumps. The rookie squads, although there's still a few of them to do. So today we'll be getting into the, well, I don't know what you want to call it, early game that's not completely silly. And I did between play sessions make a list of how many of all the different cool classes of units we've got. So I'll be slightly easier, slightly quicker to pick out new classes and not have duplicates too much. A little bit easier anyway. I got that figured out, so that'll help. And yeah, let's load it up. We'll do a little recap for the people who can't just stay up all night every night to watch every stream ever, and then we'll get into it. Guess I can take my scroller off there too. Oh. Yep. All right. Turn that off. Okay. XCom 2 Longing War. Obviously, we have not passed very many days. You'll retire, just watch all the good Ankylo streams. Yeah, that's the dream there, David, for sure. Okay, so we only have one engineer, but we have some missions to recover a couple more. So although we haven't gotten very far in our digging in our base management, it's a very simplistic XCOM 2 base manager. We have built our first building, the Resistance Ring, and we've started our first mission to just get some early economy going. And we'll let that go. They might fail, that'll be great. Other than that, bases, that's pretty much simple. Because it's long war style, there's resistance management, and we have our first 3 cities. You get 3 contacts once you've done the research, and we've just got them all on intel, trying to get good missions, which we can talk about if people have questions. But as far as I'm concerned, intel, the eye, means people find missions with more time, which means you can do them with more soldiers more successfully, and therefore, if you need more recruits, you do missions to get recruits. If you need supplies, you do missions to get supplies. If you are worried about hiding from the advent strength, you do intel to find missions to reduce their strength. So, it kind of feel like to me that's the solution, but we'll see. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Research-wise, we haven't gotten very far down that either. I think we're doing. What are we doing right now? Trooper autopsy. Yeah. You gotta. The main quest line is trooper into officer autopsies, and then we'll want to do the sectoids pretty early on to see if we can get a Scilab going, because it's not really a spoiler, but surprise, Psyops really strong. Yeah, lots of autopsies. We've got a mod included. Lots of mods. I'm not going to go through the whole list today, but we can pick up dead corpses. Like they're all dead, I suppose, but killed enemies on missions where you normally don't get to keep them, and you can carry them out with a harness or something. Which I'm not going to try to abuse, because you could sell them and make a bunch of free money early on, which is probably not, super balanced. But particularly, I want to make sure if we're missing one for research or crafting purposes, those are the ones we're going to target. So I'll probably end up making like a list of high priority corpses to bring home. Because in my first playthrough, I ran out. I did not have enough corpses of some of the rarer ones to even finish all the research and engineering projects, just because they never showed up on the right mission types. So, like for instance, there's this bio trooper, one of the modded guys. There's probably a few different bio versions: bio captain, bio rocketeer, bio guardian. I don't know, that kind of stuff. And they'll each kind of give your own, not just rendering, but we're not going to render necessarily. That's not really the goal. They might not even have an autopsy, possibly, depends. Sometimes you'll get the corpse long before the autopsy unlocks. Probably the trooper autopsy will unlock a bunch more autopsies. But you tend to need, I mean, you can see on the faceless, right? There's projects. This is like a Shiv upgrade of some sort, or a Spark upgrade, maybe. Mechs, that kind of stuff. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff. And the general rule will be, like, you will need faceless corpses to build all these things and do these projects. And if you run out of faceless corpses, you'll just never see them ever again, basically. So, yeah, we'll probably steal a few corpses more than normal. So that'll be fun. Our roster, so one of the things I did, I forgot I edited the config. We have a much larger starting list than normally. I forget what Long War normally starts you with at, but I'm thinking it's around 20 or 25. And we started with 70 or 80 or something, so tons and tons of people. So I'm probably not even going to want to use them all. Like, we really should just fire a bunch. Maybe I'll do that after a couple missions, but there's a bunch of people that have, like, really low mobility, like 13 or 14, which is pretty low. Here, like, Shadow, theoretically, Final Fantasy 6 character-ish, whatever. He should probably be a ninja. He's got good combat intelligence, but, 13 mobility, below average aim. This is a pretty tough character to use, so I might just dismiss them, and then we'll just get rid of a couple dozen. And, over time, we will also find new ones, either from the recruit system, which, we could look at these. Like, this is a very high psionic strength combat intelligence. So if the other stats were even somewhat fair, you could probably turn them into a really good psyop character. Similarly with, terrible aim, but psychics don't need aim. So, we might look at that a little bit later, but for now, I'm not going to mess with recruiting. We've got too many people. You can render down corpses, maybe not into candles, but or candies, but you can get alloys and Illyrium out of them, which is almost as good. Also, hey there, Duffy again. Welcome back. The research game, yeah. There's not. I really think the XCom 2 slept on the research tree. There's not that much to do. It's pretty short, pretty narrow. But yeah, lots of rookies. We'll talk more about them as we start promoting them. We've got a lot of people on missions. The 34 unavailable are probably mostly infiltrating already. And yeah, we got more than we'll probably use. Like, this looks like, what, 37... That's like 75, I guess. Maybe that's the number we started with. I don't know. But I'll probably delete 10 or 20 of them, and then we'll just get... Like, you can recruit pre-promoted, like, sergeants and corporals as time goes on, rather than promoting everyone up from rookie. Also, there's a building that lets you take a rookie and train them into a squaddy, so we're not going to necessarily keep sending out squaddies, or rookies is what I mean. Other than that, I don't think we've got a whole lot of engineering going on. Technically, if you have robots, they get repaired here, which is kind of cool. So you can send a damaged Shiv or mech in here, which is a separate resource for repairs and maintenance, which is cool. We don't have a lot of stuff yet. I mean, it looks like a lot, but realistically, most of this is just starting equipment. We've got a few drops and stuff, and I guess I do have some PCSs. So there's one of the buildings lets you install this, or one of the, I think it's the officer school maybe. But putting those mobility chips in and stuff definitely help. So that's on the agenda, and we need more engineers and all that. So pretty much what you'd expect. Okay, I think that's all the recap I want to do. Looks like we're almost at the end of our first month for supply drop, or first 3 weeks. It's kind of silly. I wish they synchronized those a little bit better. It would make more sense to me. I think the supply drop is every 21 days or 28 days. I mean, 28 would be okay, but I feel like it's not 28. But it should just be once a month, on the 1st or the 31st or something. It'd just be, you would know, but whatever. Whatever, we're trying not to spend too much time complaining about XCOM. Yeah, we start with skirmishers, which is probably my preferred start. And we've got so many missions planned in here. So we've got a Delta squad, a November squad, Romeo squad. This will come up in a second. What are we looking at? We're gonna golf. So the ones in New Chile are just a little bit harder because the advent strength is 3. So I want to remember that this one's going to be a little bit tougher than these ones. And as you infiltrate, they can go easier. But that doesn't necessarily mean I want to wait more time to get it to, like, 120% infiltrated. I probably want to do it early. But, there's going to be more enemies, is the idea. But yeah, we can't contact anyone else until we build a resistance contact building, which is definitely going to take a while. And we do need more, like, Haven ops. Like, I want to get 13 is the max working at once between SI and R. You can have more hiding, but 13 is kind of the soft cap or sort of hard cap. So yeah, getting from 4 to 10 each would be good. We talked a little bit about putting people on the recruit job, but it takes so long. I think it's better to just go for missions right now. Yeah, and we don't know about the Doom Avatar project or anything yet, or we haven't met any of the Chosen. I think we meet them at the end of the first month, maybe. I forget how all that works, but for now, I'm going to scan here to try to find more missions in my most recent haven that we just found, and we're going to do a mission in just a second. So we'll get warmed up on that. All right, good. Enjoy your +1 intel. And yeah, New Australia is a strength 2, so 1, 2, 3 for our strengths. No big deal. Okay, so we're going to Operation Hammer Husk. We get some intel. We get a lead, which could be good. It could be garbage, but that's one of those random resources on the map. It could be a bit of money or some alien loot, or I don't know what all the lists could be, but it could be a variety of different things. Maybe a scientist, And we could wait. We could infiltrate some more, but 7 to 9 is kind of as low as it goes anyway, and I think we'll be okay. You could also look at the squad before you go if you want to do stuff like that. We've got a hijacker sort of leading the squad and a bunch of rookies. We've got 3 sort of slightly higher mobility rookies and 2 sort of good aim, questionably good aim, and then someone who's another, looks like not a good shooty group, but we'll have grenades. We'll be fine. Let's get to it. Better to teach how Long War and XCom 2 works by doing the map rather than just talking. Now, these early Long War missions, XCOM 2 is like that too, but Long War, there's more missions, you see more of them. But they do sort of have a somewhat repetitive, like there's only so many mission types, so many maps. So as you do them, you kind of see the patterns a little bit, which isn't bad. So I'll see what kind of mission type we have, and I'll have some idea. Oh right, I muted. I forgot. At the end of last stream, I was getting really annoyed by all the talking. I will turn it back on, so we'll hear them give us mission descriptions. Okay, so this is a start concealed, sneak up, and destroy a relay. One of the fairly straightforward ones. I think you just shoot it. It is kind of guarded by a wall, so line of sight can be a little tricky. But we just blow it up, and that's that. Then we, I think, call an evac and leave. Fairly hard to mess up, but it's also one of the missions that has kind of the lower turn timers on it. But we also have the mod that doesn't start ticking down until we break concealment. So in theory, you could sneak all the way here, start shooting at it, or maybe ambush a squad, and start with 14 turns to kill the groups and destroy it. I'm not really a fan of that because my mod it's a mod that pauses the timer. So I feel like really abusing that is maybe not intentional, but then again, sometimes the game cheats, so you cheat back. So yeah, we've got a bunch of regular rookies with assault rifles, and then we've got a shadow. I've had some bad luck / positioning the last couple maps on the last stream where my concealment scout, or whatever specific class they are, first movement, blue or orange, found a drone or something and revealed. And then we don't have a way to reconceal yet. So, in theory, we get a free gremlin scout here. Maybe we play it smart. It's a 2-turn curl down. You can use it a few times. Maybe I make a safe move and just see if I can find the pod. Because we're right in the corner. And I've talked about this before. I don't really like these canisters. These train... I guess they're not train... No, we're on a train tracks. It looks like a storage container almost. But yeah, these train cars... They're really good at hiding things. I don't like the line of sights in them. I mean, houses are bad enough, but... this is also very open. So in theory, one good battle scanner might reveal anything, and then we could just... skirt the edges. So maybe that's the plan. SMG has the lowest detection range, plus This person should be relatively hard to see. This is a longer move. Definitely some risk, but it's a double direction cover, and it's like we're in a corner, so we shouldn't be flanked. As long as we can get here.
On my way.
Okay.
Patrol on the move.
Totally fine. That is okay. We can work with that. A sectoid and a couple guys. This is the ideal situation. I'm still going to throw out a scout to the left side just to make sure that we can approach. Because they generally don't stack pods on top of each other. Although, don't bet your life on it. I'm going to say kind of on this angle I want to make sure. Alright. So that's a pretty good... I mean, it's possible. There's a drone here. But most of this area is visible, which means there's probably no big pods at the very least. So we can probably move up, kill these guys, and we expect the other enemies to be closer to the objective. I mean, there could be another pod right here. You know, you can only plan so much. So that's what I'm going to work with. So how do I make a good ambush here? Well, if we can get closer... My rookies don't have good shots, but we do have good grenades. But they need to be close for those to be effective. There's not really any good high ground with any kind of cover at all. So, okay. Let's just send her in. Looks pretty safe as far as I can prepare for. I might not be doing the ambush next turn. It might take a couple turns to get this set up. So, just move up somewhat smart, if I can be smart. Maybe send a couple people along the flank here.
Will do.
And this should be fine, too. Alright. Hey, Melior. Glad you're enjoying? Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of the way I stream and Let's Play. I do tend to batch record a lot of stuff all together. I have long sessions. And I definitely have that thing where you gotta keep playing to keep interest. So I know it can be hard for people to keep up on the viewer side for sure. But I've tried many times to do other alternative ways of only recording 1 or 2 episodes a day or something, so it's closer to live for people. But it's bad for me, so that will result in more canceled episodes. But I know lots of people don't mind. But lots of content one way or the other. Okay, looks like we can get close. Another one of these dumb, kind of poor cover spots. I mean, I don't need the high cover this turn unless I'm doing an ambush. I think I want another turn of getting closer. They moved this direction. They could have a very small patrol, but I'm assuming they'll keep going. Unless you want to play a stealth game. Generally don't like spending a lot of time watching enemy patrol routes. Like, we're not playing Hitman. We don't need to spend an hour planning out the perfect ambush. Now this is getting pretty close to where I'm expecting to see another group. We can do this move. It's pretty safe. But I'm expecting we'll see the next group. So we don't want to keep them there for the... No, okay, good. So there must be, like, in this room or somewhere around this building, like... I bet you there's some aliens right on the edge of our vision. Because you don't want to be in vision of 2 groups for the first ambush. Because they'll both activate. I mean, until you're in late game. But for the early game, there's a reason why I'm being careful, and it's because the rookies are pretty bad. Sure, full cover. Not that it makes a whole huge difference here. I don't like these angles. But I don't really want my group, like, this is kind of too far exposed. I'd much rather be hugging the wall and starting a fight than in the middle where, we can get flanked really, really easy. What have I got left? I do have my other way of selecting people here that I forget about all the time. So I think we only have 1 rookie left that hasn't moved. What are the odds of them moving here and spotting someone flanked? Low, but not 0, I'm going to say. We have vision on all 3, which means this is reliable information. You have to be very careful about these moves near red zones. If, for instance, we knew there was 3 enemies... Also, hey there, David P. Another David. All the Daves I know. But yeah, if you only had up-to-date vision on, say, 2 of them, but you knew there was a third or fourth, or however big the pod was, if you take a move like that, but it turns out one of them was invisible but a little bit closer, this could be a very dangerous move. But I think in this scenario, we're okay. Alright. And then we do have our good... Probably the way I want to open is with the AP and just kill a bunch. Although this is our scout, so maybe not. We have a very limited supply of those, unfortunately. I would like to keep the scout concealed more than I would like to kill them with the AP grenade, probably. Because then I can set up a second, like, quasi-ambush on the next pod if we pull that off. And that would probably be better than one-shotting this group. And they're moving away, so it's just gonna take a couple turns. I am being very cautious here. First mission of the night. These sightlines sucks. And we don't really have a good way to set up like an ambush with a lead the target or a a proper ambush kind of trick. And my rookies are not very sneaky, so maybe that's part of the problem. Well, I'm just gonna do another blue move up. I'm gonna leave people on Overwatch in case they turn around, because they might turn around and spot us, which is fine, as long as we're in Overwatch and cover. But I'm hoping next turn will be the one. But I mean, yeah, this isn't great, and we keep getting closer and closer to where I expect the next group is. So can't make the move. That's really, really unfortunate for this Amelie person. Can't make it anywhere good. Yeah.
No need to ask twice.
Maybe what I do is I send my more scouty person. I could, you know what? We've recharged our little gremlin again. I mean, there's gotta be something here, right? Yeah, okay, see. We knew it. I knew it. So no one has current vision on them. They won't see us. But, I mean, like I said, this is why we don't want to have the fight in the middle. There's some cover, of course. It's okay. But I don't trust 6 rookies are going to kill 6 units in a short time. So we're going to try to avoid that. Maybe enough to run. Yeah, that's okay. We'll do that. I'm just going to kind of reposition over to this side a bit more. Now, it's possible they turn around and we don't have the Overwatch just like I wanted, but... Oh, this one's got an AP. Okay. This is not my shadow. If I can get them in spot... I could have done it this turn, maybe, but next turn, if they come towards us, that'd be ideal, I think.
Got it covered.
Just some employees, yeah. Just some regular guys at the gas station. Actually, I think the lore for XCOM 2 is gas is banned, isn't it? Everything's electric. They disabled fossil fuel, one of the first things the aliens did. I'm not a huge XCOM 2 lore aficionado, but I think I heard that somewhere. Maybe I made it up, though. Well, this is great, right? I can't get anywhere near them. They're hiding in a corner. I want the person with the AP grenade close, so that if they ever turn around, we're gonna get them. Just stand up here and get killed. Okay, maybe they'll come to us. Maybe they'll walk around this little train car.
That's affirmative.
Also, hey there, June B. Thanks for the nice comments. Always happy to hear people enjoying the videos, especially the old videos. That's one of the things I really like, actually, about YouTube. As long as they don't revert it. But I do really like how they just, store these forever. And even if, you don't have the time to watch it. I mean, I grew up in the, pre-Netflix era, right? And a lot of shows that were great, you miss an episode and you trying to find a rerun. Not always easy, and before they really started selling a lot of, well, they're expensive, but they didn't have DVDs and stuff all the time, so you didn't have like the whole series playlist all in one convenient location. There's no YouTube, no easy online access. So yeah, lots of times, you know, you'd be watching a series you liked and miss an episode, and it's just gone forever. YouTube and Netflix and all that. Definitely one of the conveniences that I think we all take for granted now, but yeah, it's pretty nice. All right, this is my... I would like to use them to kill this group, so we'll keep them close. This is great cover. You'll never see me behind this tiny little box. And then this is my... I can keep this one person, in theory, actually, maybe what I should do is have them in position to see what the other group is doing. Because if they are walking towards us, it does change my strategy a little bit. None of this is quite what I want for cover. I think this is too open to a flank, and this is too open to the other flank. So, like, neither of those are good. But I would really like to get vision over there. Maybe we just try here.
Orders confirmed. On the move.
No dice. But we can get up another pretty safe move here. Okay. If she can't see them, they must have moved a little bit away, right? I think. These guys are coming at us. Okay, so this is the turn. We're going to be locked in, I think. If we move, they'll spot us. So I think this will be the turn we're going to go. Oh, good. They're moving towards us. Well, I have to be very careful about who can see the sectoid. So, the way the rules work for XCOM 2, if you're not super familiar, anyone unconcealed, because aliens, I think they just have the same vision as you do, which is kind of dumb, you know. Old XCOM and Xenonauts don't follow that rule. It's like enemies, aliens, different people can see different distances and stuff. It's fine. But the rule is, if you can see them, they can see you. But if you're concealed and you can see them, they can't see you. So therefore, they do not activate. But if someone who's about to break concealment could see that sectoid, and it's kind of hard because, you know, maybe one of these weird things blocks the vision and they would be able to see them, but there's a, you know, there's a railway marker in the way, then we're good when we activate until we move, or sometimes even just shoot, and then that activates the other group, which is sometimes like the worst, stupidest thing you've ever seen, where an enemy group activates just as you're doing an Overwatch shot or something. But I think, just being really thorough, but I don't think anyone can see the second group except my scout, and that is fine. So as long as we, I'll say, like, do not move any further to this side of the field than this train track, we're probably good. And I mean, this is a little bit like, these are early game, these are easy enough encounters. We probably don't need to go super in depth here, but maybe we'll even do an Overwatch just to give it a try. Normally you lose 30% of your aim on Overwatch shots, but I believe when you voluntarily break concealment on your turn, you do not have that penalty. So I think if I leave them on Overwatch, they will still have whatever their normal percent accuracy is. We can check if this makes sense, but usually moving and taking a flank shot is better for most units than an Overwatch because of the penalty. Because your aim minus 30% is going to go down to like 50. You got 50-50 is about as good as you're going to get. And they can still get cover bonuses if they just happen to be in cover. So anyway, we're getting a little bit in depth here, but I've got two people that can probably make some Overwatch shots, and I'll leave the rest for some flank moves if necessary. But this probably will kill the troopers, and it will injure the sectoid enough that we can clean them up.
They've been destroyed. This looks interesting.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Oh yeah, I used to use VCR. Actually, I remember when we got a first VCR that you could, like it was fancy back when I got it, but well, also 82% looks pretty good until you graze twice. I mean, to be fair, both Overwatches hit, sorta. Whatever, we'll be okay. But yeah, when we got our first VCR that could record, like you could program to turn on whatever, the 7 o'clock movies or whatever, even if you weren't home or you'd miss an episode. Yeah, that was really cool. I didn't, I think I was probably a teenager before we had access to that, so I didn't get to do it too much as a kid. But when I moved out, when I had my first apartment, we did a bit of that. It was one of the early DVR systems, but yeah, that was a good addition. Okay. We just gotta kill this little sectoid. Of course, we can't get to the good cover to shoot him. Because why would we be able to do that? We could do a standing out in the open flank shot. Everyone's favorite, where you just stand here and hope you don't die. Probably the best case then is to stand a little bit out of line of sight, so it's a little bit harder for someone to shoot him dead. Or her dead, Maya, from Borderlands. 100% though. I mean, it's at least a graze. It was a graze. That's 3 grazes. All right. Good start. I mean, that was ideal, really, right? Nothing to worry about. Now, it should potentially yellow alert this next group, because they will have heard the grenade and the gunshots, which makes sense. I mean, the fact that you can't see each other is kind of silly. It's pretty bright out here. But whatever. They can't see more than, 30 feet or something. And they're going to move towards us. And they might, because of Long War rules, scamper into a shot. So this is why I was a little bit worried about this, because if they move and see someone flanked, they might just kill her instantly on enemy scamper. Now, I don't want to activate them, but I want to keep a couple people in good positions. Like this one right here seems pretty good. Now, to be fair, I had another AP grenade. If she was concealed, we could have just killed that group as well. And to be fair, if we get another turn, that's what I will be doing. But I'm not going to do it on the same turn. So let's just try to get a couple passable. I mean, this is still only half cover. If they do a scamper shot, it's not great. But this is also a good line for overwatches. And that's all I've got. So let's just keep an eye on them from over here. I'll save the scouting protocol for next turn. If they don't come at us, then I can find them. Okay, they did not activate yellow alert. They are still in stupid alert, which means they're done. Basically, that's my story. Okay, now if you had someone with like a rocket launcher, something that could shoot beyond your vision range, or a sniper with squad sight, you could start picking them off, which is great. I'd love to AP grenade them, but there's no way to throw a grenade far enough to hit them without them scampering on your blue move. Like, I can move up, activate them, but then they're not going to be easily, well, potentially not going to be easily targetable. So maybe we get the loot. The timer is going now, so we don't want to wait too long, but I can spend a turn to get some loot and move up. That's fine.
Item in tow.
And we can probably find... Now, remember, I said we can't see all 3, so just because it doesn't show activation... I mean, there's no concealment markers anymore, but it's somewhere around this line where we're going to get vision of those 2. But there could be the other guy, like, standing here or something. So first, I want a bit more vision if I can pull it off. And now we know exactly their sight ranges. So there's no risk standing here or here. So that's what we'll try to do. 0 risk, Blue says. 100% safe. That would be unsafe.
Pas de souci, chef.
That's okay. So that's 3 people in a line, which means they'll probably all get Overwatch shots if they come to us. Someone a little bit further behind in good cover, and I might just do a dash to get up to here. And I think that'll be okay. Next turn, we'll start this fight. Or they'll flank and see my spy, which I would prefer not happen, because this is the second pod. There should be 3. So if I can keep her in concealment a little bit longer, that would be great. Having a shadow operative is just so good for this kind of stuff. Lets you decide when to pull, which is... Also, I'll have you know that those 3 aliens are hiding behind a railroad post. The reason I can't see them is because the post is providing blockers. We can see all this and all this, but we can't see right here. That's great. So now if we trigger them, my Overwatches get the 70% penalty, I believe, which is less amazing. I'm also worried about double activating here, because You know, there should be another pod guarding, I think. Let's see if we get some vision.
Moving out.
Okay. I mean, I could very nearly just wipe this group out if I want to break concealment. And maybe we just do that. And then trust that that's enough dead that whatever the last group is will be fine, right? Pretty sure I've got enough shots here to cover whatever else we need. Because it's just going to be the sectoid, and they might even just run away at this point. I think this is okay. That's a pretty good grenade. It should kill the 2 troopers.
Kill them.
Yeah, easy peasy.
They've seen me.
Oh yeah, I definitely had lots of recorded. In fact, now that you guys mentioned it, I remember when I was younger, the standard gift for my dad for birthdays and Christmases was blank VHS tapes. That's because we recorded so much stuff on the TV. That was definitely a core memory for sure. Okay, so unfortunately, the sectoid scampered back into a really good spot. No one else is going to be able to hit him back there, and he can probably take a pot shot at our stealth unit. So it didn't work out perfectly, but sometimes the enemies are going to scamper like that. And just going to deal with it. And if he's kind of like taunting us to move in, but like there's going to be somebody out there to activate behind him, right? So maybe if we have a smoke, which is not guaranteed. We do, but it's in the wrong spot. Yeah, it's not going to help. I don't think we can get... I was thinking throwing a smoke here is probably acceptable. But, I mean, we'll see.
Not a problem.
Chances are very low. Wow, look at that arm on this guy. Johnny Cage. Not just punching guys in the nads. Also throwing smoke halfway across the map. Alright. Good enough. I can make it cover some nice cover nearby as well. Sure.
Clouds away.
Okay. This makes me feel a little bit more confident. I mean, I think the smoke is only like 20 more defense or something. It's definitely not like you're invincible. It just means,
Affirmative.
enemies are a little bit less likely. And probably they'll just not shoot you. They'll shoot someone who's not in smoke. But I think that's enough for me to trust half cover. Smoke, the way I tend to think about it, smoke is like upgrading one level of cover. You go from 0 to half, half to full, full to 1.5. I don't know. Whatever you want to think of. However you want to think about it.
Whatever you say.
Ouais, j'y vais.
We could start thinking of a flank, but again, I don't know for sure where the other group is. And the worst thing you could do is try to kill one half-dead sectoid and run into another group you activate in a bad spot, and then suddenly you're in trouble.
En Overwatch. Je reste en observation.
There's almost zero chance that this gets a Overwatch shot, but it's a little bit closer. Oh look, there's the other pod. There's our great rookie Overwatch shot, 58%. We got 2, and they both fail. 2 coin flips, no luck. Free Overwatch, I hate it. This guy is pretty flankable, though. Okay, so chances are this is everything on the map. 2 troopers, 1 sectoid, and 1 zombie. The trick is just dealing with them, because they do have a flank on us-ish. Now, my operative here with the SMG is not going to be doing these long pot shots. We could assume that we hit the flank shot from here, which will be good full cover against these guys. You have to remember that unless we can break it, they're going to get a Overwatch shot, which just has a habit of killing people, that's for sure. This is very flankable. I do have some flashbangs. Let's reload, throw flashbang. That's reasonably efficient. I don't remember exactly where the other guy was, but it's fine. The one we really want to hit is the one with the Overwatch, and then he doesn't get it. All right. Yeah, I gotta focus. I'm reading chat, but gotta pay attention. I kind of like this flank shot on the sectoid. 4 or 5 HP. It's unlikely to get a one-shot kill, but we have some follow-ups. And you got to be here to get the shot, so I think we start there. And we can see the other soldier, so at least we know where he is. Okay, 74%, and then a 1/3 to do max damage. I mean, technically a crit would work too, but we'll see. We know the minimum damage, but hey, at least he's almost dead. Okay, so do we... Did I say I had any other smokes available? I feel like I probably do not, but I have another AP. These guys are a little bit more AP-able. I think that's what I want to find out, is if we can throw that far enough, because if this is the last batch of aliens, this is a great time to use my last couple good grenades. Okay, looks like we can't quite weasel that in either spot. Okay, so much for APs. We'll save that for next turn. Please kill. Okay, one side dealt with. 2 good shots. Definitely can't argue. But now we got to deal with the last couple. One is already flashed. This one's in pretty good cover. I mean, they're both in pretty good cover, to be fair. SMG isn't going to do a whole lot. We do have to start working on the data transfer pretty soon, too. Don't want to leave that forever. Yeah, it's about as good as we're going to get here for Lilith. Do I take a 31? It is a bio trooper. It's already flashed. It has a gas grenade, but it can't throw it while flashed, I don't believe. I think we just Overwatch it, I guess. Probably better than a shot. Nah, it's questionable. I think we prepare for a flank next turn. And then these guys, 2 left. Good mobility, but SMG. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst to flash that guy if we're not going to be able to hit him. I'd rather have someone in half cover, because I have a feeling that I already have someone in half cover with no smoke, probably. Let me just barely disorient him, but that'll basically be an sort of the opposite of a smoke. It deducts 1 tier of, well, it adds another tier of cover, or however you want to think about it. So. Okay. Let's just move up a little bit. I'm doing an Overwatch, plan for some flanks. Yeah, it's not going to kill. Alright, he's going to take a shot. 25%. I mean, he had a chance. This guy gets his auto Overwatch, which is annoying. I mean, he didn't have a lot of good options. So I think we hope for a graze here, maybe? I do have some grenades left. Maybe that's more efficient if I could get this to hit. Because you have to reload anyway. I don't think he gets a reaction shot here. And you're in the smoke anyway if he does, so let's see. Okay. Okay. Well, clearly Overwatch again. This guy's just keep throwing lights and smoke at him, basically. In theory, that opens up a pretty good kill. I'll get as close as I can for the aim bonus if it helps. Come on, John Carlton. Johnny Cage. 91. 1 damage. Ugh. God, these guys suck. It's gonna be like that. It's gonna be like that. This is why rookies, there's only one thing that works. It's grenades. I want this guy dead. I think he technically has cover from this angle. You know what? I don't care about loot that much. Loot's good, don't get me wrong. Let's just make this clean. Aww. Alright, we're good. Now that we're pretty much done, we're gonna make sure we get our evac scheduled. You actually should not put it underneath a building because it won't work. But it takes some number of turns for the evac to show up. I maybe could have even dropped it last turn, but this will be fine. We've killed 9, although I think the zombie was 8, so it's possible there's still a drone out there, because it was 7 to 9 on the mission objective, right? But let's get the loot, and then we'll destroy the relay and get out of here. Pretty clean mission, I think. It's pretty extra careful, but
Why am I on cargo duty?
it's good for rookie missions, you know. Do I trust? I want to see that there's no enemy phase before I stand completely exposed, but I'm going to say the chance of there being anything left is very, very low. Yeah, there's nothing. Okay. Just got to blow this up. Not an easy way to see it. I mean, you could try some grenades or something, but I think we just move in there and start shooting it. We know there's no other enemies. There are reinforcements a couple turns away. As long as we can destroy this fairly quickly, we just get out of here. No target preview. You can throw a grenade at it, though.
Understood. Moving out.
Maybe that'll open up the wall.
Frag out.
You're stuck. Have to reload anyway.
Back in.
It's not as much damage as I was hoping to get immediately here. But we did blow open the wall. So we can shoot it from out here, which is... that's worth it. I'll get you in position to shoot. I mean, I think we're more than good at this point. But I'll use this guy to get the loot, and then should be able to dash to the evac. Heavy barrel, good for crits. Weapon crates, that'll be fun. I think that might be our first weapon crate. You can get some of the advent weapons with weapon crates, which is... well, like all loot crates, very RNG, but at least you don't have to pay real money for it, so that helps. Alright, we're good.
NS-15, we've confirmed destruction of the relay. The alien transmission is down.
So yeah, this is like,
Hostiles and move to evac.
I would say pretty much the ideal rookie kind of mission, right? Everything went really smooth. We got our ambushes. We used a couple grenades when people can't shoot because you can never rely on the percentages. And I'm pretty sure this is our first flawless, actually. No one took anything, no damage
This
at all.
is Firebrand. It's time to go.
I could go pick up some corpses, I guess, but I don't remember seeing anybody that was unique. A couple sectoids, couple troopers and officers and stuff. Not that they're unique, but rare, let's say. So not enough for me to care, really, right? Like, let's just go. Quick, easy, done. Nice warm-up mission. Also, hey, welcome back, Figo. And also, goodbye, spam bots. Possible ban evader. Wow. That's funny. Suspicious user. Maybe Twitch is getting a little bit better about identifying all the bots, but... Alright. Okay, easy. Those missions are the kinds when I'm recording long series that tend to get cut. Because, like, there's some discussion, you show it off once or twice, but, you know, you play slow, you play carefully, nothing happens. Throw grenades to kill enemies. Once you've seen it a couple times, it's kind of all there is. Alright. I love that pink armor. Everybody gets a promotion, even the squad. Maybe. Yeah, even number 7. Yep, that part of the reason that was an easy mission. We did have 7. And that just means 2 extra grenades, so... Illyrium core, some other junk, whatever you want to call it. Promotion party! That's what people really come to the stream for. Alright. Well, we'll start with our new Lance Corporal, our Pink Ranger, who is our stealth hijacker. So, similar to Specialist in the baseline, you know, hacking. But, and we got to remember this, they have the ability to permanently steal control of things right from the beginning. So that's pretty cool. The Phantom is great. Hacking, handy. This is a pretty bad aim, very fragile, good hacker, goodwill, but is not going to get a lot of special, like with low combat intelligence, you're not going to get a lot of extra picks, and their dodge doesn't really matter too much to me. So we want to focus on like guaranteed damage more than shooting and being in stealth, right? So Specialist is good. Now, this is where it gets tricky because, you know, there's a lot of options. If you want, you could go Supercharge, which would give you double charges of all of your uses. So you could try to permanently control 2 things per mission rather than just 1. But it has like a 5-turn or something cooldown. Doesn't say, but I'm pretty sure it's got a pretty long cooldown. So you can't just do it twice, 2 turns in a row. Containment Field puts an enemy into stasis is pretty good. Perfect Plan gives you a bunch of stuff. It's like 3 feats in 1, but they're all fairly minor. Now, Failsafe is cool because if you try to hack or full override somebody and fail, you don't give them a buff or you don't reveal if you hack the towers and fail. Climbing walls can be cool. An extra action on the turn you revealed, assuming you meant to be revealed. I feel like that's like the obvious one. Stasis is, you know, very good for disabling that pesky enemy. And Supercharge is better later. So this might be one of the ones we save up some soldier AP for to get later. I think Perfect Plan is pretty obviously better. I'm getting the feeling that my chat window is not updating for YouTube. I'm just going to refresh it. Because I'm seeing pop-ups on screen, but I'm not seeing the text. Yeah. It was either being auto-modded or something, so we're missing a few of the chats in my little chat window. Sometimes YouTube is weird like that. Okay, so Perfect Plan. That was my plan. Pretty good. And we'll let them go. And then we will get our rookies promoted. So yeah, I made a list. I have an up-to-date list of all the classes I've currently got. I'm generally not going to take any duplicates. And I would like to show off one of everything eventually. But we're trying to match them into somewhat role-play classes, if it makes sense. But at the very least, trying to make sure their stats match a little bit. So, Lilith, pretty average. A little bit good mobility, but, you know, fairly average aim and low health. Very good combat intelligence. So, like, if we had the PsyOps ready to go, she is basically a super psychic from Borderlands, right? Like, she's... Actually, there is a class we could pick for her that I think might make sense. It probably isn't going to show up in the suggestions. We have a scout. We picked the wrong one. We don't have a survivalist. We don't have a Geneva, and we don't want one. But if we go through the full list, we could just turn her into like a witch, which sounds kind of like what she is. Witches are like basically Templars, so you do need some aim, and her aim's okay. Good mobility helps a lot. Health is a risk though, because then you're in melee. But they do some psionic attacks, and that could work for her. And it is a bit roleplay thematic, I think. Is there anything else that stands out to me? I already think I took one regular Scion, which is like the discount Psyop. That would have been good for her, possibly. Is there anyone else? Psychic Warden is as well, but they don't really do psychic attacks. We already got one. Let's see. I know there's a couple in the big list. Scavenger doesn't actually do psychic attacks, even though they're pink. I don't think, if I remember correctly. Hell Knight could work. I think they get a couple psychic attacks and a shield. We could do that. I don't think I have one yet. Let me double check. I know I looked at it last time around, but I can't remember if I picked one or not. Hell Knight. Oh, I did pick one. So it's a shotgun and a shield. So we already have one. Someone picked that up last session. So we don't need a second. Fusilier or Fusilier. It's a sniper that does a little bit of psychic, but not much. She's not a great aim. Bishop is sort of psychic, but it's more buffing, so your psychic stat doesn't really help. Aspirant is more buffing as well. Like they technically psychic or psionic, but if they don't use it for contested rolls, then the high strength doesn't really matter. If all they're doing is giving your people shields and mind melds and stuff, then this doesn't really... Your psi strength doesn't help as much. So I think I'll make her a witch. I feel like that's a bit roleplay, and it's also a pretty fun class, so we'll give her a try. And I'll add that to my list. I'm just going to try to remember every time I pick one to just mark it down that we've got one now. But yeah, we've already got a Hell Knight, so we're not going to do duplicates, even though that would have been a good fit. So the thing with these, of course, we got Focus, we got Hex. This is busted. She starts with the melee Templar attack, but it also starts with the usually fairly high level hit everything behind it as well. So she gets a melee conal attack that can do depending on your focus level, a good amount of damage. And with high tier gauntlets and high focus levels, it'll do like 13 damage to a whole group or some big number. So that's already on its own very, very strong. Of course, melee has some risk. And she can summon, chrysalids. They're not really full chrysalids, but, that could be really good to draw, like, Overwatches and stuff. So, very good class, I think. Very, very strong. But yeah, so for a Siren, she's summoning and melee, psychic melee. It's as good as I can do. That's what we have. Okay, next up. Johnny Cage. Okay. Good aim. Nice, in fact. Good intelligence. A little bit slow. I mean, maybe he's real life. I don't know. I like the look. That's good. That's good. Let's see what they suggest. Destroyer, Technician, Stormtrooper. I don't think I've got any of those yet. Those are kind of heavy themed, and I suppose I could see that. Actually, you know what? I might just take him for the sniper, the Fusilier, because I don't have a lot of good aim characters left. Actually, the Fusilier was probably the best on one of my 13. I think I've got some people in Infiltration that have like the 13 move, 70 something aim, and the Fusilier is probably the least mobile of them all. So maybe that's what I put like Naked Snake on, assuming they live. Because I definitely want to show that class off, and they're very specific at what they do. But we could take a slightly slow... Well, the problem with the mobility on heavies, right, is a lot of rockets and stuff are very heavy, so they slow them down. You do need people who can shoot. Now, Stormtroopers obviously can't shoot. Destroyers, let me look at what they can do. It is a sniper, right. So I guess we could do that. I always forget, because usually, it breaks my brain a little bit to have a sniper heavy. but it's a sniper with a gauntlet. And we could do that. It's on the recommended list. I think it fits his stats okay. You know, his movement's not great for snap shooting, of course, but this is another one of those double dips, right? He gets squad sight and snap shooting, and the ability to use some heavy weapons. I think he starts with a gauntlet, which is good because it's pretty light, but we could switch it to eventually we'll have like the tier 3, the super rocket launchers that send the nukes out, you know, if he lives. So this is pretty cool. I think I'm down with this. Good class. But yeah, like I said, I forget destroyer is sniper destroyer, not usually I would just think, you know, cannon and heavy weapons, but no, sniping. And as much as he, again, is this balanced? Well, we start with snapshot, Overwatch snapshot, weapon master, which I don't even know what it does. Something. Move and shoot with snapshot. Snapshot Overwatch says you overwatch with a sniper. And then Weapon Master must negate the short range penalty of Sniper Rifle. I'm guessing. It must be something like that. So, interesting. Lots of stuff right off the bat. Like I mentioned last stream, I don't really like Rocket's early game anyway, though. We don't really have any good ones. Okay, Sarah Kerrigan. Now, she should be psychic, you know, of course, but she could also be a good sniper. A psychic sniper would be the pick if you're trying to roleplay it, right? Maybe summoner. Actually, she could be the witch that summons crystal. You know, in hindsight, maybe with very high combat intelligence, we should have made her the one that summons Zerglings, basically. You know, that would have been funny. But we already got one, so we're not going to do that twice. Let's see. None of those sound roleplay-wise. I've talked about Teslas a little bit. They're neat, but we're not rushing those early on. The heavy is definitely the standard heavy with a cannon and a rocket. And then the Grenadier is, I think, a lot like the standard. What was the name in the... Is that the name of the combat engineer? I forget what it was in vanilla, but, you know, shotgun grenade, I believe. I'll double check what their equipment is. Grenadier. Oh, no, it's rifle and a grenade. Well, rifle, shotgun, or SMG. They can use any of the usual sort of medium weapons. Plus a grenade launcher. It's pretty good. So the Grenadier focus more on frags, overwatches, stuff like that. Could be good, but we want to get some value out of her slightly better aim than normal. There's a lot. No, we're at like half of the classes. We're nowhere near running out of new classes. Is it Ghost? I mean, this is... Yeah, she should probably be Concealment Sniper, right? Yeah, that's fair. Psychic Concealment Sniper. She just stays invisible for the whole map. This is probably pre-transition. Right? That's her Ghost outfit. Or at least as close as we're going to get in... Because she's got the visor, right? In StarCraft 2, she doesn't get the visor when she's all gnarly looking. So let's go with, do I have any scout snipers left that I haven't picked? Also, mark down the destroyer. So the actual scout that we gave someone the scout class earlier. Now her mobility isn't great for that, to be perfectly honest. But we already gave someone the scout. Maybe I'll change that around. It would make sense to have like a stealth one. There's a hunter that gets stealth. We've already got that. The aspirant is like some... You know what? I think it doesn't work perfectly, but I was saying... Well, I was talking about Fusilier, but maybe... Just because she has very high combat aptitude doesn't mean she needs to be psychic. It does mean she gets a bunch of bonus perks, which is good no matter what we do. Aspirant is sniper or shotgun, depending on how you want to play them. We could make her a surgeon. That's another sniper class we haven't used yet. The surgeons get a bit of healing-ish, but mostly they're an arc thrower sniper with lots of overwatching. Is there any other snipers in here? Survivalist is another one we haven't used yet. A little bit more of a... I mean, sawed off. I don't know. I don't know how to differentiate some of these. There's some overlap. But yeah, with low mobility and good aim, I guess I'm leaning this way. It's not very exciting, but maybe I just make her a surgeon because she wears white. You know, kind of feels fit. How much do I want to lead into the role play? I don't know. Maybe we'll go aspirant because I don't know who to pick for this, and at least this is related to some psionic. I'm okay. It's fine. We'll go with that. Squad sight sniper with long watch and all the usual sniping tricks. She's got good overwatches, and you can get them a bit better. And you can use her, what is it, oh, she doesn't even have a second, it's no secondary. Well, you can have a pistol if you want, but it's a no secondary shooter. Okay, okay. So, fire a shotgun at no action cost. Okay, right. This is the build for if you switch her from, like, this is a class that can go two ways. You can go sniper build, or you can go shotgun build. And they kind of have their own perk tree for it. So it's, because she's got lower mobility and better aim, we're probably stuck on sniper tree, and we're going to mostly ignore some of these shotgun builds, because we're not going to bring a shotgun. We can't bring both. I guess you can technically rapid fire with a sniper rifle. Yeah, maybe. You know, that might be fun. And then her final option, these are the, this is the psychic branch, and if you want her to do focus psychic stuff, then you put more points down here. You can give other soldiers concealment, which is, you know, good. There's lots of tricks down here, of course, so it depends on what you want to build her to. I think that's fun. That'll be fun. Let me mark that down. She aspires to what was it at the end of StarCraft 2? She basically ascended into some sort of demigod or something. I feel like it fell apart by the end. The hunting shotgun, I can try to show you the stats for that if you like. Sure. Hunting shotgun. So yeah, there's a couple vanilla options. So the normal shotgun, 4 to 6, 2 crit, 4 clip, and 15 bonus crit. Hunting shotgun does 1 more damage, same crit, same clip, less chance to crit. So, right. These kind. They're the single reloaders. So the trouble with these in a long engagement is it's harder or more expensive to reload. You can full reload for 2 AP or one slug at a time or whatever, 1 shot at a time basically, which is okay. But yeah, in long engagements they can fall behind on the reloads. But 1 damage isn't bad for sure. So maybe that extra damage is worth it for some people. Maybe losing the crit chance is sad, but I think most of the time you take the 1 damage pretty easily. So that might be good for one of our assaults. Alright, let's get through our promotion party, though, before we get into gear. Still got, like, 3 more. So we got Lady... Do I know who this is the first question. Lady J. Doesn't ring a bell. Where's she from? G.I. Joe. I mean, okay. I gotta connect that the character pool author, if they look kind of like this and they're from the USA, they're probably G.I. Joe. What kind of soldier was she in G.I. Joe? Looks like, I mean, the girls, they probably were inclusive back in the 80s. They wanted to have some girl soldiers that shot, but she might have just been like a medic or support analyst or something. Depends on how far back you go into the cartoon. Girls can't be on the front line shooting people in the army. That was illegal. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to recognize the G.I. Joe people. I mean, yeah, infantry, of course, for G.I. Joe, but also her aim is pretty bad. So she's certainly the kind of character that I would want maybe to lead into hacking and other grenading kind of things with a sub-60 aim. So, no for Pyromaniac, another flamethrower class. Infantry, good, but she doesn't have the stats, really, and I already got one. Gorilla, maybe. Let me double check. I might already have one, but let's see. Where's my gorilla? I think we made one last time. Yeah, we got one already. He's a shotgun hollow targeter. Good with stealth, good with hollow, but she doesn't really even have the aim for that. So what are we thinking? What am I thinking? I'm thinking maybe like one of the SMG classes that just goes fast. Maybe throws grenades. Hacks would be nice because she's got a good hacking base stat. There, we've got a roboticist already. We've got combat medic. Let's see, who else can do some hacking? Scrapper, shredder. No. Got some pistols. We could make a stormtrooper. They're a bullpup, which is kind of like an SMG. Actually, maybe I should make her a commando. You know what? For G.I. Joe, a commando. These are bullpup, so kind of light weapons. They can be good shooters, but they tend to lean more into smokes and flashbangs. It's not going to get me hacking, but I don't have very many hacking classes left. So maybe commando, unless something else jumps out at me. Miner, she could just be a mine layer. We talked about Grenadier a minute ago. Just like Saboteur, you could do some stealth and grenades, maybe. Scavenger is a vector rifle, but you still want to shoot things. Not a sniper. Yeah, you know what? I think Commando makes sense. A little bit of roleplay-ish, and honestly, with less than 60 aim, I kind of want to have someone who can do grenade-based combat a little bit more. So this is not my favorite class at all. I did not have a lot of success with my first Commando, because their build leads you into smoke strats with lots of smoke grenades and light ordnance, which means you're not even really supposed to use damage grenades. You get a bunch of extra grenades. She can have like a dozen flashbangs and smoke grenades, like literally a dozen. But you're not doing damage. So all she's really going to be good at, if we go this route, is support. Like, it's just a complete support unit. Flashbangs are good, smoke grenades are good, but that's kind of all she can do. There are shooting builds, but she's kind of got a bad stat line for it, so it's more likely we're going to hide somewhere and throw flashbangs. Unfortunately, killing things give you an extra move, but she might not be very good at that. But we'll see. Maybe I'll find a way to make her work. Yeah, half into full is certainly good for survivability with low health. And she's got good dodge. She'll be fairly survivable. Unfortunately, I didn't have a good hacking class for her, but that's okay. Let me mark down that I've got a new class. Got to write these down. We picked Commando. Where's my bullpup? Okay. Yep. Good. Couple more or one more, whatever we're at. 2 left. All right. We are getting a little bit lower. Wait a second. Did we already do a... Wait. Where's my witch? Oh, sorry. So Borderlands, of course, 1 and 2 had 2 different sirens. I didn't expect we'd get them both. Yeah. I mix them up all the time, of course. This is probably the first one, right? Lilith was the first one. And then in Borderlands 2, if I remember correctly, you get the other one. I think. Maybe it was even 3. I don't know. They all blend together. But, okay, that's what was confusing me. So we've got 2 of these. Couple sirens. Great. So another one that theoretically could have gone psychic, but isn't really built for it. Crazy high dodge. Mobility's good. Aim is just average. So we can kind of pick whatever. Mobility with good dodge. Does anything jump out at me? What is Scrapper? That's one of those ones I don't remember. I think we might already have one. No. Shotgun, rifle, or SMG. Generally a shotgun user with a knife. And can do some buffs. Probably we'll just go with that. High mobility, or above average mobility, good dodge, and average aim sounds like shotgun to me. I think that's simple enough, and that will save me some time picking out classes. Oh, that's right, the beat. I forgot about that. This is the one that hits things with a bat. Well, technically a knife, but, you know, it looks like a baseball bat, which is great. Stunning targets is fun. Throwing grenades without you spending your ending your turn is good. Stabbing things can be nice. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting mixed role, honestly. Scrappers are like... There's some interesting combos, if I remember correctly, looking through this. You can be really good at melee. +3 melee damage is, I mean, really good. You can do a stun here with Raging Bull. Yeah, there's some cool stuff in here. You can definitely go close quarters shotgun if you want. Yeah, okay, that's fun. Not really roleplay, but I mean, in Borderlands, anyone can equip a shotgun, so it's fine, right? All right, the last one, Widowmaker. Must be from one of those arena shooters, right? Overwatch, yeah. I could never remember which one, but I'm like, yeah, it's got the anime hair, so it's probably from one of those. I'm gonna guess based on the quote that she's probably a sniper normally, but we may not have that now because she's very average and kind of dumb. Oops, wrong button. Okay. Yeah, +3 melee is great for sure. Okay, well, we're not going to have a good sniper. I'm not going to bother trying with this set. Although you could make a snapshot sniper, sure. But what am I thinking? Let's just see what they suggest. Knight. It's a sword and shield build. Heavy. We've talked about recon. I think I've already got my recon. I do like recon though. Definitely one of the better scouts for sure. I don't think I want her to be a knight. It just doesn't sound like the build for her, but you know, you could make it work. The knight gets like a lot of armor and stuff. It's kind of funny. It's gonna be funny. Let me look at the list. Maybe something will jump out. Sorry. I mean, we could pick one of the vector rifle builds, maybe. At least it's sort of connected to her roleplay style a little bit. I don't have a scavenger yet. Maybe we just make her a scavenger. Sure. I think that'll be fine. Is Overwatch the one where enemies drop loot and you rebuild it? No, that's Fortnite is the one where you're always building stuff, right? Overwatch is just standard arena shooter, team versus team, I think. It's gonna sound really old, I'm sure, but I think I want a scavenger, so we'll bring them along for that. And it is a vector rifle, so it's close enough. We're not gonna get perfect marks. So it's sort of like a sniper build, and you probably could build them a little bit more sniping. But more importantly, we get amazing abilities like the Communist Manifesto. You get more crit against enemies with loot. You can mark people for target for salvage, and then if you kill them, you get loot. You can you can get a grapple hook. I don't know. You can get some concealment. That's interesting, right? It's interesting. So we'll see how that does. They get a sword. All right, that's all the promotions for now. Oh, I gotta mark it down. I hope I haven't missed too many. Scavenger 1. Okay. Okay. Let's see what next mission is. Oh, the reward. We can get some alloys. That's actually really good. We should do that. We definitely need the alloys. Now, I was hoping to find more missions by scanning here, but I'm pretty confident that the alloys early on are more important than a mission. Could you have like 6 scavengers? I don't think it stacks. I think you can only get 1 loot drop per enemy, but 6 would let you get 6 loot drops. But you'll see when I use it, you don't get very much loot. Like in the early game, it's fine, but over time, it's a pretty minor economy class. Like it's a little bit of economy, but not enough that you would really want to take 6 of them, I don't think. That was... Oh, this is the construction. Okay, so we get some free supplies. We do not have enough... Okay, so yeah, in terms of strategy layer, what do I want to build? I do need some supplies, and maybe I could sell something to get the next building going. Let's see. What's the priority? Lab, no. Power relay, not yet. Infirmary, probably not. GTS, maybe. Resistance comms, not yet. R&D, yes, but not in the corner because this is the gremlin sharer kind of guy. So we're looking more towards training centers or GTS. The GTS doesn't need gremlins. Neither does the training center. These are pretty good top corner picks, I think. And then maybe on the second layer we put like power supply, R&D, and then resistance comms, because then the gremlins can work on those. Something like that. I do need some power too by that. Yeah, so we need power on the second level. So then do I care more about the training center or the GTS? Getting officers early, really good, pretty good. Getting training center early, I forget exactly what all this unlocks, but I do think those are probably the two next ones, I think. I forget exactly what they give you. They're both 150, they're both 2 power. I probably can't get enough money to afford either of them easily. We can check the black market sales, but that's a lot. That'll be 61 supplies worth of selling, which we probably don't want to do right now. Let's just finish this real quick.
Strategic resource located.
Some alloys. You know, we're probably not going to sell those either, but
Avenger plotting
let's
new
see
course.
if we wanted to sell 61 bucks worth of gear. Could we? Now, they really want those alloys, but I mean, so do I. So I don't know about selling those. We're not going to need the meld for a fairly long time. Once you've got the infirmary and the tech, you can start gene modding people, but that's going to take a while. Also mechs, but that's going to take even longer, probably. And I'm not planning on building an infirmary, so maybe we just sell the meld. I don't know. It's a bit rare in the long run, but also it's fine. I think we could start one right now. There's also some PCS that I just basically never use, so we could pretty easily sell some of them. 61. It's 20 bucks for crit damage. We're not going to have a crit build for a while. I could easily sell that with not even noticing. Weapon crates you could also sell or open, but it takes research time to open them. Speed's too good. Underbarrel flamethrower is pretty low priority on stuff like that in my games. I'll probably show them off eventually. Maybe we just sell a couple of these for now that I don't... Like, +3 defense is just not enough. So we're halfway there. Never sell cores. Don't sell laptops. Weapon crates, maybe. I mean, I already sold one heavy barrel. Why do I keep any of them? $21 to go. Bayonets. Are they worth 10 bucks? I don't know about that. Yes, I know you keep saying take the bodies. I keep telling you that it's basically cheating. Also, hello, Strange Mind. I'm not trying to break the economy so bad that in 1 month we can afford everything perfectly. We'll be fine. I think... Honestly, I think we should sell all the meld. That puts me at exactly enough. See, the thing is, if we steal all the corpses, we abuse the mod, we have tons of spare money, then there's no decision making. You can just build everything. You don't have to worry about, oh, how many of these can I afford to sell? It's just, we win, we get everything. That's not the plan for this campaign. This should be enough. I'm okay losing some meld early game that we're not going to use for a long time. Some mods for the weapons and some PCSs that, honestly, the stuff's not all that good in the grand scheme of things. So we didn't lose anything too important. We do have a mission ready to go, but I will start... No, if you're playing along, feel free to get the mod in and steal everybody you can find. It also slows missions down, and sometimes I just want to go to the next one. But yeah. Okay, so we can afford starting the building a little early, which is nice. I still didn't really decide which one I wanted. So Training Center lets you put rookies into squaddies. This is, I think, where eventually you make mechs, but again, that's going to take a while. I'm trying to remember what else you can do here. I think the GTS is better because it does more stuff. Yeah.
Guerrilla
we'll get the other one pretty quick too.
Construction initiated.
Do I assign an engineer to builds? Do I want it in 7 days, or should I start clearing? I think clearing is more important. And we're going to get a couple more engineers pretty quickly. Because we don't have any way to get supplies. That's the thing. We have 0 income. So even if we unlock this and there's some tactics you could buy, they're going to cost like 100 supplies. We can't, like, we could get this done quicker, but we won't actually be able to use it until we get some money. So get the money. Preserving opportunity cost. I mean, I do think that's an important part of the game. Even if you don't like it or enjoy it. Having to make choices is... It's not much of a game if there's no decisions you have to make. Yeah. I mean, it's a game. It's just... I don't know. I think it gets boring pretty easy. But anyway, we've got 2 more missions to do before the end of the month. Maybe even 3. So let's just keep banging them out. I think we're just leveling up some rookies here. This is where we're going to get our next engineer. So it's going to be a bust out of jail kind of mission, I think. Large map. It's not a huge problem. Just means it takes a bit longer. Now, I would say, if the game included a way to live capture aliens and bring them with you, like if there was an actual in-game designed mechanic for that, like the other XComs, I'd 100% be starting that already, for sure. But, the game just isn't designed around capturing everything. In fact, it's designed around not capturing everything. So, for better or worse, this is the game we've got. Maybe when Xenonauts 2 finally finishes development, if it ever finishes, I'll have a look at what they do in their version. Okay, so today's leader is, again, one of these names I'm probably going to just destroy. Maybe Megara, but Saeed Tariq, maybe? And they're a holo-targeting scout of some variety with a bit of medkit thrown in and a flashbang. So, good scout, and then a bunch of rookies, I'm pretty sure. One of these missions, I think I meant to take a shiv. I don't remember if I successfully brought the shiv or not, but I did want to show them off. But they're not very good at infiltration missions, as you'd probably expect. Okay, so we start not in a corner. Not even close to the corner, which is not my favorite. This is our closest corner. So the odds of there being enemies over here are reasonable. There could be enemies right in here, ready to jump on us, or even worse, right up here. There's like a small buffer zone where enemies can't start nearby, but once you're past that, I don't know, the placement usually tries not to put them right beside a boundary. But like this is definitely large enough space for them to put a pod in if they wanted. But again, as usual, we know with these kind of vans, there's definitely 1 pod guarding it. So that'll be like 3 or so, maybe 4. And it's conveniently located right next to the evac. So I mean, that's good for us. So it looks to me like we just want to hug the left here. Maybe climb this building and take the fight along here if we can. That seems like the sensible play. But it does depend on, you know, if there's a drone blocking us. So let's go with that. Let's see how it goes. Start with our scout, and I'm going to try really hard not to just, you know, turn 1 activate. Conveniently, the building has windows, so it's less likely to run into a civilian, at least. Which is better than nothing. Okay, we got drones. That's okay. That's a good spot for the way I'm going. I don't know if I'm going to climb up the building this turn. No. First turn, we're going to take a peek inside.
On my way.
Okay, that should be enough evidence that... I mean, worst case scenario, there's already something up there. But we should be able to move up there pretty safely. And then this is the way up right here. There's probably another one way over here, yeah. So... yeah, let's not overthink this too much. They're just rookies.
On it.
They don't have any special abilities.
Good to go.
If the drone comes right at us, that'll be annoying, but there's no more cover that faces the drone, so...
10-4.
Just a 6-man squad, none of these 7-man ones. I will say, if we get to mechs and shivs and stuff, they do get a lot of buffs in this mod set. There's all those BU research projects that give them just passive abilities and support. And there's a lot of really cool mechs. Like basically all the enemy mechs, you can build your own at some point if you want to build them. So if you see like an enemy frost mech or assault mech or whatever, you can build your own if you like. Okay, let's go take a look up here. Should be good. Famous last words. Alright. There's still some distance there. Let me take a look on the left side, and then we'll know it's pretty clear. It's not perfect. There could still be someone right there that they just snipe me, but I think we're safe to dash up now. Not that we really have any snipers. There's not a lot of people who can take advantage of the high ground, and if we don't spot an enemy force, we're just going to move down anyway. But this is a nice place to take a combat if we get a chance. Yeah, the trouble with XCom 2, well, Long War mechs anyway, is they reveal automatically. There's a mod that gives some level of bonus concealment to the mechs and shivs and stuff, but they can never take cover, so if you're ever within the enemy's sight range, they're just auto-spotted. I think if you equip a gremlin on your mech, it reduces their detection radius, which is good, but it's still very hard in the early game when you're worried about bad encounters. Later on, you know, it's not as big of a deal. You've got crazy abilities. But in the early game, when you really don't want to have a bad activation, heavy weapon... This is one of the reasons I'm not bringing cannons and rockets yet, because you've got huge detection radius. One bad encounter, one bad activation is worse than the advantage of having a cannon and a big mech right now, because you still have 50 aim, so it doesn't really do anything if you miss. Wow, we're getting really close. Scout it out.
Enemy squad located.
Okay, well that's not the first pod I would like to fight. This is probably the stationary defensive force, which means there's at least one more, plus drones, patrolling. But we may have just, on this large map, supposedly, just glided all back past them. Do we just dash up here? I mean, it's safe at this point. Yeah, okay. I don't think there's any reason to stay on the roof here. And I got a couple SMG. These are my low mobility, good aim. So this is the problem, right? I built this group last session.
Stepping off.
They'll be good at shooting, but because of low mobility, I had to equip shorter range weapons, which is kind of counterproductive for the shooting game.
Got it.
And the people having assault rifles, they can theoretically shoot at mid-range, just have average aim. Although I think Furiosa here is pretty good. She'll be okay. I'm not really worried about Overwatches, so this is...
Go.
I didn't see... You know what? Shame? I didn't see the second of the new Mad Max, the Furiosa movie. I don't know if it's any good, but the new-ish, at this point, Mad Max movie was really good. And, probably meant to. Okay, well, we've got an AP grenade, and we can get pretty close. Maybe not this turn, but like next turn?
Confirmed.
Big boom? Well, the drone's less effective with AP, unfortunately. You might want to frag instead.
Target position now.
There's also not a lot of cover for this ambush. Maybe what I do... We don't get... we don't get a hollow targeter this time. But maybe I position my shadow somewhere that might spot the very likely reinforcement group that's nearby. There you go. Now, pretty sure you can hollow target without breaking stealth. But you need the right perk for it to last long enough for it to matter. But in this scenario, we could start building up stacks on whoever we want to shoot. with the expected grenade overwatch, maybe the holo target on the naturally defensive robot unit might be good. We'll see. I guess, yeah, melee mechs don't need aim as badly for sure. But also, most of the mech builds are pretty low mobility and as a general rule. I mean, you can get PCS that you can get speed boosts from PCSs that help, but we don't have those yet either. So it takes a while to get speedy mechs. Okay. Next turn, blow it up. Try to avoid the other pod activating at the same time. Oh, and there's just the two. This is like a little baby group. It's barely anything. They might not even be the proper defenders. Well, okay. They're coming at us. I gotta reconsider. Maybe we want to AP this group. Because this isn't very much, you know. 5 units. There's still 7 to 9 total, so there's more. There's just not a lot of cover to deal with those if we wanted to. Check who's got grenades here, basically. So I've got 1 AP and then some frags. And this isn't even really necessarily a good AP opener. This would be the good AP opener. The trouble is definitely getting any kind of cover that could get into range. The overlapping vision zones are not good here. And there you go. I mean, yeah, ideally, 1 AP kills them all, and then a couple Overwatch clears that up. But can we throw that from here? Let's think. We could probably count out the squares. We are... say this square 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, including some diagonals. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's no way that's not going to be close enough. I pretty much for sure not enough. So you'd have to be sort of out here. You know, here would be good. Don't get me wrong, but we're not going to be able to pull that off this turn. So what do? Do we assume that they walk towards us and set up for next turn? Can't do it from here. If they move down, they spot them. Pulling even further back doesn't feel good either. Okay, so I'm going to use my Shadow Op to kind of stay out of range. I do not want him getting spotted. I want him to keep an eye on this group. And then my other 5 rookies. What are the odds of this tile being revealed? 2, 3, 4. They have to move, like, to here. They started... we saw them over here. They moved that way. Are they going to keep moving that way? We're going to gamble. This is probably not very safe. That's where I want people to be. We'll see what happens.
Rolling.
So perfect case scenario, these guys move to here, these guys move to here. Well, perfect case, these guys move to here, these guys move to here. We AP 5 of them at once. That's the ideal outcome. But the more likely outcome, these guys move to here, don't activate. These guys move to here, don't activate, and then we kill them all next turn with Overwatches. We got just regular troopers, bio troopers, sentry. Sentry's the most annoying with the free Overwatches. I also have to remember that in general, the cover destruction of frags is hot garbage. So you can't really rely on blowing up anything here with frags. It's not like vanilla where it's pretty reliable. Alright, I think these two just stay with Overwatches because there's definitely a chance that we get revealed. And at least a couple Overwatches is better than nothing. Because if we get revealed here... nah, we're good. We would be in a bit of a bad situation, but trust. All right, these guys are getting taken out, and then the drone will fly right towards us, and the sectoid will just hide, and we'll be okay. No! Those two? Everyone activates. Got one. Okay, you know what? 2 is still good. I'm fine with that. Okay, thanks. Just of course they spotted my shadow. So much for that. Thanks, XCom. And he still gets an Overwatch, so we can't just move over and kill him. Thanks. Well, I didn't think about this angle here. I guess I could have moved them back. On the other hand, their Overwatches killed 2 guys, so, you know. Okay, okay. We're fine. We killed 2 out of 5. That's still very good. Not as good as an AP, but I'll take it. And we still have an AP, so we've got it for a bad situation. Well. Yeah, so the sectoid's way out of the way. Venom Snake's pretty flanked. We got to deal with the Overwatch first. All I have to do is tag him, and he loses it. I can tag him and then finish him. I guess. Oh no, we don't have. There's an ability that means holo targeting does not end your turn, but we don't have it yet. So I was thinking I could holo target somebody else and shoot him, but not yet. This preserves a flashbang, and it is possible we get a kill. Well, not quite. This will finish. Should be safe. It is possible we activate with one more step, but, you know. Alright, clearing up.
Target eliminated.
Alright, stock. Not as good as old days. The drone's usually not a huge threat. But our damage is quite low, especially with SMGs. You don't really want to be SMGing armored units. Not at this level of the game. So we might frag him to shred his armor. Gotta remember there's the sectoid. If we're in cover, it'll probably just make a Psy zombie. Or panic someone. Maybe mind control them if you're really lucky. There's not a lot of good cover here. I mean, the car is okay, but cars do explode. Even electric vehicles. I do have some frags. Do I want to use one on the drone? Ideally, like one of my SMG guys would frag him, I guess. But he's got the AP, which makes sense, but so probably thinking finish from here after we... Because I want to be able to move up to deal with the sectoid, whatever happens. I don't like the half cover of the sectoid very much either. But what else am I going to do, right? It would be nice to have an Overwatch, I suppose. Okay, so what I'll do... We'll reload, shred the drone just to make sure this is fairly clean. Don't hit the car. Also, don't hit the van or you lose your engineer. Alright, and then save the SMG if I can. Use the assault rifle to clean this up. It's actually 2 HP. The SMG is fine now. Yeah, we'll do that then. Oh. Oh, look how positioning makes a difference. Oh, I want to kill him. He's just standing there. I thought for sure he'd be behind. He could have scampered like somewhere with full cover. Instead, he's just standing there like an idiot. Well, now I wish, in hindsight, that I put one of my assault rifles here, because I did not expect a flanking line of sight shot. I can get one from up here, but that's it. Do you have any shot at this range? 73? Might be worth it. Okay, well, let's see if we can kill the drone from here, then. Nice.
Target eliminated.
And then you've already moved, so I guess we see if this hits. Probably not killing him this turn, but even just getting some damage on him would be great. I mean, two is two more than 0. Yeah, so he's still got 6 HP. Not going to be instant killed. But I mean, I have to take the shot, right? He's not going to be flanking us, I don't think. He can shoot us through half, of course, but I mean, everyone's in half. Yeah, I mean, just take the shot. Maybe Scarlet gets a crit. It's possible. You could roll 5 and get a crit. I think you could roll 4 and get a crit. You could just miss your 3/4. That's classic. Well, there's the next pod. That's probably everything on the map. Good or bad, but now we know. Came at us. Yeah, I went for the revive, but he's already half dead. No big deal. Squad sight sniper would have been so good. Oh, yeah. Oh, look, there was a drone. Yeah, I saw him earlier. I should have remembered, but... Okay, now everything's activated. Great. Okay, priorities. Try to kill the sectoid. That gets rid of the zombie. Might ignore the drone if I have to. What are these guys? They got armor already? Jeez. What are we looking at? We got a trooper, bio trooper, and an assault. Yeah. It's nice that they give them fire control by default, actually. And they have a mag grenade? Ugh. And a grenade launcher, technically. I do not like this one. 4 armor and 4 HP and armor with grenades. It's kind of rude. I might be fragging him. So goals are kill sectoid, kill mag grenade. That's gonna do weight. That may literally be a strong enough grenade to one-shot us. So we do have a hollow. Flash. We have an AP. The AP could probably... It's possible the AP could kill the sectoid. These two are kind of stuck way in the back. I do not have a lot of good shots. In fact, you might say I have 0 good shots. So... the only person who could even flank is here. Is that worth it? Or would it be better to grenade that guy? I guess it depends on if the AP kills the sectoid. Because if the AP kills the sectoid, I don't need to worry about the flank. Yeah, that's what we're going to try.
Fire in the hole.
It's, again, lowish odds, but... we got him most of the way down. So then we just need a little bit of good play. Now, on the off chance that we do not kill the Advent Trooper, which is seeming more likely, we definitely need to be split up. I mean, this is a pretty free kill from... Okay, worst case scenario, we hide by the van, he grenades us, blows up the van, kills the engineer. So maybe we don't actually want this cover at all. Technically, you can flank, but again, the grenade on the car is definitely dead. Let's see what I can do from far away, from downtown here. I mean, like, maybe we just move up and just take a shot through full cover. Gross. They're all SMGs. It's terrible. Could just deal with the drone right now, I guess. If we ignore the drone, it will probably move up and stun someone for a turn. Maybe even 2 turns. So maybe it's better to deal with that first.
Understood. Moving out.
I don't like this, but...
Strong grenade.
I feel like my chances of dealing with the assault is basically 0 right now, so let's make sure they dies.
Heading to that location.
It's still 99. Alright, we're good. Nothing to worry about there. Nothing to worry about. I don't panic on 99s. Don't worry about it. Alright, well, the 2 guys in the back, I think we start with them. We see if they can pull a miracle off. We just need a lucky shot here to make it better, basically. And then that gets rid of the Psy Zombie. But, yeah, we need a graze or luck. It's possible. Luck. It's a graze. Same difference. Okay, we got some pretty good luck there. We got the 33. But I had a couple backup shots, so it wasn't too risky. So now, less dangerous, pretty dangerous. I guess if I can't kill him, we should be flashbanging him. I don't have flashbang up there. Flashbang's here. I don't think that's close enough. Yeah. I mean, I can overwatch, and if he moves, that's probably as good as we're going to get back here. Hey there, Thor. I mean, I like this spot. We're not going to get flanked. We're not going to get exploded. There's a lot of shots coming in. But it is full cover without explosions. And, I mean, I could smoke them, but I don't think that's going to change too much. Advent Trooper just shoots. Bio Trooper could gas grenade us, yeah. It probably won't kill us, it's mostly just poison. This one with the close quarters mag grenade is probably considerably more dangerous. I think we frag him. It's possible it destroys his cover, just not very likely. But it does shred his armor, so that'll be still good for next turn. I mean, that's a good grenade. So we could try a 34. Yeah, we're not even nowhere near a flash. And this is my last shot. So do I shoot or overwatch? We already got one 33. The chance of getting two 33s. Well, to counterpoint you, the demon, smoke does nothing against grenades. So having a bunch of smoke here just means they're going to move up and throw grenades at us, for sure. So I'd almost prefer them taking shots at us through full cover if that's what they decide to do. Best odds. I think we overwatch them. This would be a good suppression, but, you know, rookies. Yeah, suppression would be awesome in this scenario, but of course, that's not ready yet. Overwatch kind of pins him where he is. If he leaves, we'd have a probably 50-50 shot. If we take this shot, we do only need a graze to kill, probably. Like, the gamble is you try to kill him now to avoid any real problems next round. But if you miss, you have nothing. The other choice is you hold Overwatch, which kind of limits them a little bit, but they could just ignore it and just... you don't get any shots. I'll go with Overwatch. I don't really think one is much more likely to work than the other, but maybe. We hit a 59, better than a 33 or whatever it was, right? There you go. Because my final... that sucks. We got hit by 45. You know what? It's fair. We deserved it, probably. We had some good luck on our shots. They can have some good luck on their shots. They hit us through half cover. But yeah, again, similarly with smokes, there's no way to smoke everybody. We don't have mega smoke grenades. So if we'd smoked half the team, like these guys, maybe we could have got these three. But they would have just shot someone else, probably. But yeah, we're okay. An injury is fine. We got kill. That's an easy flank. This is an free, stupid Overwatch. I hate sentries. Stupid. It's not as bad once we can break Overwatches, but for now, we need no suppression, no lightning reflexes, no shadow step. The best we got is flashbangs. And not always a lot of those either. We might be able to sneak up to here. Let's you gotta be careful here. Watch the red preview. Okay, from here you could get to this square, but then we get shot here. Or here. Not here. So then, if we went around this side, we could do it. This is one where I think if you take the default path, you get shot. If you do a little bit of careful custom, it's X on my keyboard is my hotkey. I can go here first, and then the path is behind the car, and you can't see him until you get to this tile, and he shouldn't get a shot. We'll test. Hey. Alright. No point taking a 6%, but this gets us in flash. Barely. I mean, I didn't math that out, but technically gets us into flash range. Alright, that'll do. Okay, so we gotta kill this guy and try to kill that guy. I mean, I was saying this was good shot, but it's... Well, he's disoriented, but he could move to here, probably. That's not a flank. He'd have to get to this one, which he shouldn't be able to make it to. You're gonna have to reload. SMG, not much. This is also the only person who can easily get a flank on that one. Bit of a long range shot. This is the last two enemies, so we can take open shots if we're very confident we're going to kill them both. So you could stand here, assuming you're very confident, and this guy was already dead. Which means someone else could stand here. Oh no, we don't have the ammo for it. Okay, this is the furthest away. Is there anything we can do from back here? The answer is no. If we want to stand out in the open, we could get a shot through full cover. Useless. So our best case scenario is just getting closer for... If we need help next turn, there's nothing this person can do. Overwatch with SMG is pointless at long range. So then... We got four left, but one needs to reload. Just switch guns. You take the gun with ammo, stand here, kill. You reload, you move over and kill. But I mean, that's trusting our life to some 75%ers. That'd be cool to give him a crossbow of some sort, actually, for the green arrow. That would be pretty cool. I guess we don't reload until we know if we need to flashbang, but we try to kill him before then. And I might be overwatching that guy the way this is looking. We could also be rushing to open the door, but that's just going to give us another engineer, another civilian we have to defend. And might as well kill these guys first. I guess... we take the flank shot.
Moving on target location.
Shotgun would be great, but too early. No guarantees. Of course, they just shoot the ground.
Enemy is still up. I'm all out.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some good shots earlier, so... We don't want to stand here, definitely getting flanked from there. We're out of nades. But this guy's... It's gonna be... Okay, no, this guy's got the gas grenade. This guy's the sentry of the Overwatch. No more mags to worry about, at least.
No problem,
I feel like we burned our luck. Oh, I forgot. This is the guy with 2 HP. I shouldn't be moving him anywhere. I could still run him away. Let's see what I think.
Locked and loaded.
I think we already... Yeah, that's not enough. Could Overwatch from there, but... Maybe I just take a pot shot, hope for the best. I mean, 4 through heavy cover, it's of course possible, but... I think...
It is clear.
I don't like this. He could probably flank us if we don't disorient him.
Affirmative. Covering now.
So I kind of have to do
This
this.
one's gonna be bright.
But this lets us move in next turn, so... This was not a great turn for killing.
Scanning.
I mean, we got a graze. That should... Yeah, he could have died there. 1 in 4 chance to be dead, but... Sure, you got a little bit lucky. Good job, Oliver. Not dead yet. I feel like I'm doing the best I can. We got another stupid Overwatch. But now we should be able to... sneak around? It's... This tile does not see the guy on Overwatch. So we could just stand here and shoot, I think. This is also fine, but no need to do that. Also, we're almost at reinforcements. This also sets us up to hack next turn.
All right, I'll go.
These guys need to die this round. We can't give them another turn.
There you go.
Luckily, I've got one last flashbang.
Climbing 'em.
Hooray! Now we just need to not miss. Okay, this is... Oh, no ammo. This was going to be my standing out in the open turn, but, Oliver, I mean, I know, this is... You are hurt, but I need you to make this shot. Thank you. 5 damage, even got the max. Alright, you were in that promotion. You're gonna get a couple weeks off in medbay, do some push-ups, Man, this takes me back. So I'm not normally, comics-wise, a huge Green Arrow fan. In general, the more Archer-related superheroes, like Hawkeye and stuff, I'm not a huge fan of. But I will say, the movie, or not movie, the show, it's on like the CW, the Green Arrow, right? It's a bit old now, but was it maybe 2010-ish range? I forget. But it's like the resurgence of the comic TV shows, near when Daredevil came out on Netflix and all that stuff. Man, the first couple seasons of that were good. They're so good. So I got a lot more love for the Green Arrow after that. And then the series got terrible, of course, as most comic shows go, I guess. But man, the first couple seasons, whew, so good.
Rolling out.
So Oliver can stay on the team for that.
Got it.
Okay, we could hack. Oh, that was we actually skipped to the next round. Didn't even notice the change of phase, but
Attempting to gain
we'll get this open. We should be okay. There's a chance of reinforcements, but if we're fairly quick, we'll be out of here. No one knows how to... Actually, wait. No. Hold on. I do actually have a hacker. Can we get them... Didn't I bring... Or was it the last mission? It was the last mission that had the hacker. Yeah. This time we've got a hollow targeter. Right. So still no chance for good hacking. We could have got... Actually, watch this would be really nice. If I had a good hacker, this would have been worth it. Reducing intel costs early on is so good. But we're not going to get it on these rookies. Hopefully the next round of missions we'll be able to send a specialist on every mission, and then we'll be good. And yeah, at the very least, the evac point is right here. Speed loaders are fun. Not a huge deal, but they can work real well on especially assaults. I generally take expanded magazines over the reloader modifications, but they're still good.
Go.
Yeah, even the beginning of Flash was pretty good. The twist, if you didn't know all the deep lore of the Flash. The Flash has some lore. I'm not gonna rag on him too much, but the twist early on at the end of season 1 or whatever it was, or season 2, whichever it was, where the old it's been me all along with all the memes from that. It was so good. but how many, like, man, the Flash let me down. It's the trouble with speedsters. I don't think they make very good comic book heroes. None of them really. They're too strong, and so the writers always make them stupid, basically. Because if you can run at the speed of light or even faster than the speed of light, and think as not just run, but you think and reflexively act and everything else at the speed of light, how do you get caught? How do you lose? But they do all the time because they're idiots. So, and then of course the tagline became, "I'm the fastest man on the planet, except for every villain is faster than me until I run even faster, and then I regain my title as fastest man on the board." Like, it's funny for a bit, but it didn't hold out. It got old.
VIP secure and in position for evac.
All right. Good mission. We did take one wound, but we had low cover, relatively limited options. I think that went pretty well overall. Oh yeah, next generation. I mean, I think some old trekkers would probably say there are some bad TNG episodes, but not very many, and nothing like on Voyager. It's probably what most of them would say.
Excellent work, Commander.
There's definitely a lot of really good ones, and then there's some like, okay, yeah, the one what was it? The first or second season, really early on. In fact, the first season of TNG as a whole was not the best. But what was the one with when they killed off Natasha, the first security chief? That one was pretty brutal, if I remember correctly. The black slime hate monster got her, and I feel like the whole episode was just not great. So yeah, Oliver gets a couple weeks off in the we don't even have an infirmary. So he just gets 2 weeks to sit in his bed. Episodes 2 and 4. Yeah, the first session was still mostly Gene Roddenberry, right? If I remember, I was a baby. But if I understand correctly, the first season Gene had too much control, and then before too long, some other producers got involved, and it's kind of like when Star Wars franchise got onto the prequel series. You got to take these big ego guys and tone it down a little bit. You can't let them get away with everything. All right, 2 weeks, no big deal. Bit of engineer. We got Lebowski. I meant, I don't know if there's a way to easily do this. I'd actually prefer the character pool didn't use the custom designs on engineers and scientists. I don't. There is some options for the character pool, but I don't remember. It's probably from the main menu rather than from here. And I don't know if there's an easy way to do that. Because, like, obviously the people who put a lot of work into the looks and design, you want them to be on missions. Engineer, will never see them again, and I'll never remember that it was a named character, basically. But yeah, we got an extra engineer, which is great. I think we just keep clearing, and I think we will absolutely need power before we do much more. And I want the power, like, right here with the workshop / R&D right here to give it the free gremlins. And the machinery takes too long, so I think we just go for this next immediately. I think that's pretty obvious. Yeah, I don't know if I saw that specific thing from the writer's room, but I probably heard about it or heard about the story at the very least. No, don't get me wrong. The creative artists, like the people with that spark, they've got to be involved. They've got to have like good ability to use their imagination to get the story going. But some reviewers, some second, some proofreaders, some spell checkers, that kind of thing. Some of that is probably necessary for the long-term survivability. Okay, you don't want the people in charge to get too full of themselves, or they'll never imagine they could come up with a bad idea, even when they do. Okay, so let's promote our promotion party time. So we got the recon. That was what we had on that mission. Good class. Holo targeting didn't really make a huge difference. It might have. I did do a couple holo targets early on, so you never know. that 10% might have been the difference. But generally speaking, it's a minor buff most of the time. Good dodge, though. I mean, yeah. Okay, so what do we get for level 2? We get Maim. You know, Immobilize is okay, not my favorite. Tracking, probably what we're going to take, because seeing enemies without seeing them, you know, if the enemies can cheat, so can we. So I put a lot of value on this one, especially early game. And he doesn't get a battle scanner, so that's this. Well, you do eventually if you want, but I think immobilizing is nice, but you do still have to hit them, and they're an SMG class, so they're gonna do low odds at high distances, and even with no damage penalty, the ammo consumption's a bit rough. I think it's interesting, but I'm not a huge fan of Maim. And then high def, I mean, what is it, like 10% crit? Even later on, that's still a pretty small bonus. It adds up with all the other holo targeting things, but and having them last longer helps. But no, finding enemies, too good. Alright, let's go through our list. We can go from top to bottom. We got Scarlet, rookie with low aim. Snake, rookie with great aim but no mobility. One of the many snakes. Furiosa's in there. Nice amount of aim, a little bit slow. Really good aim, really slow. That's why we had so many SMGs. This is that team. Oliver here, just super average guy. He's really just rich. He doesn't have any other special powers. He's got a lot of money. He can afford a personal trainer and some steroids. Let's just start at the top and go down, I guess. All right. Low aim, good mobility. What do they suggest? Scavenger, we just got one. Titan, Gunner. I mean, we could get another heavy cannon user. No. I don't want low at. You can get away with suppression gunning, but you still want to hit those hits. I mostly want people that can hit their targets, you know, and those are definitely they do like to hit their targets, even though Gunner can do some really good area suppression, and you don't need aim to do suppression. You just need aim to hit while they're suppressed, and they tend to have all the crits on Overwatches and stuff anyway, which still require aim. So let's look at what else is left for a relatively mobile, pretty bad aim kind of character. Oh yeah, who is she? Shanna O'Hara. I'm going to guess someone from G.I. Joe. I have no idea. It's USA, right? Yes! If it's American and you don't know, just guess on G.I. Joe. I feel like that's the way to go at this point. Okay. Whoever built her gave her less heavy armor to start with, so maybe she's like combat medic or something. Which is something we could do here as a specialist support of some point, of some type. So, going through my list of good with mobility, relatively poor aim. Do I have any specialists left that I haven't already slotted in? Let's see. Rifles. I've got most of my rifle classes. I could take a Grenadier. Grenadier can equip SMGs, so you could do that easily. Demolitionist also could work. Demolitionist does a bit more shooting. Grenadier is mostly grenades in Overwatch. Miner is also possible. It's more of a stealth laying traps, so maybe we go with that. It's kind of hard to imagine someone I want to be a miner. So someone in the army that lays mines, maybe that's her job, right? She just lays mines. It's not going to be a very popular class, but on some missions it can work. Oh, thank you, Cat Ankylo, helping out. What else could be good for low aim? There's Executioner, SMG plus knife. There's the sword units. I still haven't taken any of them, really. Stormtrooper, we could definitely do. There's a Hoplite, which is a pistol shield class. We haven't built any of them. Bunch of shotguns. I suppose 60 aim you could make work with shotguns, assuming you've got good mobility. So we could just make her an assault or something. And there's some fun. Actually, you know what? I have two options, minor and quartermaster, that are kind of not super stat based. And quartermaster is shotgun and also cool. So we're just gonna go with that. And it kind of, maybe that's what her job was in the army. I don't know. Maybe she kept stock. So you get an ammo slot, which doesn't really matter early on, but it's nice. She's got a shotgun. She's got a pistol. She can go shotgun close quarter stuff. You can get better at pistol shooting. She can also go medic if you want, or you can just go grenades, get a whole bunch of grenade builds. And one of the main perks of quartermaster is they get 8 AP free per level. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 levels times 8 on top of your default combat intelligence. So they're more likely to pick some extra ones from cross disciplines. So you could definitely get some pseudo medic and grenades easily. It's basically a specialist with no hacking. I think that'll be fine. Not armor points, AP, ability points. These things. 8 armor would be a little bit much. you get AP for picking more perks. All right, that'll do. Let me write that down. Quartermaster is interesting. We'll see. Let's go Venom Snake. So yeah, this is like our best possible aim, minimum possible mobility. Never going to get very many extra AP. I think this time, I mean, that would be terrible, that would be terrible, that would be terrible. These are all short range, high mobility classes. I think this is the one where we finally go Fusilier. Because ideally we put this person on top of a cliff with a sniper rifle and they just shoot and shoot and shoot until they are super strong. And then, but it's really only good at a couple types of missions. So this kind of means on a lot of infiltration missions they suck. But they kind of already do with 13 mobility. So, yeah, Mercenary, I think I already have one. I mean, that is funny. A lot of people could be good mercenaries because mercenaries are really, really versatile. But I'm pretty confident. Yeah, we've already got one. I might take a second mercenary because they are so versatile. You could build them very differently. But I am sticking to one at a time for now. So I think a good marksman, depends on how you play Metal Gear Solid games. You can definitely go with some pretty good sniper builds in some of them. But I want, yeah, I think I want my best aim, lowest mobility person to be a Fusilier. So, real quick overview. This is a class that I struggled with because most missions they suck at. Squad Sight, you know how Squad Sight works. That's great. They get a special focus point, like a Templar, every time they hit with a tracking shot. Tracking shot works basically the way the Assassin, I think it's the Assassin, Hunter, one of the Chosen anyway, whichever one it is with the sniper rifle, where they track you, and if you are still within its cone, on the next turn they have a guaranteed hit.
It's dark.
And if they hit the guaranteed hit, then they get a permanent for that mission +1 damage for every hit through a tracking shot. So you can see on a long mission where you have time to set up tracking shots with Squad Sight, and you're lucky enough to have good positioning and yada yada, they take the shot, kill something, hurt something, get +1 damage, next turn try it again and again, but they probably don't move around much. They can't really. I don't think you can even use the tracking shot if you move and shoot. So it's anti-squad snapshot. It's all about holding still, steady hands, long watch, and then just killing stuff from super long range. So that's what we're going to try. I think it's a really cool class. It's unfortunate that 90% of the missions are basically evac run around missions, which you suck at. But on like headquarter assaults, maybe the Avenger defense, sort of those really big missions with like dozens of soldiers that go on for 30 turns, Fusilier's maybe the best version of Sniper for those. So when I played Enemy Unknown Long War, that was a thing I remember changing for wound times, actually. I remember thinking the fatigue and recovery times just felt way too long, the way the mod handled it. And I remember editing that a little bit down, so instead of taking a month, or I think even the worst is like 45 days or something, which is like half a game away. I remember toning it down to like half of that or something, so it was like 3 to 20 days or something like that, right? Which is still a long time, but at least you'll see them again eventually. Okay, we got a few more. Let's keep going. Let me mark down my Fusilier. I think we're gonna have a hard time using them very often, successfully, but they're still a good sniper anyway. Just they can't move. Next up will be Furiosa. She had a good mission. Will is not. That is the worst rookie Will I think I've seen yet. So that's not great. Maybe we put a mind shield on them. There's some gene modding that can make you protected from psychic attacks too. Whew. Do we have enough rookies for every class? Maybe, but it doesn't matter because we'll be recruiting more later on. Like there'll be missions. Basically, every liberation chain, I think every region's liberation has one mission where you recruit a soldier, and they will have a pre-selected class, and they'll join it. I don't know how they calculate it, but they're not going to join as rookies. It's sort of some sort of average on your current roster's ranks. So we'll get them that way. And you can also buy them from the black market and stuff if we're missing one, but it'll be okay. So, the standard, not my favorite, probably wants to stay away from sectoids and stuff. Maybe we make one of these a heavy gunner. One of the various heavy gunners we don't have yet. Which is like an overlord. Oh, I think we have one of those already. That's the cannon sniper, which is great, but I think we've already got one. Yeah, we've already got one. Not an assault. Not with that. Not a stormtrooper. But I can find another gunner. That's fine. We could make a dragoon. We could make just a regular heavy. There's Juggernaut. There's Overseer. And there's Titan. What do we think? What did Furiosa was more of a skirmisher, fighter, driver. Something like that in the movies, I suppose. But I'm sure if she had access to heavy rockets, she'd probably use them. So maybe we just go for a heavy? Heavies go hard on cannon suppression and rockets, which someone at least wants rockets, so we could have one. Do that. I've definitely got a couple at this point. But yeah, not a gauntlet, full-on rocket launcher, full-on heavy cannon. Rockets are already a bit better by default. We can get some free runs. You can definitely go cannon suppression if you want. So it just depends how we want to build her, but we can definitely do a somewhat stationary suppressor or rocketer or some combo. I think that'll be okay. Let's see, who's next? Oh, gotta mark it down too. That's one heavy. Yeah, we're definitely getting a pretty good selection at this point. There's definitely a lot more classes to go, but we've hit a good variety at this point. I don't have a lot of sword guys yet, so I need to find someone who can do the melee stuff because they're fun. Hawkins, who is? Oh, was this one of those random like from XCom? Yeah, from XCom. I don't know who he's supposed to be. But he's from XCom, Enemy Within, apparently. So probably supposed to be one of the psychics you rescue or something. Looks like he's definitely out of an anime. But, yeah, great aim. Not quite 75, but he's definitely in line for another long-range sniper of some sort. He doesn't have any psychic stats. These are all bad. I mean, he'd be okay as infantry, but he'd be an infantry that never moves, which is a bit tricky. So for one of our last snipers, there's not very many left that I haven't picked one of. So because we're starting to run into some shortages here, he could be a survivalist, which is, I think, a little bit more of a snapshot sniper, or a surgeon, which is a healing-ish sniper, which I guess we'll go with surgeon. I don't know. I don't know anything. He doesn't really have a story, so this is just, sure. He starts with paramedic. And he's got squad sight sniper, right? So he doesn't even have a lot of shooty abilities, sadly. Like, he doesn't actually... It's sad that the surgeon sniper He gets Devil's Luck. That's fun. Yeah, he doesn't get a lot of the sniper perks that you would normally expect. Now, he might in the XCom tree if you're lucky. But he looks like he's going to be Overwatch, I guess? I mean, that's nice. Shoot Overwatch, and then good Overwatch, better Overwatch, free Overwatch on your turn. Like, there's a good Overwatch build there, but not at squad sight because there's no long watch. And then he goes hard into Arc Thrower, which we don't have a lot of those, or hard into healing. Yeah, could work. We'll see. It doesn't have a Gremlin to heal, which is a bit sad. I don't think the Surgeon's a great class, so we'll put it on someone that I might not care about very much anyway, right? He doesn't even have a real name. And he's definitely not a psychic with his very low combat intelligence. Alright. So, our on vacation guy, very good combat intelligence, stats are average otherwise. I mean, he's not really an archer half the time. Half the time he's sneaking around throwing ninja stars at people, or, well, trick arrows, I suppose, but they're kind of like throwing knives. I'm pretty sure Shinobi have throwing knives. Let me double check. Swords. Did I not write those down? Where is he? I already got one. He's got an SMG. What? It's SMG sword? I'm thinking of the other one. Okay, well, look for the other one. There's a... It's called a ninja. It's definitely not a shinobi. No way. It's totally different. We don't have a ninja yet, so he's going to be a ninja, I think. They have a sword with no gun and throwing knives. And he's just kind of average, just nothing super special. So I'm just picking something we don't have, mostly. And it kind of fits his roleplay a little bit. There isn't really a good archer. There's nobody that has archer. Actually, the closest there is to an archer, there's one of the Templars. I can't remember which one. It's not the Witch. It's not the Warden. It might not even be one you can select. It might be literally just base Templar. I don't think it's Hell Knight. I think it's base Templar, where you can get a psychic bow that you can shoot arrows with for a focus point. I think it's not one we can pick, though. So, like, that would be the best bow we could give him. Of course, there is the custom, the bowcaster or something, but does he even carry a knife? I don't know. Trick arrows, but look, he does a lot of stealth ninja stuff. He's got all that stuff tied in with the Ra's al Ghul stuff, kind of like Batman. He's a half ninja at least, right? We'll see. I mean, it's another Shadow Scout at the very least. Combat intelligence means I can freely pick a lot more of these cool picks. Hey, another way to get tracking. I'm never going to argue about a sword tracker. I don't know why he's got 2 slash. I think one is the adjacent only, doesn't end your turn. One is the blue move attack, but does end your turn. But, you know, they don't have different names. Yeah, we'll give it a try. And throwing knives are fun anyway. I think they're good. They can be good. You need to take the perks that give you the free throws, right? You get the knife encounters, and then you get, like, swift throw, and you're just throwing a million knives around all the time, and then you're really good with knives. But I don't know. We'll see how we build them. I think that'll do for now. So we got a ninja. He's as close to a ninja as anyone else I've seen roleplay-wise anyway. We're getting a lot of people into squatty. I'm just looking at my list. We're probably 2/3 to 3/4 of all the classes that you can promote to. And we've got another 5 or 6 coming in. Oh no, we got way more than that coming in. 2, 4, 6, 8. We've got 10 more rookies, 11 more rookies coming in. That's going to be pretty close to filling it up. I probably won't worry about bringing out too many more. Yeah, that'll be okay. All right. Take a drink. I assigned my engineer. I think all we have to do is find out what's next. Our silencers on a few guns. The silencers just the suppressors are I'm assuming what you're talking about. I've only got like one, and it just reduces an hour of the infiltration or so. But we're gonna get another mission here in just a second anyway, so no need to worry too much about strategy plan.
Setting course for the Australian sector.
Scopes, though, if that's what you're thinking. If we get scopes, then of course, yes. This is the unfortunate kind of one, so this is impossible, right? This is why I highly, highly recommend getting more intel going. Because when these pop with 2 hours to go, I mean, you could try. It's not going to be 7 to 9. It's going to be 30 to 40 or something. And, I mean, there's really no way. Not at this point. And really, probably not ever. This one, though, we could probably do. Yeah, I put in the FF6 class roster, too. Someone had a character pool with them. Okay, we're going to do that. I think we wrapped this one up first. How much time have I got? 22 hours. This is long enough to send 7 people pretty easily. So I kind of want to see how this goes, and then I will send off the next one. But we're never gonna get the. This is unfortunate, right? Because this is the liberation one. Really nice to get these liberation chains started, because this is a prerequisite for the next mission, and then there's like a chain of them. So the sooner you get these started, the better. But I mean, it's impossible. Oh, good. Yay. So we're gonna go do this, I guess. Or where is it? No. Oh, I hate it. I wish it just didn't auto-flight, because it's technically wasting like 2 hours of time every time it does this crap. I hate it when it does that. Did it just delete it because I didn't go immediately? That's not what I'm clicking on, though. Okay. Something's weird about the interface. I don't know why clicking this highlights that, and clicking this gives you the correct one. This is what I wanted to do. But I wasted a few hours, which technically might screw us here, because we went from 22 hours to 8. 7 days and 22. Like, we may only be able to bring 6 people now, thanks to this thing not working, and then it automatically wasting half a day flying across the Pacific Ocean. XCom 2. This is not exactly XCom 2's fault. Some of it is just the way the mods are interacting, I'm assuming. But anyway, we'll get this out of the way. We would have had to fly over here to do this anyway, I guess. Maybe I should have just started the... I guess it's kind of a pet peeve, but I wish, as much as I like the infiltration system, it separates the squad build up, like, you know, deciding which characters you bring in, what your loadout is, and then it, because of the delay, it puts so many other missions and other actions in between that when the mission finally pops, I've long since forgotten who I sent on it, or what gear or what specializations I have. So sometimes I will try to hold off on doing the mission prep until I do a couple of these missions, just so that it's a little bit closer in my mind about like who's on what mission. But then stuff like this happens and you mess up some of your infiltrations. So, you know, it's Long War with the infiltrations. I think it's a good idea, but sometimes I wish we just sent the missions out. The squad got the prep done, sent them out on a mission. They just do it immediately, right? Like the Long War 1 for Enemy Unknown was like that, where you just sent them out. They did the mission immediately, and they came back, and then they were fatigued for a week. Kind of like the infiltration time, except you get it after the mission rather than before the time. Anyway, we did, I think, one of these last. These are really unfortunate. Not that the missions are super hard. It's that our first couple of recruits into the Havens from those missions where we specifically did a mission to recruit extra Haven people were basically undoing the progress because it turns out they were spies. So it's just RNG, and I think the chances of getting a faceless in is something, if I remember correctly, it's something around 15% per soldier. But man, we're at like 2 out of 4. We're at like 50% rather than 15%. But anyway, this is a mission where we have one real soldier and a bunch of random people. This is Annette, who is... I don't know why I sent her here exactly, other than I needed to send somebody. She is a probably slightly low aim vector rifle. I don't even remember her squad, but she can snipe with a vector rifle. So she can also be phantom, so we'll probably want to use her for scouting to start. And she's got concealing slots, so she's technically our first class that can reconceal, even though it's not super easy to pull off. But I think the concealing shot might be pistol only. I forget. Anyway, yeah, there's just going to be 2 pods, usually by a road or a house.
Orders confirmed. On the move.
So we got the hill. Probably a bit risky, but also I'm a little bit tilted, so we'll just go up. I find 90% of the time on these missions, you've got a fair bit of space before the next pod. Not always, not 100%, but you generally can dash a bit. So let's keep an eye on some of these randos. But assault rifle with a frag is good enough. Assault rifle with a frag is also good enough. SMG with a frag, less good, but I mean, they got more mobility.
I'm all over.
Assault rifle frag, very standard.
No need to ask.
And SMG with a frag. Okay, so you kind of got the idea. 2 SMGs and a bunch of assault rifles. We'll just have to make do. Yeah, we're not going to be pulling off any big boot missions just yet. Sorry about that one. the sending 2% infiltrated mission. Unless you are incredibly overpowered, I cannot imagine doing it with rookies and squaddies. Okay, the road is here. Chances are this is where we'll find them. This is like a little bit dangerous for activation, so this is safer.
Orders confirmed. Moving out.
Feet.
Solid copy.
It's less dangerous with an SMG because smaller detection range, I suppose. But it looks like we can keep the high ground for a little bit longer. I should do that with my last move just to really, really do the good strategy. Show off the smartest tactics you can ever show off. How to get your squad wiped 101. Looks like I guessed the direction correctly. Like I said, you do the same missions enough times, even though the maps are randomized and there's some variations. It's not that random. Maybe we'll see from here. No. Although oddly enough, we can't even see here, but, you know, pretty sure they'll be like right there.
Moving out.
We'll orange move it. Maybe a bit further back. Maybe we were hearing the second pod, and then the first one's going to be over here. Does happen. So I don't think we're going to get a good high ground
Got it covered.
ambush, just based on how far back they're going to be. I want to get eyes on them if I can. We did not. So let's move up to the fence.
Affirmative.
Because none of these are real soldiers, I don't want them to die because I lose a Haven op, but I don't care about them very much. Now, Annette could technically be taking squad sight shots, but if I remember correctly, the vector rifle or strike rifle. Oh, it's not even a vector rifle. Oh, I gave them. Why did I do that? Is there a reason? See, if they had a regular sniper rifle, they actually could be sitting in the back taking squad sight shots. But I gave them the mobile scout rifle for some reason. Maybe their aim was just a little bit low. I don't remember. But yeah, I kind of built them for snapshot more than long shot. Huh. What does no scope do? Just remind me, game. No scope. This is just part of the gun. Fire a standard shot for one action that doesn't end the turn. You cannot use squad sight or get crits. So this is shoot and then get an overwatch is the idea, I think. And they're drowned. No sectopods yet. That would be illegal. And now everyone here would die. I don't think we have enough gunpowder to take down even a fairly large mech, let alone a sectopod. Who's got an SMG? You're gonna move up to that tree. Good luck. Don't die, Juanita Sanchez.
Got enemy movement here.
Okay. That is actually the first pod, because there's no faceless. So, that means they're the patrollers, and somewhere behind them, probably, not for sure, but somewhere back there, you'll probably find the second pods. We'll double move in, it's okay. Of course, we barely see them, but... no, let's just move up. No need to stay back if they're going to be that far away from us. Is there any chance they flank us? I mean, there's always a chance, but
Double time.
pretty low. I'm willing to do that. Just want to see what the odds are from long squad sight here. You know, that's not terrible, 71. But we do start getting weapon range penalties with this thing pretty quick. Like, I could get the high ground for like 10 more, but I think it would be offset, unfortunately, by the distance. So you get plus 10 and minus 10 for being further away. So, I mean, we can get some squad sight shots, but we have to be a bit closer. So maybe from here or something. It's the only person with any tricks at all, so I'll try to bring them up.
Let's do this.
You can shoot in Overwatch, but if you shot as the first action, you can move and do some other stuff. Yeah, I think it said something about that. Fire a standard shot for one action that does not end of the turn. Doesn't say anything else. It's all good. Well, do we activate here? Probably. We can't see the other pod, which I expect will be a little bit further back. What have we got? We've got regular sectoid, frost trooper. This might be the first frost trooper we've seen. They're not too scary. And then a regular trooper as well. So that's fine. We could grenade, but, you know, I'd like the bodies. We don't have any APs. So we just try to set up a few Overwatch shots. Maybe take the opener on... Well, there's shadow. I mean, it would be nice, but I think concealing, like I said, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, concealing shot's a pistol, which sucks. At least early game. Like, 1 damage. How are you getting a kill? Like, it is possible that we could set up a situation where one of them is almost dead. We can move in and finish them up with a pistol shot and reconceal. But that's a tough sell right now. So for now, can't even move these guys, so this is the best they're going to get. I might even just open with a frag. Try not to get a kill. Like, if I target here, it'll probably do like 1 or 2 damage and maybe 2 or 3 damage. And then just use a bunch of Overwatches to try to graze them to death with SMGs. I don't want to do all my units on Overwatch. But I don't... See, because I expect the next pod is fairly close. So, like, if they scamper back, moving up to flank them is probably pretty likely to actually activate another group, which is not what we want. I could cover for that by using my stealth unit to kind of look, but I kind of want to activate right now. So, I think... You will be my grenadier. We'll just aim it like that. It might kill the closer trooper, but I don't think so. If you're not in the middle of the blast areas, I don't think it's going to do... I mean, it could. It is possible, but I think that'll be okay. You're in probably full cover, so we'll go with that. I could also open with this instead, but, I mean, none of these are guaranteed anyway, so might as well start with the guaranteed damage and then see if some grazes finish stuff off. And then we've got a couple flanks if we inevitably fail.
Grenade out. Multiple hostiles.
We got 1, we lost some loot, whatever. But, actually, no, we got 2, but only one of them had loot. Whatever, it's fine, we lost some bodies. Good shot. Okay, that was very well done. that was better than expected. The grenade killed things I didn't even want it to kill, and then my squad soldiers just destroyed them. Okay, well, we still have concealment, so let's see if we can find the other group. Doesn't always go that smooth, but when it does, might as well move on. Keep it. One of the things I want to double check with this game is if we keep the corpses for things that get grenaded. Because I know we lost the loot, which could have been an Illyrium core, but did we lose the cryo trooper? Because that's a bit of a rare one.
Moving to Overwatch.
Rare, at least early on, slightly rare.
Let's move already. I'm on it.
All right, they're activating, probably. Yeah. If I hadn't moved up, we might have been able to set up a better trap, but I did not know where they were, so I just figured full cover was smart. As it is, would have been better if we stayed back.
Enemy squad located.
So we got an officer, that can mark targets, we got a regular guy, and a faceless. I love yellow alert. It's my favorite thing, where they just shoot you. At least he's not on Overwatch. SMG, bad at flanking. Good mobility. Bad, well, good at flanking, bad at long range flanking, I guess is the thing. Well, there's not much point for concealment anymore, so this is the last activation. Okay, just planning it out. These guys are too far away. In hindsight, I really should have stayed here, and then... I mean, they may have still activated, but... they would have had a bit more room to move, and we might have had a chance to reload and move together. Okay. This is my best shot on the officer. Without trying to blow up a workbench with a grenade, which, you know, might work. Which is what we'll do here. Can I throw a grenade that far? Probably not. We would be far enough away the faceless is not going to be able to attack us from here. It's full cover. You've already been tagged. You definitely die. Well, everyone's in death range. I mean, that's just how it is on these missions.
Here I come.
How do you have vision stepping here, shooting not around the car, but through the car? I mean, I guess I take it. I did not expect... I thought she might have had flank on someone else, but... Huh. When I saw that yellow. I mean, you could definitely blow up the thing. I mean, I guess I take the 88. We could do up to 6 damage and one-shot him. Or no, up to 5 damage. SMG.
That is not good.
Yep. 88.
Running dry on ammo.
It's okay. When they die, it's because they deserved it. It's alright. You're going to hit a crit. That's an 88 and a 71. This is going to go bad. There's no easy recovery here, missing the 2 good flanks. So, to be fair, the grenade wouldn't have changed anything. It would have done a couple damage probably, and then we would have missed. So, at least it would have had some guaranteed damage, I guess. That's your best move. No, I'm probably not close enough for another frag. I'm not even going to bother with that. So I guess a smoke? We'll see where I put everybody, but I think we break concealment. Take a shot from here. These things, are you allowed to snapshot with these? I don't think she can. So it's not like the scout sniper. It's still a stationary. I mean, I can use the pistol. This is why I don't like snapshot snipers. I mean, you need an actual snapshot sniper, but I never remember. And then, like, I'm like, oh, this would be a good flank, and with a reasonable rifle, we could maybe kill him on a shot. But she's not going to get it. She's going to get, 1 damage. So... yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. for these guys. It's a good thing I don't care about them very much. This actually totally messes up my new Chili Haven, because we lose one automatically, and if anyone dies, then we lose more. And of course, it's an engineer. It's not even an officer. I got it wrong. It'll probably just flashbang us, which is just going to make it take forever. Color, it looks like an officer, but it's engineer technically. I could try a couple Overwatches, but I mean, 50-50. There is a world where this kills.
Alien object in sight.
So that's earned. We missed the 88 flank, we missed the 77 or whatever flank, but then we hit the whatever junk odds that was, 40 something. Okay, I'll take it. So now we're probably fine. Faceless was just gonna move. This guy might take a shot. We actually can safely move our op now. Maybe. Actually, what I can do is open the gate very sneakily, and then I want to be in a position to flank next turn because we're probably not going to kill. There's no way we kill, but this should be pretty good for next round. And they don't know she's over here, so they can't do anything about it. Okay, and then that leaves this group. Probably the most likely problem will be my front character dying. So I guess I can smoke them. I don't want to smoke the Faceless, so I'm going to very much back row the smoke grenade. Otherwise, it's going to stand in smoke. And it still might. And then our last one will probably just be on Overwatch somewhere. At least he'll get a shot on the Faceless. Back here is the only full cover. I mean, we're in full cover. I don't think our vision even goes this far from here, though. I think if I want to shoot something in this zone, we need to move up a little bit. And I think half cover is fine. They've got 6 HP, so they can take a hit. That's my story. 30% through full cover. And the big boy, Mr. Chonk. Don't tell me he can hit through that. That was good. The move up and shot worked. Max damage. And of course he's hiding in the smoke, but no, that's okay. Okay. I think we're good. This guy... So again, I insist that the AI cheats. Yes, he moved from full cover, I think full cover to full cover. And this did give him full cover against us. But it just so happens to give him full cover to this side where my invisible sniper is. It's kind of like they just know that I'm over here, even though they really, really shouldn't by the rules. And if they had a Spectre or whatever the class that they get with auto-concealment, we would never know, and they'd get the free flank shot, because that's what they do. That's the whole thing. Anyway, it's fine. I just fundamentally dislike that the AI seems to just always know how to be in where all you are. I guess we take the point blank. We don't really want to move my injured, very slightly injured soldier around. On the other hand, this might be a way to open up a wall, but frags suck. Do we just go super aggro here? I think I just want the mission to be over. So, let me just do this. Yeah, no, the corner is a good tile. I'll give them that. But it just seems suspicious is all that they... This isn't like a one-time thing. It seems to happen a lot. So if I wanted to destroy the wall on this side, is there any world where that happens? We'll see. Frags have failed me pretty hard on cover destruction. Oh, it just killed him. I'll never know. Did that... It actually did destroy the correct wall, because I can move through it, which is great. I would have had a good flank shot. But it's like the game knows. Oh yeah, how did that work? Do you still have your... Oh, I didn't actually click the no scope, and it was probably a squad sight shot, so I couldn't have anyway. Alright, we just gotta kill a zombie. Not a zombie, a flesh monster. An abomination.
Running dry.
I believe we can do 1 damage, right? We'll just stand right there. 81. Alright. Then maybe we had some pretty high rolls there. Anyway, that fight went alright.
Confirmed. Mission accomplished.
So I want to double check the loot, right? We blew up 3 bodies. So we'll find out if we get 6 corpses, we get them anyway. Doesn't matter. All you lose is the, you know, the weapon mods or the PCS or whatever. But if we lose the bodies, then we've got to be a little bit more careful. And I never remember how each game does that, because each game is different.
Advent officials announced an increase to this month's recruitment quotas. Citizens are encouraged to voluntarily visit their nearest recruitment center. Remember, only together can we build a better tomorrow.
At least we get the cool music. If you're wondering, I do have a mod, technically, that remixes the XCom Enemy Unknown and Enemy Within music into the XCom 2 game. So, in theory, our music playlist includes all the XCOM 2 stuff, as well as some of the stuff from the older games that's a bit iconic. We can level up our scout here. They did just fine, I guess. I mean, they didn't do much. So I could get Snapshot and do what I was trying to do. I could make their pistols better. I could give them... It's always hard when there's perks that give 2 perks, because I'm like, that's efficient. Take the double perk, right? I mean, this is pretty good. Trench Warfare, if you've killed something, assumedly, you get an automatic hunker, which keeps you safe. And because of the other perk that you get for free, hunkering increases your aim and crit by 20 next turn. So you kill something, get bonus defense, and then bonus aim and crit on your next turn to help you kill and continue. It's a great combo, and you get it at Lance Corporal for 1 pick, which is kind of strong. Maybe that's what I should do if I want a sniper. But if I want a movement sniper, then yeah, then you go snap. But they start squad sight, so it seems like they're kind of building to this. Unless you're going concealment, and then you probably want them running around and stuff. And they do get that. It's just pistols, right? So if you're like, but I want to do concealing shot, then you're like, well, you should probably do more damage, because 2 to 4 damage is a heck of a lot better than 1 to 3. And not this one, but there's a pistol feat somewhere that removes the aim penalties. It's something like Magnum, just not exactly that one. Silent shot. Makes concealing shot not even turn ending. No cooldown. That's actually not bad. So that means you could, if there's no cooldown, you could try it twice in a row. As long as one of them hits, you might get it. So you could definitely make a good, like, this is the scout class. We could make not a shooty scout that just sneaks around. We kind of have to decide, because they're kind of building off of the Lance Corporal pick. I don't think Snapshot's the way to go, although we might pick this anyway, because movement is so good. I'm going to look at them in the barracks to see what weapons they can equip, because I can't remember exactly. And the truth is, yes, grenades destroy corpses, kind of like I thought. So we got 3 out of 6. We lost the cryo corpse. So yeah, be careful about that if you're playing along. You don't have a lot of missions where corpses drop anyway, and if you grenade them, you don't get them at all. So it is what it is. We didn't get much loot either. But it was kind of a free mission. But didn't that strike rifle still need... Let me look at this again. It still required 2 actions to fire normally. So it's only the no-scope action that's 1 action point. So you could move and no-scope. That's all it's really giving you. And then there's the 1A. I really think the one clip sniper rifle is just the worst. There's a whole bunch of this in the chain that are all something like auto snipers that require 2 actions to shoot like normal, but only have 1 clip, and I think it's just not good. So we're giving up 1 point of damage. We get a little bit larger clip size. 3 to 4 doesn't make much difference. We're giving up some crit chance and a damage, basically. So that we have an option to move and shoot. I think. So the only reason you'd ever even pick Snapshot is if you want to use a full sniper rifle and not one of the smaller ones. I feel like this perk is a trap. We've already got squad sight. I think this is the kind of class, in my mind, they do some scouting, they stay concealed if they can, and then once you know you've got a fight coming up, you put them somewhere that's squad sight, hopefully like good vision range, maybe some high ground, and then you just have them support with standard sniping rules. Trying to do flanking stuff, I mean, their mobility is okay, there's nothing wrong with that. The concealment shot's pistols, so don't confuse that with the sniper shots. This is a pistol pick. I really think duck and cover, I think this pick wins because it's a double pick, right? It gives me 2 good ones. If you kill something, you get a hunker, which is great. And you can choose to hunker, which gives you a setup for the next turn anyway, which is already I think those are good perks individually. Getting 2 for 1, even if they're kind of designed for a pistol or movement sniper, snapshot sniper, man, we can lead it into double tap, right? Like think about it, right? Sure, you're concealed, but you can get to good position. Double tap gives you 2 shots with a real sniper rifle. You got lead the target, which is so good for breaking ambushes or starting ambushes. I think the scout, I'm going to treat like a sniper that can stealth a little bit. And just treat them like a good sniper. Their aim is decent, not amazing. Like, they're not like a 75 rookie. But I think we make them work as a just add 20, right? Hunker, get that plus 20 aim. Now you're up to 90. That's good, especially on high ground. In theory, the hunker aim plus high ground 10, you can get to 100 aim right now. And that's far more reliable than most of the other tricks we're doing. Scroll the tree. Basically, everybody has a pistol one underneath. We won't be able to see them until we finish whatever building we need for them. Most people have the option. This one's one of the few that automatically has a pistol slot, but most classes can bring a pistol if you want, even though they don't start with it. Yeah, most people have an empty pistol slot, and then you can choose to bring one at the cost of some mobility. And therefore, in the hidden underground, there's basically always I think it's randomized, but it's a pistol. It's got all the typical pistol trees. So if you do have a class that is built around a pistol, like for instance, the scout does have a pistol, right? Like that does make some sense because we always have one, and it doesn't technically cost us mobility. If we wanted to take the pistol tree, you can probably double dip it if you had combat intelligence, which we do not. Because these will always cost soldier AP, or XCom AP, but I'm not going to want to invest. We're not going to get very much. So a high combat intelligence scout could probably get a lot of bonus pistol damage and abilities, and then you'd get like fan fire and lightning hands and all the other kind of pistol perks down here as well, and that would combo pretty well. I think you could have a pistol scout pretty much for sure, but you need some AP. And unfortunately, you can never unequip your primary. So, like, if you wanted a pistol scout, this is still not the best class for it because you're carrying around a big strike rifle. You might as well have somebody who's dedicated to it. Anyway, it seems okay. Okay, so that was just a little side mission. I'm actually going to go get a drink. We're going to do another real mission here in just a second. This one here. We're going to get a third engineer, hopefully. This is going to be a little bit dangerous. In fact, I might even consider over-infiltrating. This is our first... This is the Advent 3, Strength 3 zone, so it's going to be, you know, a little bit more dangerous than the last one, and I really do want to succeed on it. So it's possible we let them infiltrate a bit more. I'm going to take a quick, like, bio break and get a drink, and I'll think about it. You guys can think about whether or not we want to run this immediately or try to get to, like, 125 or something before we go. Because we could, I'm pretty sure. We can look at the squad while I'm gone, too. They're basically rookies. Back in a minute. All right, live tubers and live Twitchians. Blue is back. He had a drink. He's got more drink. He's ready to kill some alien scum. I see the discussion about pistoliers in the comments. Yeah, Jarrell is correct. There's definitely a perk. I don't think everybody gets it, but there's definitely a perk that removes all pistol aim penalties. I think it's a bit rare, though, not too often. I don't think they ever work at squad site, but you can definitely get assault rifle range pistols if you want, which sounds great. Not so much at basic ballistic 1 to 3 damage tier, but once you're in plasma tech and you're doing, I forget what pistols are at plasma, like 5 to 7 or 6 to 8, probably something in there. At that point, having a pistol, you're still killing stuff pretty effectively. A lot of, you might have just been looking at it longer on the level up tree there. A lot of classes you can scroll down to some other, another tree. I missed it a lot when I first started playing, and it's generally just a pistol tree, but sometimes there are perks hidden down below on the left side that just, you've got a couple free perks that you just didn't see if you don't scroll down. But that's a bit rare, not too common. Okay, so on the plus side for our current mission, this is a lot of soldiers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's great. That does mean it takes longer to infiltrate, so getting to 125 might take longer than you'd think. But 8 is a lot. We're still outnumbered, but I think, even though I'm pretty confident we could win this as is, I think I'm going to wait. Yeah, I don't want to wait till after the supply drop, but I'm willing to wait a little bit to get them to vulnerable if we can, just to make it a little easier. I don't think it's necessary, but I'd also like to show it off, right? Like, this is something we can show off kind of early on. So that's my thinking, which means I really need to get this one geared up, because I already wasted half a day misclicking, basically. So let's get another light, extremely light mission for money. We need the money. Let's get this started.
Setting course for Sector 2, Australia.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be showing off all the perks as we get levels up and stuff. It's just I don't want to spend too many hours getting prepped. It's already pretty slow, but I will show it off as we go. Okay, so do I take more rookies? Maybe. Most of our rookies suck, though. We've already used the good ones. You know. What are you gonna do with 55 aim? That's so bad. You just fire him right now. But I do want to show off more classes. So I think we take the high rankers that have goodwill, so they're ready to lead. I want them to get promotions. I'll have more missions coming up. I'll generally have one of my highest ranked guys lead the squad until we start getting officers. We might be at the point where I generally want to bring someone who can hack. Smash and grab doesn't need the hacking. This is it's actually a pretty combat heavy mission. I don't think you even get stealth. So having someone with shadow would be pretty awesome, actually. Do I have a squaddy with concealment? I'm sure we do somewhere. I got so many that I haven't shown off at all yet, so I'll be looking forward to bringing out these new guys with their new shiny classes. I do have a Shiv on a mission. Good. I wanted to show that off too. Agent hacking and stealth, I think. No. They can get some stealth somewhere, or maybe not. Are you the... It's shotgun or sniping. Such a weird mix. Yeah, we had a high mobility one, so we went with shotgun, I think, and bad aim. But yeah, agents can make pretty good snipers too, and they start with damn good ground, but it's okay. Okay, I don't really want to bring them then. Well, I might want to bring... I'm thinking like half and half real soldiers and then half rookies. I'm just trying to find someone who actually likely to have shadow. Is gorillas, maybe? Yeah, that'll do. Okay. William Wallace, totally, can be our, keep an eye, he can be our spotter. He's even good at spotting. I don't think we're going to get, well, 6 or 7 tops. So, maybe 3 rookies, just to keep a little bit of a trickle of newbies coming in. And then, smash and grab, like I said, very common combat-heavy mission. I think maybe we bring one of our basic snipers just to show them off. I don't think I need a hacker specifically. Let's see if I can fit 3 rookies and see how much our time is at this point. So who's left? Best of the rookies. Is there anyone that's any good left in our pool? 63 aim. I mean, they got a lot of dodge. Well, too much dodge. 62 aim is just a little weak, but at least they have normal movement. We can make it work. What else was in here? We have a 71 aim that can't hardly move, which is not the best. Smash and grab is also a pretty mobile mission. You'll see when we get there. I mean, these 1465s, like, average aim, below average movement, like, it's okay, but I might want to put an SMG on them. In fact, that's probably going to be my default. I don't like SMGs, but if your movement sucks, at least you have a chance to get close enough to throw a grenade. Well, maybe I'll show you some stealth strats. I don't love the stealth, but there is something about having a shadow stealth unit spotting while a sniper halfway across the map just picks them off. It is not going to work on every map, but it does feel real nice when it works. You get one of those 100 aim snipers, you just start unloading. 1364. What are they even good at? Where did all their stats go? Maybe they've got a really good combat intelligence or something, but oof, brutal. 13? Man, there's so many 13s. I'm gonna delete them. Like, you might be like, oh, but the shivs only have 12. Yeah, but they don't have to carry grenades. They are just 12 by baseline. These guys, you put at 13, you carry a grenade, you're down to 12. You have an armor, you're down to 11. Like, it's brutal. I'm not seeing much left. I guess we can take some more speedy ones for something. Hey there, Tedster. Hit points in will, yeah. Unfortunate. I kind of wish there was a way. There might be a mod. It'd be cool if there was a way to, like, point buy them. It'd probably be broken. You'd need them to, like, cost, like, 10 times the normal recruitment price or something. But, like, like D&D, right? Like, you'd be like, I don't know, you had like 100 ability points to start with or something, and it costs 5 per will or 2 per aim or whatever it would be, I don't know. But however the game actually calculates it, you could probably just make a calculator. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, you just make a whole bunch of people with max aim and stuff. But we'll give these guys a try. I think, yeah, we can definitely fit one more in. So 3 rookies, 3 not rookies, and 1... Of course the connection dies. Sorry, internet. 13 snipers. 13 mobility snipers are fine, except for all of the evac missions with timers where, like, you're... It's fine, but it's not great. They're good on slow missions, but how many slow missions do we get? Not that many. I guess we'll just show something off then. So what do we have? We have stealth a little bit. We've got something with sniping, and we've got skirmisher, who's good at a lot of stuff, shooting and grappling and ripjack. So just to round things out, we'll pick a squatty. I don't know, we got a lot of different classes here, so somebody kind of looks fun. We don't have a healer. Healers. Actually, you know what? We'll bring the Scion. We got an early Scion. We might as well show off some cool Psi stuff early on. We can't even build any psychic stuff at all, but sure, we've got hexadecimal. And they got a couple low-level Psi abilities. And hey, look, we got a healer. Surprise. So this is pretty fun. That'll be good. That'll be a nice way to mix it up. Yeah, the not created equal thing. I know-ish how it works, but obviously you can... This is the reason I actually specifically generated a whole bunch of extra rookies at the beginning, was just because I hate how about half of them turn out with 55 aim. Because it's not exactly half, of course, but I seem to get a lot of 55 aims in my not created equal groups, and they're just so hard to use. And 13 mobility too is rough. Okay, equipment. Well, we don't have much in the pool yet. In fact, you might say we have some AP grenades, and that's about all we've got. So we'll bring a couple of those. Good for rookies. I don't know. I feel frags are so bad in the early game at destroying cover reliably. It depends on the cover, but it's pretty hard to destroy a wall with a frag, unless it's made out of wood. So we'll do that. A couple APs. These guys, we've got a smoke. We actually don't need a med kit at all because we get a couple free heals if we need it. Shotgun, gorilla. I mean, I've been trying to show off too. I will have to spend more time on this later on, but you know, there are alternate. There's the hunting shotgun with the slow reload. Maybe in the early game, the hunting shotgun's better because we have short missions. Usually, you're not going to run out of 4 ammo very often with no abilities, no multi-shots, no special things. And that 1 damage makes more difference right now than it does at the end of the game. I mean, 1 damage is always good, but I guess I could still strip that off. That must have been from the... Oh, no, it's not. I thought it was a weapon mod. Oh, it probably is. I just can't change it. It must be from the Gatecrasher freebie stuff. I'll try out the hunting shotgun. I think it's fine. Nine environmental damage. Yeah, I don't know the code nearly well enough to know the difference. I just know frags empirically much weaker than the guaranteed terrain destruction that a lot of us are used to. Let's just say. But okay, we've got a guerrilla sort of stealth shotgun with hollow targeting. He does have a way to burn through ammo a little bit, but he probably won't be doing a lot of fighting with Phantom anyway. So I'll just throw in some armor, of course. I feel really, really naked not throwing on plating, and I don't want to send all my AP grenades out because we're pretty limited capacity right now. Flashbang, and I know some of you guys really like smokes. I'm not a huge fan of smokes, but I'll bring a couple of these. And that's kind of the leaders, I guess. And then the sniper, probably just going to try to hide somewhere and get a good opening with lead the target. Is probably the plan. I don't think we've got... Well, we have a few... I have to throw a scope on the sniper, sure. It's too early for me to care much about that kind of stuff, but aim's low. Well, not that low, but the scopes are pretty good for snipers, I feel. Hollow targeting. I still, even with a sniper, I'm going to put armor on. 3 HP is you're dead if you get hit. This is 5, which is you might live. And then... I generally like smokes on the snipers a bit more because they're at the back. And if they get into trouble... I often just make... This is my standard like sniper build, basically. Some kind of armor, smoke, and a med kit for emergencies. Because they're not as likely to be up front in the grenade smoke. I mean, smoke can be good. I prefer flashes because they do more in removing suppression or removing Overwatch and stuff. Frags, if they work, especially once you have better grenades, some kind of destruction is great. And then our Scion. So Scions, I rarely want to have a heavy weapon. They can use shotguns and stuff. But early game, they're not doing a ton of abilities yet. But later on, like, I mean, you can build these guys for shooting, but I feel like a lot of the time they're going to be spending their turns doing psychic abilities, so they don't really need a gun. So you can just give them an SMG for the mobility, basically. But it's pretty early, so that's not totally true yet. We could try out... I don't know. I don't know if I've even shown off the Hunter's Rifle yet. I can show it off. Yeah, I'll show it off. That's good for a Scion, sure. It's a bit wider range, 2 to 6 damage instead of 3 to 5. So it still has the same average, but, you know, you might do 2. It's kind of like SMG that could do good. It's kind of a way to think about it. But it's got some aim bonus marking stuff you can do, which is fun. And yeah, we'll give it a shot. It's actually kind of a bad combo with the Psychic because it lowers the cooldown or raises the cooldown, whatever, but it shouldn't matter on the early missions. But yeah, I pretty much always use plating until we have at least Predator armor, I think, is pretty much the only way to do it. Flash, and because your gun probably sucks, is that 3 APs on one mission? So to be fair, this is one of the harder missions, the 3 strength advent rather than 1. It's our first expanded region, so we want more destruction than normal if we can. That should be enough. Or no, that's the wrong one. Sorry, I got them mixed up. This is still 7 to 9, easy peasy. 7 people, could be 7 on 7 with a drone. We're fine. No need to overthink it. It's early. We can still bring some rookies. Yeah, I've got the PsyOps. I'm playing... I guess I didn't even recognize Tedster. You might be the pack that I'm using. Yeah, because I think this run I started with the Mod Jam, Ted Jam Plus, whatever it's called. And then I added some UI stuff as you do. I didn't remove too much. But yeah, I feel like I'm pretty close to the basic pack there. I think I got like enemy corpse pickup and stuff. I've managed to get a couple things to work with it. I'm not a huge config editor one. Also, hey there, Caesar on YouTube. New member even. Ooh. Okay, so that'll be there, you know, in 5 hours. We'll get to that mission probably. The plan is probably just do this mission, but I was going to show you guys off the over-infiltration a little bit. So we'll get it to 125. And hey, we succeed on our first covert op, which we probably got a bunch of faceless, but, you know, one way or the other. We succeed. We did not get a promotion. That's too bad. Oh, that's where the Shiv went. I didn't even send it on a mission. I'm not going to be showing it off. I forgot. Fun. We'll use a Shiv eventually, trust me. Okay, so if I remember, yes, this is why we're trying to rush a Sergeant. We want to get the Templars going. Yeah, I mean, so far I'm pretty happy with it, Tedster. I feel like overall the pack is pretty stable. I mean, I've had some couple weird ones, but that's just the nature of having hundreds of mods. I guess we just go for the AP points, probably. It's not much, or the ability points. Like, 16 is little. I could get a bounty hunter, I guess. Can't afford anything. Bounty hunters are cool, but they're still like Reapers. I'm not a huge Reaper fan in general. And yeah, that's all we got a choice of. So, and we can only pick one, right? Important to remember. It's the end of the month. Supply drop instantly. So we could skip it and just wait for the refresh. And I think it's quite likely the bounty hunter will stay there because it's like a unique. So I'm pretty sure that will respawn either immediately or eventually. So it's kind of like, do you want 16 AP in 6 days or just want to do a different mission? I actually think I'm going to take the refresh. I'm not going to worry about 1 day of lost ops. Because this is okay, but it's like one perk. And we're too early game. We don't even have the building to use them yet. The Long War Shadow, yeah. Part of it is I can't separate all the different mod packs I've played over the years, right? So like Vanilla versus Long War versus War of the Chosen versus a variety of different mods. Like they all sort of mix and match together with me. So sometimes I'll definitely forget where things originated from. I mean, I guess we could get out of the way, but it is a long one. So what I want is probably more recruit rebel missions early on. I mean, a troop column infiltration would be great, don't get me wrong. There's definitely some good covert ops you can get that are better than either of these. So for early game, I don't need a bounty hunter yet, and I don't really need the ability points yet. So I'm going to wait, which is interesting. Not my usual choice. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's fair. I don't know the rules for the ops unlocking. That's fair too. So I might be waiting for nothing, but again, I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. What are we at? 109. We're not going to get to 125 by the end of the month. I guess we just go. I don't think it really matters, but if we get it done before the end of the first supply drop, then they'll count it in our missions complete in our first month, which, I mean, there's no global panic anymore. But let's just get this going. I want to do a mission, and this should be okay. So for YouTube membership, it's kind of like following on Twitch, I believe. Or no, this is the other way around. Membership is like Twitch subscribers. That's the one. So you pay a bit and you get some emoticons, emojis, whatever you want to call them. And yes, sometimes there's some perks for channel members and stuff. But I'm not a very consistent streamer these days, so I don't want to promise bonus things. You get some emotes, and you get the little symbol by your name, and you get to feel special. I don't know. Some channels, I'm sure, have some pretty complicated models for rewards, but I gotta keep it simple. Okay, focus on the mission. You guys keep chatting, don't worry about it. I have to think a little bit. So this is we got a lot of people. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, how did I get 9? One of them's the guy we're rescuing, right? That's too many. Assault rifle. This guy, okay. He just blended in. I couldn't tell the difference. But this is our engineer. We're gonna get this guy out. No problem. It's not an engineer. Whatever. He's the guy we gotta get out. It's fine. He doesn't have a gun. Just a civilian. So, corner. In the corner. Not a super large map, so we're more likely to run into pods pretty early. Actually, don't have very far to go as a whole. In fact, it makes sense. We just work our way over the roof, fight hopefully a pod down here, and then just jump out and we're done. You know, ideal. We are not concealed. Right, so yeah, broken concealment start. We didn't have anyone with shadow or whatever to start with, so we got to be careful. Okay, okay. Easy. Go to the roof. Set up overwatches. Keep it simple. Like 18 turns, we don't have very far to go. The most important thing is just to not have a bad first encounter. That's all I've got to worry about. Yeah, and these people with the amazing 11 mobility is going to be like that. So for now, I think we're just going to line up around here where no one can see us. Because we got some people who are pretty slow. So we're not going to be getting overwatches even on this one. Put you back here. I think there's, yeah, 0% chance of being spotted there. We got our captain, who's a frost captain, right? I haven't shown this guy off a whole lot. This was our free gate smasher advent troop, I guess. He gets some cool stuff. I don't know if they're great, but I think if you have more than one person with cooling, chilling rounds or grenades, that could work. Man, I was expecting more than one person would have Overwatch up here, but yeah, miscalculated. All right, that's fine. Just get everybody up there. Oh, that was a misclick. Where's he going? That's fine. That was a blue move. That was, I don't know how it does it, but every now and then the interface just is like, you clicked somewhere around here, and it's like, nah, you go there instead. Sometimes I just click a little too quick. Sometimes the game definitely cheats. Oh no, this is activating? You gotta be kidding me.
I've got eyes on advent troops.
This game, man. At least they're stupid and jump down, but... Was it the angle he ran up from? Was just a slight wider? He touched one of these corners a little bit more? Sure. We'll bitter frost grenade them. That's what we'll do. There's only 2. It's a small group. I mean, to be fair, they probably can't even get a shot off if we stay all up here, but it's still very frustrating. Okay, let's get every time. We can get full cover for 1, 2 even, technically. Do I stand and fight with 2 people? That's not... But they're just troopers, right? Maybe? I don't want to lose sight of them. Like, what I don't want, really, as much as it... I could end the turn up here pretty safely, I think. But then I won't know where they are. And they could have an Overwatch set up where I turn a corner and get shot. So, I feel like keeping eyes on them is probably worth it, and I can get a half cover shot or some grenades or something. Bitter Frost grenade does do some damage, lowers their mobility so they're not going to get away as easy. So many rookies. I forget where the other one scampered to. I didn't pay enough attention because I wasn't expecting it. It's probably, if I had to take a guess, like one of these spots. The door is open, so somewhere in there probably. We'll see. Let's just do it. We'll see what happens. Hey, we're flanking him. He's stupid. Okay, well that makes this really easy then. And this is even our guy that's got the cool suppressing shot early on, which is really nice, but we don't... I mean, we could miss. We could graze. But I bet all my life on that. From here, we can only see the guy inside, so this is like a backup grenade or flash. Probably flash if we miss. Sure. I'm okay with this. Hey, no problem. Got the crit. And then, yeah. Maybe we just flash anyway, honestly. I didn't check. Sometimes there's like another spot in here that you could get a shot. Like if we had more mobility, we could get to here, which would have been another good shot, but no one's going to be fast enough for that, I don't think. It's half cover with high ground. You know, we do have pretty good advantages here, but I don't have any cover at all in that room for this one. Maybe if I did it the other way around, maybe Athena could have got here and my captain could have maybe got over there, but it's fine. I'm going to stick to full cover, and we're just going to flash, I think. 54, no way, not going to trust that. Alright, and then this one, probably just overwatches. I wouldn't be surprised if a drone flies in at this point. Okay, he runs into full, overwatches as you expect. No drone, okay. 17 turns, already activated, but this gets rid of 2 out of the 7 to 9. Oh no, this is the 11 to 13. This is the mission we're expecting a lot of enemies, right? So, more than normal. I guess we could use the suppressing shot. We have to reload and do it, but that breaks the Overwatch, might kill him. Overwatches him either way. We're still blocking the stairs. But I think that's probably... It's this one, right? Yeah. 50-50. Could kill. Breaks this. It'll automatically suppress. So it breaks the Overwatch no matter what. I don't have to use any more grenades. Does get rid of all my ammo, but that's okay. 50-50, you get what you get. But then you get the free suppress, which is such a nice ability. I guess maybe there was a way to... I could have fragged the wall, but these kind of walls, I don't think a frag is going to... Not one frag is going to destroy that. Maybe multiple. But... Okay, that puts Athena in a bit of a bad spot. She's got a harder time getting the roof. Not impossible, but not the best. We do want to, get moving. Is there anyone... I don't really have anyone that's fast on this mission. So, like, there's no possible flanking ever happening on this turn. I think we just start moving up, like I said. The aliens are probably going to a yellow alert now. So, we just want to overwatch it. And if I was taking a guess, this is the wall. Lower chance of enemies here, probably, given that these guys were starting around there. Probably very high chance of a pod underneath the evac point, and maybe another one over here is my guess. So with that in mind, stick to full cover if possible. Get a little bit of vision, start moving up. We're going to crawl a little bit. These are rookies. They suck.
No problem, boss.
I'm going.
I don't really want to... Like, this is okay. We get some vision in there, but... Do I risk a yell? Nah, I think we're okay doing this. We'll have a lot of Overwatches up here. If anything flies over, we got a pretty good chance of just killing it. Would be nice to help down here. I mean, we could have taken a couple shots from half cover, I guess, while he's suppressed. But he's in full, right? So, like... I guess Athena has probably nothing better to do. 39. It's pretty bad, but I guess we'll take it. Sometimes you just get lucky and all your planning doesn't matter because you just get the 39. You can't count on stuff like that. That's why we suppressed and didn't really expect anything. So, it's all good. I don't really like playing around the 30s and 40s much, but sometimes you don't have a choice. But yeah, yellow alert means we still want to be a little bit careful. I'm not playing on like legendary impossible, so it's not guaranteed. But they do still get their free shots now and then. All right, we gotta get some forward momentum going. One of the big questions is, should we try to get the loot? The answer really depends on if anything activates. Maybe get some vision up here. Because if we have a bit of a zone of safety, then I would like the loot. Always be greedy, but... I think I want to take a peek down into here, too.
I'm going.
But yeah, one pod right next to our spawn. They wouldn't give us 2 pods on top of us, right? It's probably all the vision... No, we can't quite make it to the corner there. That'd be a nice corner. And of course, there's no cover except the corner. Let's just take a look to the right. I think it's very unlikely, but you never know. And then not much else we can do for forward, so we want to stay inside our sight range. Hopefully not trip any weird, crazy angles this time. And then maybe think about getting some loot. Have to go this turn, though. So, Frost Captain needs to reload. I think he goes up and reloads. And then... It's such a trap. This is what XCom's really good at, though. Putting you in this kind of... Do you yellow move into unknown vision ranges? To be fair, this guy is further forward, but there's a lot of cover blocking his sight. And this is even like the friggin' Bridge of Death stuff here, right? Like, there's a lot of places for enemies to hide down there. We're gonna do it, of course, but I will stay as far back as I can. I mean, experimental mags are cool. They give you free ammo slot.
Target asset located.
All right. Safe enough. We'll just blue move up, get some overwatches for... I mean, I really do generally assume there's a couple drones on every early mission, so... I mean, almost all missions maybe, but especially early on, I feel like they're just everywhere.
What's over there?
Alright, cover's fairly jank, but we'll make it work. Lots of overwatches is nice.
Überwachung läuft.
Right, and then that's my city. So next turn we get to the edge of the building. I heard a window smash. You might be able to find it on the map, but it's probably on the one over here under the evac. So what I'm gonna guess is that something activated like way back here and is like smashing through some windows. Could be drone, could be something. At least it's not a sectopod. Better not be. Okay, the riskiest move probably is getting right up to the vision up here. So we'll do this first.
Kein Problem.
See what's down there, if there is anything. No activations. Second riskiest move, we don't need to look to the left yet, so... There's just so many shadows down there. We gotta be a little bit smart. Let's use the not really cover, but far enough back. And I might even just dash people up there for... Well, let's... The next riskiest thing is actually this. I always forget the pickup rules. Walls block it, but I believe from this square it counts you here, and then you have an open path to the middle. But if I stood, like, if you could stand there, you would not be able to pick it up because you can't reach around, I think. But it's a blue move, so we'll figure it out. Yeah. Sometimes the pickup stuff is just a bit weird. Okay. All good. All good. Yeah, and there's no cover there at all. Don't really want to hop down yet, so...
I'm going.
Yeah. This is our point. We move up to here, and then we plan our attack across the valley.
I'm going. Got it.
Dash you... Close enough that we can get to the barrier. And you can just Overwatch.
Mir entgeht nichts.
Yeah, I really wish I had someone with concealment, but it's too early for those kind of abilities, really. This would be a great time for... Even to battle scanner would be awesome right now. I generally don't even like battle scanners that much, but this is when you want one. Because you don't... There's like a whole bunch of enemies out there, you know. And you really don't want to activate them all at once. Oh, look who it is! Wow, that works!
Advent forces on the ground.
Hey, guys! That's not where I expected them to come from, but, okay, so I think the little camera zoom there, it's probably a pod of 3. We killed the first one with a really nice reaction. This guy's up close, ready to get flanked, and there's probably another one in there somewhere. That worked out crazy lucky for us. See, the crawling, this is my... One of my pet peeves with new XCom. The best strategy, most of the time, I'm going to say 70-80% of the time, is to blue move a couple steps, Overwatch, blue move a couple steps, Overwatch. As long as you have turn timer. But, like, this is why. This is so, like, it's so much better of an opening on your turn than moving in and activating something with your last move or whatever. Now, we can probably sort of cheat. If there is another guy over here, he's right there. Unless there's a... No, there's a fax machine or something. But, you know, you can sometimes find them hiding in the shadows there. And I could be wrong. Maybe there isn't anybody else, but I guess we should find out. So... The risk of moving up here is activating more, but it's better cover. You could stay here, pick up the loot, get the flank, probably kill, but then you're open to if we activate anything else. We have to be very careful for the rest of the turn. If there are more enemies, we want people up top to jump down. We got a good way to jump down if we need to. Maybe we start with that, with someone really close by. Well, I say we got an easy way to jump down. We can jump down 1 level. Jumping 2 is a bit trickier. This will certainly activate more stuff if they're there. But we'll know what's in the room. And I can decide how to make my flank kill there. And we still have a fair distance to the evac. I think we jump down into the corner cover, which will definitely reveal whatever's going on in there. And we're blue moves, so we can get out of there if we need to. And if we do activate, I've got lots of turns to figure it out. And at least he's in full cover. That's my logic.
Got some ad right here.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised. That's okay though. Sectoid, couple grunts. Actually, we got a mystery not activate. It seems like this map is giving us a lot of really small pods. That was a 2, and there's another one up there that maybe was, I don't know how big it was, but there was one guy standing up here but didn't activate. So sneaky vision that we shouldn't probably get. But that does mean this is a bad spot. On the other hand, it means we're gonna have a fight on this side anyway coming up. So might as well just take the cover, I guess. Worry about the loot later if we're doing okay.
Moving to position.
If this activates another pod, I quit. I mean, we might have missed, but we had some backups. Okay.
Out of rounds.
Maybe every pod is size 2 on this map, which is a little unusual. But, I guess it can happen, of course. Well, we sure have some good high ground here if we want to take some 60s. I guess that's probably what I do. Maybe I open with the frost. Oh, it can suppress, right? That's pretty tempting too. 64s are... How many are we looking at? We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4 shots for sure. It's probably 2 hitting out of 4. You know, not for sure, but... We're not going to be close enough for grenades. Probably not close enough for flashes. So we're just taking a bunch of pot shots from half cover and high ground. Maybe we want to lay a smoke down up here. Do we have any? Yeah. We could have one person stay back, smoke the line. Can't get the whole row, but we could get 3 out of 4. I think that's reasonable. It really just depends if we hit the first couple shots. From this corner, we can only shoot the sectoid, so that's what we start with. We got a craze, so I'll take it. You've already moved. I want to save you probably for last. I guess we could look at who's got the better aim, too. 66, 65, 63, 73. So this is our sniper. Of course, they're the one with the smoke grenade. But no, they should be shooting. They should be shooting with that beautiful rookie aim.
Seems doable.
You gotta believe in the 63s. I mean, we got 2 hits. That's almost a dead sectoid. Alright. Alright. Do we trust the Tome Raider to finish the deal? Now, to be fair, there is also some really good shots down here that I wasn't thinking of.
Whatever you say.
Should probably be prioritizing the full cover high ground shots, honestly. It's even better. Only 55 because she doesn't have the same aim ability, but... What does the Biotrooper have? They've got the gas grenade. They're never... There's almost no chance they get close enough to throw that this turn, so they're pretty low priority. Sectoid theoretically could panic or mind control someone. That would be worse. Dead. Wow, good luck. Good shots. I mean, at the very least, we can suppress that guy if we need to now. So yeah, we're laughing. This is the Civi. These two can't shoot from there. Can't shoot from there. I think I've used up all my real shots at this point, except for the last one. That's okay. You could be on Overwatch. The angle's not great, but yeah, there's just not enough cover on these roofs. Whoever built these roofs need to put more cover in there. We could get the loot. I'd rather have him dead before I get the loot, but I definitely could. Even a blue move in the loot, that's actually... that's about as efficient as we're gonna get. So that way we can still get to full cover. I had a feeling someone was just gonna end their turn in the open there, but this is pretty good. Because they're not gonna get a shot off. So. Hey, a laser sight. Good for shotguns, especially. I mean, anyone likes crits, but I love those close quarters, crit shotgun builds. Yeah, we just take the full cover here. That'll be fine. Alright, we're not moving up. There's a risk of activation if we move up, so there's no way. And I think we just take the suppressing shot. Again, it might hit him. It might not. Either way, he gets suppressed. Hit him, and he's suppressed. So, sucks to be him. It's a pretty good ability. I definitely like that. Probably better on gunners with big ammo magazines. You know, this guy uses up all of his ammo to do it, but it still works out. Alright, last action. And I could put them in here with Overwatch, but I think it'd be better just start preparing to move up next turn. So we'll just dash them down here. And then same kind of idea for our civvy. There's not a lot of full cover forward positions. Don't want them in vision, but if they're here hunkered, they should be totally fine. Famous last words, you know the drill, but this is looking pretty good. If we can defeat, what are we up now? 3 pods of 2? This is 6? This is more than half of the fight, I think. Yeah, an autoloader or something would be pretty good. Okay, we could stay up here, take some more shots. I think I want to move towards this next wall, which could be dangerous, but, you know, we have a limited timer. I don't want to drag this out too long. There's no good cover on the wall, so this is just kind of like, we're moving up. If we activate, we might run away. But if there's no activations, we can move up and keep making progress. So we'll find that out pretty quick here. I mean, like I said, there was no way we were getting across this pit of death without activating all this, so... that was 2 activations. So this is the whole map. Hooray. Oh, man. Where's my grenades? I don't think there's any way, but... AP grenade. Boom. Everything's dead instantly. So that's a bit unfortunate, but... I think it was inevitable. I could have waited a turn and it would just happen next turn. At least it happened at the beginning. So... what can we do? What can we do? They can't see us from up there. It might be better to stick to our wall, our mostly high ground inside the building. Not even stick on the roof too much. Because high ground through full cover, I think, is about as good as we're going to find on this map. And they are going to have a hard time climbing that hill. I mean, it's a pit of death. I don't know what people tend to call this, the canal. It's just, going down there is suicide, man. Like, and I think they'll be forced to if we pull back. I want to stay up here to keep vision for the moment, but I think Zap is just going to pull back. And we might do some full cover overwatches here. We do need to kill this guy. We can't see him from the bottom floor. Second floor is ideal then. So based on where the stair is, I'll actually have our Tomb Raider move over to make room. Well, there's a way in on that side too. Nah, it's easy enough to get in. I'll just do that. Alright, take the 63. Good. That makes this a lot easier. So now we can do things like reload an Overwatch. And probably just Overwatch. Oops. Reload Overwatch. Not sure yet. You should probably get even better cover then if they're going to be coming up that hill. I'm not putting you up there. I mean, you're probably pretty safe here hunkered. I don't think they're going to get angles easily, but, you know, AI is going to AI. There's not a lot of full cover left. You know what? Maybe he's fine back there. He's pretty far away. They didn't have a sniper, right? They've got... actually, something I should have done. Let's double check what they've got. An engineer, flashbangs. Not too big a deal, but we don't want to get too close. Frost trooper, same as us. Crowd grenades are a little bit dangerous, but okay. Regular trooper. Advent trooper. I thought... Oh, it's engineer. I thought he kind of looked like a purifier, but no purifiers yet. A little bit early. And then we did see more activations behind. I'm pretty sure there was a sectoid. I do have a little tracker here. There's 5 more. So those 4 plus 1, probably the sectoid. Because this isn't really... I don't consider it cheating. If you pay attention during activations, you can just count them. But sometimes the camera scams you and you can't see them. So the tracker just keeps track of it for you. I think we stay in the house for this turn. There's no more good interior full cover. This wall unfortunately doesn't count as full cover because of the window. So we stick to the high ground full cover, or high ground half cover. I think they're going to have to move in. I think we just overwatch it. I think we'll be okay. Famous last words, you can definitely die through half cover on the roof, but we're at full health, you know. We've got at least a couple turns we can just wait it out. We'll see how it goes.
I'm going.
It's a bit slow. It's not my favorite playstyle, but we got a shot, at least one. And we got a kill. I can't see the percentage, but we got him. Oh, we are just crushing rookies. These aren't rookies. Oh, that guy's an idiot. That's the sectoid. Oh, we are laughing. I mean, reinforcements are getting close. But 2 Overwatch kills. Very lucky. Okay, things to remember. Sectoid in Overwatch, somewhere in the building, pretty far away. This guy is on Overwatch, easily flanked, but he might get a shot as we move up. The loot is gone. Where was the other one? We killed 2. I know where the sectoid is. I know where that guy is. The other one is like maybe still up here. I don't think we can actually see those tiles right now. It's kind of who's feeling lucky enough to like, if we get vision from here, that should be a flank on him, but I don't know. I think we do. Who's got the most hit points? You got 5 and 2. You got 5 and 2. It looks like it's pretty much the same. You could also really, if you care, go for dodge. Like, oh, you got 6 dodge. You know, that might save your life. Let me see if we get vision from here. We found one of the guys with Overwatch. Not the one I was looking for. I knew there was a guy up there, but we found him and he didn't get a shot. That's lucky. I don't think we're going to be able to do much other than take a shot from here and hope that we at least graze him.
Not much of a hit.
Blue's playing with hacks. Alright. Then do I try for the flank on the next one? From worse cover. There's no guarantee I'll have line of sight.
I can handle that.
We don't get vision. We saw him. One of these tiles has vision on that square, but it's not great. Alright. Right, these guys, I think we just move forward. We got 2 kills. I think we go a bit aggressive here and just trust that our luck will carry us through. That's how you know you're playing XCom. Just trust the half cover. We do have a smoke grenade somewhere, so in theory we have one way to bunch up a little bit and kind of have like pseudo full cover. Okay, the good news is we can see him. The bad news is not with a flank. So maybe the AI was actually smart on putting someone in there. And yeah, he is on Overwatch, so I guess... Oh, we could just bang him. Do we... I'll think about it. I think we're moving forward, so we take the shot. Just get lucky. Get all the grazes. I did leave... I'm going to double check here. I'm pretty sure I left the graze band on this default setting. No, it's probably in like the mods or something. Mod settings. I don't actually remember where the graze band is. I may have already skipped past it. Long war rules. So 10. So yeah, it's plus minus 10%. So 20% total brand. That's fine. You could change it to like way higher numbers, then you'd just always get grazes and nothing else. But I did not change that. I promise. Okay. Well, we got another lucky 2 shots, even if they were grazes. All that's left is a sectoid and this little punk. He's only got 3 hit points. Go for the shot, I guess. Alright, we're... The good news is this map is going great. Feels real nice. The bad news is I think I'm burning my luck for the next mission, or 5. We got 1 sectoid and a dream left. Let's see if we can get some vision over there. No vision, so we Overwatch.
Whatever you say.
Time to put some pressure on that little squeaky alien. Still not getting the loot, but that's too greedy. Can you not jump through that window? I guess you don't want to touch the grass. It's gross, itchy. Can't get grass on yourself. This is not really a place where you're going to get an Overwatch shot, but you know. We do need to evac. We might see some reinforcements pretty soon. Because of the angle where the sectoid Overwatch, I'm pretty sure was like way over there. Technically, these aren't flanked, probably, but I think I just move them over here, closer to the evac if I need to rush, and certainly out of range of the sectoid unless he's absolutely suicidal. Oh, it's not a sectoid. I thought it was a sectoid. Well, he had a 50-50. Could have got us. We could have got. So that's what, officer? Yeah. Okay. We just have to push through. He's in better cover than us, but I don't want to wait for reinforcements because then I get annoyed. So, is there any way to frag him or AP him? The answer is, I mean, like, maybe. If we stand out in the open, we can probably frag him. And I would like, now that the hard part of the mission's over, to maybe just wrap it up. So I think we might just go for grenade finale here. We killed everything else fair and square. Now we just want this thing to be over before the reinforcements come. I mean, and we might destroy his cover. It is possible. I think. Apparently, the environmental damage is 9. What's the environmental HP? 1 damage frag? Really?
Seems doable.
You're gonna get him. Uh-oh. Has Blue overestimated his grenade soldier's abilities? He's almost dead. The wall is built of titanium. Adamantium. It'll never break. So the bad news is, I have a feeling no one else is going to hit him with a grenade. We're going to need like a graze here to kill him. I don't think we can throw a grenade from one tile back. And I think she was actually leaning forward, so it was that tile that threw. Throwing from this tile, that's like 2 tiles back. I don't think that'll do it. Well, there's no way you're throwing a grenade, so come on, Soldier 76. There's like 4 of you with 25% shots. Surely one of you will hit.
I'm on it.
Athena, already promoted.
I'll get him next time.
I really didn't think this through very well, I'll admit. I thought for sure we'd have more than 2 grenades. Or that 2 grenades would destroy the wall or kill him.
No problem.
It doesn't look like it's gonna work. Oh, of course, you can't see him from there. So the good news, I could grenade his wall. Bad news, I can't grenade him. Otherwise, I could flash him, but that doesn't help us very much. Maybe 3 grenades destroys the wall. It's highlighted, it's doing damage.
Here, catch!
We'll see. Nice shorts, by the way. It's 3 frags, no wall destroyed. We have 3 shots at 20 to 30%. We just need 2 damage.
I got nothing.
Yeah. I mean, this is XCom. Just to remind you. Like I said, I burned all my good luck early on. 38. This might be our best shot with our rookie sniper here. 73 base aim, pretty good. Come on. You shot at the grass. Yeah. Well, I guess
No problem, boss.
I have 1 chance left. I could do a 38, which is also pretty good. Or I could put a smoke down. Or I could overwatch. I don't think he's gonna move. Right? So overwatch is useless. Smoke grenade gives you, I don't know, I forget, 15, 20% defense. They'll still crit through it. I think we have to gamble on that 38, which is really a 28. 28 to for sure kill, or I guess 18 to for sure kill, and then 20% of graze, which probably does 2 damage and kills anyway, so it's probably 38 to kill. And yeah, no, we'll try. That looked like a good shot, but alright, well, if someone dies, I blame it on 5, 6 misses, plus grenades doing terrible damage. I think the first grenade did 1 damage. That seems pretty bad. Maybe I'll use this guy as bait. No, I want my engineer more than these guys, probably. I'm going to keep him back, but hunker. He probably won't be targeted. Oh, he did move, because I have no overwatch. And he gets a graze himself. Oh, that's gotta suck, dude. After all that, you just get a graze on an open flank from like 4 steps away? Man. That's brutal. Feels like we're playing XCom or something. Ah, get out of here. Okay, that's it. You blame leaving good cover? Look, if you want to sit on a roof shooting enemies forever, you need a squad sight sniper and someone with concealment. If we stayed up here and they stayed over here, the timer would just go tick, 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 and then we lose, because we all die. So, I'm not saying the staying strategy maybe for 1 or 2 more turns might have been a good idea,
Copy that.
but there's no guarantee they ever come down.
Got it, moving.
And, reinforcements are sure to pop eventually, so you could just be stuck on that roof as the timer ticks down as reinforcements start every turn landing around you, and that
Now I'm going.
will pretty much destroy your fun.
Wird gemacht.
So the reason I'm a bit more aggressive is I've had enough missions where waiting and hoping the enemy runs to you doesn't happen, and then you end up
Heading to that
with
location.
reinforcements which really aren't very far away,
Back in.
which are infinite basically once they start going,
Whatever you say.
and well, then you lose, and not just lose one guy. So think of what we were risking, right? They had one shot with one guy to one guy who's flanked. Now, it is possible that they could have done 7 damage on a crit shot, I think. But then one guy dies. Or, if they barely kill him, probably gets wounded, and then we heal him and get out. Or just pick him up and get out, because we're pretty close. One guy dead sucks.
I'm going.
But if we stick around too long, it can turn into multiple guys dead, or everybody dead. And then mission failed, no engineer. And, like, I think the risk of one, like, some people will probably have their own preferences on how to
No
play.
need to ask twice.
But I do think literally risking one person's life, especially at low levels, it's probably better than sticking around for infinite reinforcements most of the time. I would never have run out in the open like that if there was like 2 or 3 shots left, because then like someone's dead for sure. But if they only get one, well, they can miss too, right? And a graze, we got the armor. It's not going to kill us. Anyway, we're good now. The reinforcements were just slow enough that we're totally safe, I think.
Firebrand, VIP is secure.
Yeah, they're coming next turn. So that's the difference, right? If I had waited, let's say, 2 or 3 turns up here, one turn we might have made it, but 2 or 3 turns for sure we would have had reinforcements. Sure, depending on where they land, you can clean them up pretty easy, but not guaranteed. And it switches from 1 every 3 turns to 1 every turn pretty fast, and you can get bogged down.
On the move.
I think we would have been fine for some reinforcements, but I've definitely had missions go just
Heading home.
so bad once the infinite reinforcements start going and there's no way out, because you have to get to this evac point,
Mission accomplished.
and if they land between you and there, you can't just easily push through, or you get a couple people injured or disoriented if they flash you or something. Early game they don't have a lot of abilities, but later on it just stacks up so fast.
To let go of the ways of the old world. They will continue
But yeah,
their
if you don't equip a blade of armor, probably don't do what I did there.
world
But if you've got the armor,
around them.
early game you can probably take a hit.
If every mission goes
Usually.
this smoothly, it's only a matter of time before we regain control.
Okay, well that feels good. That feels good. No actual injuries. Overall, the fight went really well. We got pretty lucky. We had some good overwatches and really good overwatch shots. Pretty good first couple encounters, I think, the way they worked out. That last one, of course, debatable moves, but in the end it worked, so in the end it worked. Not a lot of loot, but that's how those missions go. And now we're up to 3 engineers in the first month. So good, so good. Do I clear more, or do I build faster? I think, because I still don't think we'll have enough supplies to do anything here, we're still probably better off just using engineers to clear. Get the free supplies as quickly as we can, turn them into upgrades and buildings. And there's no point speeding up the resistant ring right now, so that's the only real good choices for engineers. I don't know if I've got the mod. There's a mod that lets you see like the bestiary of all the enemies. I don't think I've got it installed. You could double check the damage range on the enemy. They don't necessarily have the same damage ranges that ours do. So for instance, the officer might have had an SMG range weapon, 2 to 4 plus 1 on a crit, in which case we were 100% safe even from a crit against him. But that's like, you want to be super careful. You check the enemy damage ranges and crit ranges too. Yeah, I didn't do that, so I didn't know for sure. Our weapons, you could roll a 5 and then plus 2 on a crit to 7 and you could kill. But again, the odds are pretty low. I don't think the smoke grenade would have really made any significant difference, so we just got the lucky graze. I guess the smoke may have downgraded the graze to nothing, but that's just how the rolls go. Okay. Promotion party. What time are we looking at here? It's getting late, but I can do a little bit more. I'll do a couple more missions for sure for this stream. Okay, so yeah, we got a bunch of new rookies and one lucky. Oh no, he did not get promoted. Man, he deserved a promotion. Our Frost Captain there, whoever, they totally deserve it for that ballsy maneuver there at the end. And plus, they did all the suppression shots. They did a lot of work. But that's fine. We'll do the rookie promotions. So we've got average, McAverage, pretty high will, I guess. Otherwise, very average. I am missing a bunch of classes, so I'm just going to be filling in stuff at this point because there's nothing they really lean towards. I guess a bit of dodge might mean a little bit better for a melee class. Maybe I make another one of the melee guys, but definitely not rushing the flamers. And I think gunner, I mean, I like some aim on my gunners, but average aim is good enough. I could pick a gunner here just to save some time. We've done a lot of the complicated rookie promotion talk. At this point, the completely average people, you know, they don't really have a trend. Borderlands, Athena, I don't remember her. It's not, I mean, she's got the anime hair, of course. I don't remember what weapon she had. Was she the... I can't remember which game she was in. Not the first one, but maybe second or third. Anyway, it doesn't really matter too much. We can't roleplay every single promotion, especially once we start running out of them. So I think I don't have a gunner yet. I think we'll just go with gunner. Just looking at my list. No, I do have a gunner. Never mind. I have a gunner and I have a commando, I think. I picked that too. Okay, we're through most of the really good classes, I think, is perhaps the lesson. Let me just pick something from my list that we don't have. We could do an overseer. It also starts with over. They're another heavy gunner, but instead of like long range gunning like an overlord, or a suppression gunner like a gunner, an overseer is another Overwatch gunner, but they also get a holo targeter. So I don't know what really makes them unique. They also get a bunch of smoke grenade bonuses, which is good for a slightly low aim character. That's good enough for me. So yeah, covering fire. Now, I probably undervalue this a little because I feel like the enemy cheats and it doesn't work because the enemy cheats. But that may have been enemy within talking, because I know they had covering fire in that and I hated it because it never seemed to work unless the mutons had it in Long War. But this does counter a couple really annoying enemy AI behaviors. So that's not bad. And it does pair up really well with suppression and stuff like Ever Vigilant. So we could definitely make a holo targeting Sentinel Overwatch kind of thing here if we want. Also, there's some interesting synergy here with holo targeting Overwatches. That's not something you see very often. So that's like a bonus Overwatch on top of all the other shots. We need there's a mod for the weapon. I think it's the hair trigger that gives you Overwatch reaction accuracy. They need it because this is some good stuff. So maybe we'll do something like that. Oh, these are good too. When an ally fails to kill something you holo targeted, it's not as good as the general you get a shot if someone shoots them. But if you holo target, someone else shoots. So like this gives you a way to holo target without losing a shot. You holo target that sectopod, someone else shoots it, you shoot it as well. That's already pretty good. If you've got Ever Vigilant, I mean, it's hard to take two at the same rank, but you can. Oh, we've also got like the squad bonuses. Like if I can see it, everyone gets a bonus. Yeah, okay. I think that'll be fun. Try to figure out how to make a build for an overseer. Give her a shield and a gun. Oh. The only shield class I have left, I've got the knight, sword and shield. I've got a hoplite for pistol and shield. There's probably a couple others I haven't used yet. Hey there, Rob. Doing okay. Little promotion party. Lots of fun. Is she... I couldn't remember what her class was in Borderlands. If she was a shield fighter, then my bad. I missed it. Alright, Soldier 76. Everyone knows he's from the game Overwatch. I would... I don't know. I knew he's a soldier. I sort of recognize the name a little bit, but yeah. Definitely Overwatch. We're all soldiers in this group, yeah. Sure, he looks like he's built... He's even blue. He's made for infantry, but I've already got all my infantry, I think. What are his stats? Average, yeah, good health, higher health. He's a bit tanky. Maybe we make him one of the tanky characters. I don't know what he does in Overwatch. You guys can let me know if you want, but it's pretty hard to match people up roleplay-wise now. But I'm going to say Soldier 76 in Overwatch is probably a guy. He's a DPS. He shoots a lot. He's got like a rifle, just like this. And he wears a mask because he's shy. He doesn't want to see anyone. Doesn't want anyone to see him eating. That's my. I know literally zero about Overwatch, so if that's anything close, I'm probably Nostradamus. I mean, Mercenary probably would fit. We just did Overseer. Mad Jack is the short-range hacking melee class, which is great, but we're going to want a little bit of mobility. Hollow Rifle? Well, there's a few that do that, but let me see. What am I missing? What am I missing? I've got, I think, all the snipers. No, there's one sniper not represented. We can get a survivalist for somebody, but that's the last one, I think. I've got 3 cannon classes left. Dragoon, Juggernaut, Titan. A bunch of rifle classes left. Well, 3. Demolitionist, Grenadier, Miner. I've got a couple SMGs, Executioners, and Shinobis. I thought I had a Shinobi. Maybe I just never picked one. I forget. No, I took a Ninja. I don't know. I can never remember. Stupid anime names. They're all the same. I don't have a Stormtrooper yet. It's a Bullpup. I have a Hoplite for Pistol Shield. I don't have that. I've the 3 Flamethrowers I've skipped. I've got Regular Assaults, Combat Engineer for shotguns, Freebooter for probably shotguns, Scrapper and Shredder. The Shredder, that's a shotgun sword class. Thing is, like, they would really like some mobility for assaults, and maybe I didn't prioritize that enough, my 16 mobility guys to be shotgun wielders. I still have a whole bunch of sword wielders. I didn't make a knight, a buccaneer, a blade dancer, a storm rider, or a mad jack. Okay, I've really got to get some rookies with 16 mobility into those sword classes, or else they're never going to do anything. Oh, hey, I figured out the one... Which one? No. I don't have a heretic yet. If we get another high combat intelligence, I have another Psi character we can build in called a heretic. Somewhat Psi, at least. Well, Stormtrooper. We can probably just roll with that. I don't want to stay too long here. I feel like I'm getting bogged down a little bit with not really having a good option. Stormtroopers are... I mean, they clearly never hit any shots ever. That's their thing, right? What did I leave for my notes for Stormtroopers? Bring the storm. Bullpup, no secondary, frags, running gun, some survivability. That's kind of what I put it as. So they get some grenades. They're kind of a speedy shooter, like running gun stuff. And they've got some self-defense survivability. That's okay. He's just kind of average. That'll just have to do. Hit and run. Take a shot. If they're flanked, shoot again.
Take this ship and go colonize one of their planets.
Baby lightning reflexes. And a free flashbang. So there's definitely some grenade builds. There's some shotgun. Well, they don't get a shotgun, but they can do close range stuff. I mean, it's another class that would like mobility, to be fair, but they've got average mobility, so it's okay. Yeah, I mean, a lot, like, really, like, I'd say 75% of classes would like to have 16 or 17 mobility. The fact is, we can't all be fast, so he's just going to have to make it work. Hit and run is a nice one. Additional full action. So as long as you're flanking... If you can move, shoot, you can move, shoot, shoot, or move, shoot, move, or move, shoot, hide, or whatever. That's great. It's good, very good ability, and he gets it at level 1. So he doesn't get any choice. He gets bullpups, same as a skirmisher. Yeah, might as well think of him as a skirmisher, to be fair. He doesn't get the ripjack, so he's not grappling and meleeing, but he gets the same weapon that I never fire on the skirmisher. I don't think bullpups are very good though. I actually haven't looked at their stats very closely, to be honest. Let me pull that up because it's probably good for me to know. What's this guy called? Stormtrooper. So I don't think you get any alternatives. You just get the bullpup. 3 to 4, so it's kind of... It's like a rifle, but a little weaker. It doesn't get +2 crit damage, it gets +1. It doesn't get 3 to 5, it gets 3 to 4. Clip size is the same. But it does. I guess it's closer. It's an upgraded SMG. Because it gives you the mobility boost, which is nice. Always happy to get +2 mobility. But it does 1 more minimum damage than an SMG. Yeah, that's what you compare it to. It's just a little better SMG. I think that's all there is to it. So that helps. I mean, I think a 3 damage minimum SMG actually is probably totally fine. Okay, let's get some more people promoted. Let me mark that down too, because I'm worried that I'm not marking these down reliably and I'm going to have duplicates accidentally. I'm not careful. Okay, Stormtrooper done. That should be all of our skirmisher style for the moment. Okay, we've got lots more. Let's get them. So, real slow, good aim. Naked Snake, one of the many snakes. We got a lot of snakes in our team. Good combat intelligence. Terrible dodge. I mean, boy, does this look like a sniper. What else are you going to do with no mobility, great aim, and you get killed if you get shot? Clearly, you just shoot from sniping ranges. None of these are particularly good at sniping. So let me think. I don't want duplicates yet. I haven't picked a survivalist yet. That's like my last sniper I haven't used in the basic sniping trees. There are some others that can kind of dual class it a bit, but survivalists, they get a sawed-off and a sniper rifle. They don't have to use a sniper rifle. They can use other weapons, but they sort of default to sniper. Yeah, they'll be fine. I think all my snakes have turned into snipers at this point. This one's mine. Very good ability. This is lots of fun. You get 50 crit and 50 defense. So if you're in a bad spot, this is kind of like a super smoke against one target for yourself. And it's a free action, I believe. So you just use it instantly if you're in trouble. And then you got a pretty good chance at critting, and they have a much lower chance of hitting you. And we get a sniper. So you get free Overwatch shots. So there's some combos with this. This works really well. You put them up in a sniper perch. This one's mine, something that you can't quite kill, and as soon as it moves, you get a free shot on it. And lead the target, my favorite sniper ability. I think maybe a second to double tap. Double tap is great. Traversing fire is pretty good too, but just the ability to open on a target with lead the target is so good. You might just be thinking you end your turn to get 20 aim doesn't sound good, but it's more for ambushes when I really want the enemy to get shot on their phase. Yeah, this will be fun. I mean, there's a lot of different sniper builds. I think, like I said, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've got like 10 different probably sniper classes. A couple of them can use shotguns and stuff if they want to be not a sniper, but some are definitely better than others, you know, and for different situations. This guy, he's got some good skills potentially. We'll see how it goes. All right, next, another one of these really good aim, can't move. I mean, I have now literally got all my snipers. I do have a scout that's not a very good sniper because I thought they were a scout. Like, they moved a lot. A scout in the sense that you run around and look at things. But the scout class, which we picked without thinking about it, turned out to be mostly a sniper that could scout a little bit. So, Mercy sounds like another maybe Overwatch or something. One of those. Yeah. Probably a healer, right? Mercy. She wears white. She's a girl with blonde hair called Mercy. Probably a healer. We could make her a healer. Actually, she should have been the surgeon then if she is a healer, because I already did that one. We have there's the sniper medic, which is not a bad combo, honestly, but I already made one of surgeon, so no doubles yet. Hey, Pixel. Mercy's a healer. See, yeah, I can tell stuff. I know games. Okay, what have we got that could be a good aim class? So there's a couple cannon heavies that definitely like having aim. Aim doesn't matter for rockets anymore. I think that was a Long War 1 thing, maybe? I forget. There was definitely an XCom that, well, Xenonauts and stuff like that did, but there was a time when rockets still needed your aim for you to not scatter too far. But nowadays, it's just 90%, I think. No, it still matters. There's they changed it. Yeah. I haven't used rockets in a while, but they're there's a number of tiles scattered. If you move first, it goes up. But yeah, your aim probably helps you with rockets. I forgot. I keep forgetting which game I'm playing. So maybe one of the rocket classes then. Juggernaut. It doesn't really sound like a roleplay selection, but Juggernaut is a cannon rocket build. You could go flamethrower with your gauntlet if you wanted, but they're lame. So you're probably doing rockets. That could work. Is there any other really good options? You could just be someone that shoots. Like we could go technical. A technical is like a regular rifle shooter, but still does rockets and some suppression. But her mobility is terrible. So that's the main thing to remember. She's not going to move very fast. So you probably want to pick one of those kinds of shooty range ones. We'll go Juggy. I think we'll go Juggy. It's, we're running out of good picks for everyone to really match up perfectly. But this one will be fine. Heavy weapons. So you can flamethrower. I probably won't. This is kind of nice. The melee takedown is fun. The tank, you know, sure. I'm pretty sure in a pseudo shooter MMO, she's a healer. She's heals, not DPS or tanking. But like these first three abilities kind of suck. This is not a good opener. One armor is nice, but you're not killing anything with armor. Melee finisher for someone who can't move, and then you can use a gauntlet. Sure, you get a rocket, but we'll eventually get fire in the hole and rockety stuff, and you could go double tap. It's always good, but yeah, she's got the gauntlet. We can switch that to a rocket launcher if you want. It doesn't cost anything. You just give up your flamethrower. I think the rocket might do more damage. I think the rockets are the same, but you can't equip a rocket. So the difference is, if you're wondering the way this mod works, if you want to equip bonus rockets of whatever flavor, you can't use the gauntlet. It's incompatible. But if you bring a rocket launcher, you get a free rocket from the rocket launcher, and you can equip extra rockets. So if you're going rockets, you probably want to go rocket launcher. So we'll probably stick with something like that. Yeah, like as much as I'm trying when possible to match things up, we're getting too low on available classes now to make it all perfectly roleplay appropriate. But sure. Okay, who's next? What do we got? We got 3 left. What a promotion party! So much promotion. Is anyone fast? I need some sword guys. I didn't promote any sword guys. I messed up. I'm gonna have to look at who's currently infiltrating, because I'd really like my 16 move, 65 aim guys to be swords now. Oh well. Oh, that's why he has no pants. I didn't pay attention. I saw the zapper and I was like, who's that? Of course, it's Zap Brannigan. He doesn't need pants. Combat intelligence very low. Yes. I see. Just RNG doing its job. Very average guy, though, other than that. Although he'd say he's extremely superior. Let's see what he's got. I do love Akimbo, but I'm pretty sure I already picked one. Akimbos are dual-wielding pistols. They're so much fun. I definitely have an Akimbo. He's not going to be a Hell Knight. He's not going to be a Knight. He could be a Knight. mean, surely he wants to be an officer, but he's gonna be a knight, because I don't have one. It looks very medieval, with a metal sword and a junk or garbage, you know, something you pulled out of a scrap metal pile. But eventually this will look all futuristic and techno armor at some point. It'll do. He is a bit of a white knight, right? I think he would definitely come to the lady's rescue and totally save her from trouble. That's totally him for sure. So that'll do. We even get a little bit of roleplay connecting. All right. So if anyone was supposed to be akimbo, it would clearly be Tomb Raider going double pistol for sure. Of course, she uses lots of guns, but I feel like the iconic look is dual wielding pistols. But we already picked one. Let's see. Very good combat intelligence. I would like to get some value out of that because everything else is just average, except the will is, I mean, very bad. She's well. The reason her willpower is so low is because she keeps locking her butler in the refrigerator, the walk-in refrigerator, and killing him that way. And that's why her will is so low. Probably she's always stealing stuff and trying to turn into a dragon or something. It's been a long time. I mean, what do we want? I would like. Can we make an exception for akimbo? Yeah, no, not until I've got one of everything. But the truth is, I want to use the combat intelligence for something, right? And I did say I had one more psionic of some flavor that I think I wanted to use. So I have a Hell Knight. I think. I forget now. I think I picked one. Yes. That's a shotgun shield and some psychic. The Heretic, I think, is the one I don't have and also does some psychic. And having the good psychic stat for that will help. And this is a melee with a bit of pistol shooting kind of. She still gets a pistol, guys. She still gets a pistol. She's just also like psychic pistol with the psi blade. You know, it's the future. If she could get access to a psionic, you know, Templar sword, I'm sure she'd use it. Now, it probably is going to glitch out all the animations. I don't think the Templar class's animations all work that well, but she still gets a pistol. You know, she's still got a pistol. Don't worry about it. She just also has a psi blade. It's a cool class, though. There's lots of neat builds. You can definitely go into the swords. You can go fast. You can shoot things. You can conceal and reconceal with your pistol shots. I think you can spend focus to do special pistol bullets that I think one of them reconceals you if you kill them or something. So she's got some cool stuff. I think it'll be fun. You guys will be happy. Don't worry. Don't worry. Rank to class. Is it alphabetical? No. Maybe alphabetical for not Advent classes and mechanics? Mostly if it's yeah, okay. It looks like it's alphabetical mostly. I love it when it sort of works, but isn't totally reliable. So it's alphabetical except for when it isn't. But no, that's good to remember that you can do that, yeah. Alright, who's next? We can go back to rank to find the rookies. I think there's just one left. Okay. Alright. We got Locke. He's a treasure hunter. He's very good at combat and very average. He's very much like the Tomb Raider in every other way. Okay. I don't know if I have any more psychic-related classes. Now, you should use a dagger, clearly, but, let me think here. Now, I do have another Templar-based class. I don't like it very much. But someone's got to do it, right? Let me show you. I'll talk about it for a second here. It's called Bishop. So Bishop, supposedly psionic. I don't know. There's some abilities that probably use your psi stats, so there's some synergy. The Bishop thing, you want to get shot, because the only way to gain focus to do stuff is for you to get shot at. I don't think you need to get damaged. You need to be shot at. So I guess negative dodge sort of helps. They might target you. But then you need to not die, and then you do, you know, psi stuff back. The alternative is they learn a bunch of cool breath attacks, like dragon breath, fire, ice, lightning, you know, all kinds of different elements. It's very cool, but they're all flamethrower ranged AoEs, so that's a real negative. But someone's got to do it, and he's got very high combat intelligence. We're not going to see that all that often, so I guess we do it. And he gets another shield. You know, he comes from fantasy with shields. Locke totally had shield, right? But yeah, at the early... This is one where you got to scroll down. No? I think this is just hiding that he starts with a fire breath. Or not a fire breath, whatever one he starts with. Lightning or something. But you get more, and as you get more of the breaths, your cooldown decreases for all of them. And you know, it's interesting. But he can do some psychic stuff, which, you know, might be cool. And at least he's got a... Like, he actually doesn't have a weapon. It's weird. Like, you equip a shard gauntlet, but he can't attack with it because he doesn't have... This is my pet... Like, I don't know how to make this guy... He starts with Thunder Breath. I don't know how to make this guy work because you can't really attack. You don't get rend. You can't move and stab something. You might be able to blue move adjacent and then second move attack adjacent, but I'm not even sure about that. So it's not like your typical Templars where you just dash them across the map, kill something, and then get a momentum to get out of there. He doesn't do that. I think this is not a very good class. But maybe my second run I'll play him better. Maybe I'll know. I'll figure it out. Alright, let me mark that off. I've got all my Templar variants. Okay. And I wanted to double check if I've got any good mobility rookies, because mostly I'm missing my melee units right now, which I didn't want to rush, but it's time. 15, 13, 16, okay. 57 aim, man. Okay, maybe no, we can't sort by mobility, unfortunately. Man, everyone with any kind of good mobility, like, sure, good mobility tends to help them be a good sword fighter, but 55 aim. Lightning Slash will work, but I don't know if it charges focus or not. So you can take abilities that will use the Psi Blade, but I don't think he's got the default every turn one. Everything else has like a cooldown. Hey, we can make a Cryo Soldier out of Snart. That'd be fun. Let me see if I can recruit, because I want to fire some of my garbage soldiers anyway. Sort by dodge? Yeah, maybe I'll look at that. I'm looking for like 16 mobility and like passable aim. I think we might recruit Zach here if I can get a bit of supplies, just to have a reliable sword guy. With average aim and slightly above average speed, like at least that'll work. But yeah, I feel like sword guys with 55 aim is just suicide too, because they're just gonna miss, you know, they're gonna miss that critical thing. But let me see, can we sort by dodge? Stats, dodge, yeah. Within 5s. So if you want to see anyone with 20 and above, we got a rookie with 20 dodge. We got a few rookies with high teens to 20. And that's about as good as you can get. Yeah, that works good. I wish you could just add in a filter you could just type in yourself, right? Like search for a specific name or something. But it's better than nothing, right? It's better than nothing. It's definitely better than not having it at all. Okay. I swear we're going to get to the end of this month. Any second now. We get some intel. We definitely want to do that. It's a little slow, but that's okay. I mean, we need missions in Australia and Chile. I really need more Haven ops over here. With 4 is not really enough to reliably get missions. 6 is probably the baseline, but you probably want like 8 or more to really reliably get like 10-day missions, which is so good. But we've got queued up Delta mission, Delta Squad, and Devil Squad. We're gonna get our supply drop of 0 in a second, so I guess we start picking up our free intel. I mean, hey, we haven't failed a mission yet. No one's died yet. We're doing great.
Priority message coming through, Commander.
Congratulations, you did. So this is how you know you're playing Long War. 9, 11, 12. 12 missions? 9 guerrilla ops? No, regions don't count. 10 missions, right? Resistance rumors? Or no, that's... So 9 missions, not that bad. But your first month, 9 is crazy. No, I meant to skip the covert op. I didn't like the ones we had for the last day, so I wanted to wait till it refreshed right now. We'll do it now. One was recruit a bounty hunter, one was getting like 15 ability points, which I just don't need right now. Can't even spend them. They're good, but we can't use them anyway, so I want missions that give us stuff. We can't speed them up either. So we don't know who the Chosen are. We don't know what a dark event is. We don't know what the avatar is. But we got... Yeah, so Bounty Hunter did not disappear. It's still here, but it's faster now. Instead of 10 days, it's 9. We could get a mech. That might be fun. Honestly, supplies is probably the best case scenario here. I was looking for an op that gives me something that we can actually use. 54 supplies, very good at this point in the game. Probably get the mech after that, and then if we still care, we'll get the Bounty Hunter. If we can get a sergeant, we'll get a sergeant this month. But we'll get the Templars this month. But we do need some promotions for that. It's going to be tough. Yeah, the timer on the world map is not my favorite. I wish it just paused. Maybe didn't even progress time while your ship was flying around. Like, yeah, it's like they kind of did like strategy layer base management, and they wanted to mix it with real-time strategy, but it's kind of janky, and the clock jumps up and down when you change time zones. Like, they had an interesting idea, but I think it would have been better if you didn't. You only had time pass when you clicked let time pass, just like scanning in the older games. And then you can spend that time doing things, but it only goes when you're doing things, not just clicking around or watching the map tick, you know. Anyway, yeah, supplies, obviously. We're not going to get it to 0%, and ambush chances just keep going up, so, you know, fun. So who do we send to get some money? I want to keep the Lance Corporals for promotions on real missions, so I guess it's 2 squaddies, but to be fair, I think we learned that Lance Corporals reduce the failure rate a lot, so maybe it's more important to do that. I'm not going to be worried about bonds right now, but we could send the 2 people who are probably bondable. This would be a shotgun and a melee, I think. I don't think it really matters that much. 11% failure, please no. The ambush isn't the worst, but the failure is just a straight, you waste 6 days, you get nothing, right? So, alright, we'll just go. Relatively safe. I could have geared them out or something, maybe. We could also check the black market. We have no supplies, but we could see what's for sale. And then the thing will stop flashing at me, I guess. We'll come back to the intel. Shouldn't disappear yet.
Market is open.
They want drones and whatever these are called. Oh, you know what? You can take it. I actually think reflex stocks suck. 25% chance to turn a miss to a graze. When would I equip that? I mean, if you have nothing to equip, it's better than nothing. But if you're comparing it to aim on a scope, aim on a reaction shot, more ammunition, more reloads, being able to steady weapon to take a better shot next turn, it's worse in my mind than almost every other mod. And 20 bucks is 20 bucks. But I'll keep the drone, and I won't sell anything else. It's just because it's on bonus sale, basically. And we can see what they're selling, although I've got no money. I might need to buy the scientists if we don't get any missions for them. We need to get up to 2 or 3 pretty quick, and they've given us 0. I had to buy the first one, so if they don't give me any, I'll have to buy one eventually. I don't think I'll need the engineer. We've already got 3 from missions. There's a configurable option in the mods to choose whether or not you allow unlocked or locked items in the black market. I've got it set to only show unlocked items. So we're never going to see like an elite scope until we research how to build elite scopes. I don't know if it's the right choice for everybody, but it slows you down a little bit, prevents you from just buying some of the best stuff in the first month. The thing is, it's just you can't rely on. Okay, 35. What was it? 25% chance to upgrade a miss to a graze. So first off, if you hit, this does nothing. If you shoot and hit, whatever percent shot your shot is, if you hit or graze or crit, the reflex stock does nothing. You won't know, but in the background math, the first shot does nothing. So I'm going to say most of our shots are at least 50% or higher. Maybe I try to average 60 or 70 on rookies, depending on how you can set stuff up. But, you tend to take shots that are at least above 50. So that means approximately half the time or higher, the mod does 0, nothing. There's no way it can do anything. So then you miss, and then it rolls its chance. And it's got a 1 in 4 chance to give you 1 or 2 damage. So now, a quarter of a half, approximately, is an eighth. And then out of 1 mission, are you making 8 shots? No, you're probably making like 4 or 5 shots a mission on the early small missions. The chance of that applying during a mission for 1 person with 1 stock, pretty low. If everyone has them, sure, it'll probably apply a couple times a mission, which means you'll get a couple grazes you shouldn't have, which are 1 or 2 damage. Yes, it could once in a while tilt the battle in your favor a little, but I'd rather just have that 10 aim. Or an extra, even just 1 less reload or something. Things that you'll definitely use, rather than probably won't do anything. And you'll never know if it does anyway. That's actually, the perception is a really important part. If you don't know when it triggers, then you just assume it never triggers, right? The game doesn't say that the stock applied this graze, that's why you hit. You might just think the enemy dodged, and that's where the graze came from. So part of it is just the messaging from the game to the player, and because it doesn't tell you when you got an upgraded reflex stock hit, you just never know, right? Yeah, that makes sense, Pixel. There was not an option for that. It's either everything's in the pool and it unlocks it however the game does it. I think the vanilla game does it like however they unlock it, but the mod items are hard because there's a lot of mod items, and they're not all necessarily synchronized in power level. So I think they just throw them all in the black market, and you get what you get. So the other mod, the secondary mod that like limits them to only things you've already unlocked, and I think that's just the compromise. It's like they're having a hard time
Avenger plotting new course.
balancing when they should come out, basically, because some of these mod items are way more overpowered than others. Mission basically ready to go. We can probably just wait 9 hours and finish this to get the intel. Thanks, game. Oh, we definitely need to do that. We need the scientists. That's going to be a tough one. We might have to either less soldiers or... Let's see. This is really good. Oh boy, this is why I said, like, I almost wish my Sky Ranger was scanning over here. We could have had like 1 or 2 more days, and that might have made a big difference. We absolutely need a scientist, and the resistance contact is one of the very few ways to get early money. There'll be maybe half a dozen civilians that if you get close to, they'll give you like 5 or 6 supplies. It's not a lot, but you can definitely cut like 30 or 40 money out of that. I have to do it. I can't waste any time. We gotta launch that immediately. I think we're not even gonna send rookies on this one. This is like maybe highest priority mission I've seen today.
Someone on the ground is trying to reach us, but I can't make it out. Keep your eyes peeled.
4 days. Well, let's see what we've got. What kind of mission? It's Advent Cell. Alright. Fairly standard. Well, I need everybody to be able to pull their weight. Stealth is nice, but I don't think I got someone who can spare being hidden. Maybe. I mean, I could send the recon, but that's kind of all they do. Frost Captain is really good, I feel like, from the earlier mission today. Not a sniper mission, probably. Infantry. Oh, but they don't get double shot yet, right? That's level 2. Pretty sure. Yeah, not yet. I would like someone with double shot. Unfortunately, infantry needs a little bit more promotions. Someone's got it, though. Maybe Ranger. Somebody starts with it. I think we need to be a little selective on who we send on this one. Don't have a Ranger? Are they injured or something? I thought for sure I made one. They're busy. If I'd finished this, well, they probably would have dropped some will or got wounded. I could have popped that mission first. Maybe that's what I should have done. Oh well. Okay. Is there anyone else that can do double shooting just for extra power? I mean, maybe we bring some of the rockets on this one just as a... We really need a get out of jail card for something going wrong. The problem with the heavies is they suck up your infiltration time quicker than normal. Like, you might want to send an agent just because they do not add infiltration time as much. Same kind of rule for, like, recons and stuff. Let's put them in normal order. I find the pistols are very good jack-of-all-trades. The trouble is the early game pistols are so bad. I don't think they'll kill anything. If we had anything past basic pistols, yes. But 1 to 3 pistols, like the 1 to 3 damage, it's not going to kill much if we really are in a bad spot. Don't really want to go hard on melee. I actually think we probably want someone with the battle scanner. Whoever it was we had on that first mission today, I forget. It was one of my higher ranked ones. Maybe it was the recon. Maybe it was the hitman. Let me check. Oh, it wouldn't have been him. It was someone who had gear. Oh, tracking. No, that's fine. That'll do. Yeah, one person with tracking. That'll make the first encounter, and if I can keep him phantomed, the second fight way easier knowing what's going on. It's not quite the same as Battle Scanner, but that'll totally do. Okay. He's in. Captain's in. We need some damage. I mean, even laser pistols are going to help. Or if you go the auto pistols, get +1 damage over a pistol, but they're just shorter range. But if you've got the ability that ignores range penalties, then fine. What do I want? The thing is, most of these classes, because they're just baseline, they don't have most of their regular abilities. So maybe I also keep an eye on mobility. It's really nice to have high mobile people when you're only bringing a few. You can't crawl across very effectively when you've only got like 4 or 5 people. I do like the combat medic. They've got a grappling hook and a shotgun. I think I bring the combat medic. They're really not much of a medic, to be fair. Right? Grapple, bit of healing if we need it. Ripjack Slash is decent. Low profile doesn't hurt. Sure, it's shotgun, but she's pretty fast. That's a good combo, I think. You can spend a long time building your soldier roster. And to be fair, on the music, at some point, if I keep streaming this, I probably will mute the in-game music at some point and play my own music. Even in the really good tracks, after you've listened to them for like 100 hours, it's kind of time to add some other music into the blender, right? Okay, so we've got shotgun with grapple. Pistol, I mean, I talked about how this wasn't great, but he's the tracker, stealth. He can knife if there's like a sectoid or something. And then we've got like a pretty good, we got some suppression and stuff available there. So we're missing some grenades, of course, maybe a rocket. Let's see if I can find someone for that. I was hoping for some double shots, but I don't... I guess a good snapshot sniper could fit 2 at this point. But... I don't know if I have one yet. What's the agent? Shotguns, I think we made them. We've already got 1 shotgun. I definitely don't want to go too hard on those. Mercenaries can do a lot of different things. Let me look at their builds. Because they get like weird abilities depending on what they equip, right? So if you go rifle, you get Overwatch build, which is okay. If you give them a sniper rifle, they get the good one already. Squad sight and lead the target is a great start. Oh no, that's Vector. Sniper is shooting sharp. I don't even remember what that does. But yeah, they're very customizable. These guys are really cool. No, I didn't see anything that really, like, they didn't have the double shot. That's what I was looking for. Let's see. I think I want some big gun. I want my first big gun on this mission. The cannon. Spark bit is probably not super effective, but the Overlord is the pseudo sniper. I think this is another really cool build, right? Because they get no penalty on long shots, covering fire from the beginning, which can be really nice to break some bad positioning. Repair doesn't, it's not going to do anything at this point, but theoretically, you know, they don't have squad sight yet, but they're a long-range cannoneer. I think that's pretty good. I might have to go through and assign my, this is probably the mission to put all our gear on it. So whatever mods we've got, we'll probably put on the soldiers for this one. You can switch to heavy, so we can get a baby shredder gun. Those are, I don't know if you guys are familiar with all these. The mist is a little AoE heal, it's fine. Shredder gun does a conal destroy cover and blow cover stuff up. It's pretty amazingly strong in the early game. And then this is like a single beam down a line, which is okay, but shredder gun's so we'll start with that, and then we'll see what else we take. I think you can... Some of them can do a bit or a gremlin. I don't know if there's much difference 90% of the time, but, you know, it looks different. How's our time? Whew, even number 5 is going to push us right to the edge. I don't know. What am I missing? What do I want? The shredder gun does count pretty good for heavies. It's not quite a rocket, but it's probably better destroying cover than grenades at the very least. I mean, specialist or something with guaranteed range damage, like the drone attackers, would be nice. I'm sure I've got someone in here. Maybe it's hijacker. Actually, hijacker. You know, well, they're another sneaker, right? I don't really need that right now. In fact, I don't need people that stay stealth. The thing is, like, I wouldn't mind someone... They actually don't have combat protocol. The one that just does 2 damage. It's good for emergency killing a low enemy. I don't... Like, the hacking... It depends. We don't know, right? If this mission had a couple drones on it, this person would be great. But if there's no drones, or mechs or anything, then they don't really get to fill in the role very well. Kind of a wasted space. What I will do is recover that AP grenade, because I probably want it on someone else. Only got so many of those. Oh, it's tough. You like C4? Or you just want to look at C4? I guess I can show you what it says. I don't think I've brought any ever. Saboteur is tired. I mean, we could bring a Shiv, but I think they're not as good in general. Honestly, it might just be the infantry. They won't get the double shot, but this is a good aim, good mobility. Just someone with a rifle that will be good. And they can equip ammo, which is nothing, but, you know, eventually. And that's already bringing us down to 91%. Oh, it is a hack? Yeah, so ranged hack, yeah, there's some value. So we've got that, and you can do that here, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you've got aid protocol. I'm sure they can, well, I'm not 100% sure. There's a little square grid one that lets you do that. So maybe not. Maybe this is where we go, because I don't know if I have anyone with combat protocol. You could go mercenary and just equip a gremlin, and I think that gives it automatically. Double check. Gremlin gives hack and haywire protocol. I think hack is the ability you need to have. Oh, right, and you need these. You need the stats, right? Sure. But I don't. It's not. See, the mission. This is not about getting every possible reward out of it. The ranged hack is so that we can hack it from the distance and save a turn. That's what I'm thinking. I don't care if there's a 50% chance to get a 10 intel or something. That's nice. We need to get out of here alive. But Haywire Protocol... Hack is the ranged hack. Haywire Protocol is the shut down or possibly control a robot, I think. So we could throw on a gremlin. And then we can pick whatever primary we want. Like, these guys are a lot of fun. What kind of primary do we want? If I have the intel, I didn't check how much intel I have. He actually wouldn't make a terrible sniper. He's got pretty good movement and aim. Maybe Vector? Can you just... Honestly, that's not a bad combo, right? I've never seen that before, but a Vector... hacker. Because if that gives him... squad sight... These things are auto snapshot, right? Like, you can always move and shoot. And then lead the target is so good for pulling enemies. I don't have anyone else with a ton of long range. I think that'll work. It's a pretty good mix. Yeah, the question is, do I have enough intel? If I have a lot of intel, I could put more. I could put one or maybe two more. Okay, hold on. Let me... If I don't make a squad here, I'll lose... Oh, it doesn't auto do it? Yeah, this happens. I remember that. If I leave the screen, I'm going to lose the setup, the names. And I have to remember. But I want to check how much intel we've got is the thing, right? I don't know if there's any way to... I guess you can kind of see them because they're highlighted. So I guess we just do it like this. That's all four? No, there's one more, isn't there? Did I miss somebody? I swear these menus, they're out to get me. Maybe it's just blocked, but covered up by this or something. There should be 5. We're missing 1 for sure. Oh, they might have been auto-added to one of the other squads. I can't change them because they're on missions. Can't even delete them. Oh, there we go. Delete. I don't know how these interface for the squad management work. I don't use this very much. But someone else should have said on mission in there. Whatever. Okay. That'll at least help me. You guys can try to remember who I forgot if someone gets deleted. We have 51 intel. I guess we're doing this first, though. You can rewind. Well, this popped because too much time passed on the main map. And this is a go or abort. There's no other options here. Alright, that's fine. It just interrupts my preps. It's fine. I don't think you actually lose any map time at the end of the mission. You fly over to start the mission, but you don't fly a second time to recover for whatever. They just teleport back. It's fine. It's fine. We can spend the intel to boost. We'll go 6 or 7 soldiers. It won't even be that hard a mission. I'm probably over worried. But it's good to prepare. Sometimes we maybe spend a little too long. Okay, smash and grab. Okay, switch. Oh, heavy fog. Right. I think we started this one last stream, and it took all stream today to get here. Right.
We're in concealment.
So this is a fun sit rep if you haven't seen this before. So the hidden ammo caches, whatever, free reload, that's neat, no big deal. I mean, it's good, but no big deal. Heavy fog, though, is weird. I believe it's about half vision for everybody, you and the enemy, which means it's really easy to bump into people. It's another one where having that tracking ability or battle scanners, all very good. We probably don't have them. But the risk of a bad activation is mitigated by the chance of double activating being much lower, because it's very hard to see 2 groups when you can only see half as far. So that's good. And if you can pick them one at a time, once you complete a pod, you fully reconceal the entire group, which is, well, incredibly strong. So you can go chain 3 or 4 pods as full ambushes, which is, of course, the goal. So that's the plan. We'll see if it works. We've got a pretty big group, 2, 4, 6, 7 people. We've got not all rookies. So this is like a half rookie, half real soldiers. So we've got this is my akimbo. Yeah, dual pistol, blap blap, shooty shooty. Should be fun. They're not very strong right now, but you know, eventually. We've got a shield guy. I think this is the first time we've used a shield guy. Shield wall is cool. That gives you full cover for your allies. Drops your defense, but gives you dodge, which is tricky, but it makes enemies shoot at you a little bit more. But they do 2 armor. 2 armor is really good early game. A lot of enemies do like 2 to 4 damage, so 0 to 2 is, well, we don't have a lot of HP, but still, it's not bad. James, this is one of the guys I was looking for with the double shot marauder thing. I forget what class he is, but wow, center mass. If he's got +1 damage and double shot already, man, this guy is gonna crush this map. This is who I want on the other mission. And then we got some rookies, right? Bunch of rookies. So we got 4 rookies, 3 squaddies or corporals. Let's get to it. Probably no amazing stealth, but that's okay. It's pretty sneaky as is. So let's look around. So these maps, I think this is our first smash and grab, pretty sure. Evac, fixed evac. There's a building, probably 1 building. This might be like on the roof or just up at the front lobby or something. This one's going to be on the roof. Everything else looks like it's going to be on the ground floor, I think. Maybe this is up high. But yeah, we got to try to pick all this stuff up and get out. Important note, 1 soldier can only carry 1 thing. So you need at least 6 surviving soldiers to carry out all these items. So you could leave 1 sniper back if you have 7, and then 6 people go in and pick it all up. But you can't double dip. And In my experience, usually you're not concealed on these maps, and usually there's an enemy pod right beside you. This is a very combat-y map, normally. The concealment fog is weird. So I'm expecting somewhere very close by some enemies. It's not a guarantee, but I think it is pretty standard. Alright, let's get going.
Moving. Hostile forces spotted.
What did I say? What did I say? Blue knows what's going on. You can't fool Blue. Okay, so terrible vision. That's okay. High ground. Interesting. Not... Jimmy wants to be right there. Taking 2 shots with bonus damage from high ground. No, we're gonna orange move a little bit closer because I want vision on him. There's more on the other side. I just want to double check what they are. We're not doing overwatches right now. Okay. Officer, what, sentry and cryo, I think. We can definitely double check. So I said, Jimmy, go in here. I mean, they'll probably move and mess up all my planning. Also, I need to zoom out a little bit. Yeah, there's just not enough space on the high ground to really to make that work. Oops, not the button I meant to press, but that's okay. There's worse buttons to accidentally press than Overwatch. Yeah, I mean, it depends on where they patrol, right? If they patrol right towards us, we could probably stay on the high ground. If they patrol to the left, they could, but it's pretty close to the wall. It's probably more likely they go to the evac. It's my hunch. But, I'll just set up a couple up here. Their vision also sucks, so we can play around a little bit more with movements.
Already there. Good to go.
That's how you get yourself killed, but next turn we'll probably go hot.
Got it covered. Affirmative. Covering now.
Okay, they're going the direction I sort of expected. Not the best AP because of the cover in the middle there. Do we have any APs? No. I have not been very careful about divvying those out. So we got frags, but nothing else. So I think we do like a standard Overwatch opener, and as long as we kill everything, we reconceal. And these guys are pretty weak. Do I have the... I don't think I have it yet. There's an ability that lets you basically shield wall as a free action, which I like to do once I've got it, because you get free smoke. But I don't think they start with that. Also very good at killing psionics. It's a fun class. It's good. Oh yeah. Frost Trooper, Advent Trooper. I think we're going to open with James killing one, because he gets 2 shots. And then I want a good amount of people on Overwatch. And just hopefully we wipe them out in 1 round.
Headed there now.
High ground doesn't actually have vision on them, so we got to move some people closer. They can't even get to the good tree. So you move up to the good tree.
Confirmed.
SMG, if you want this to do any damage, let's move a little closer. The rookie, don't expect much. We've got our dual wielder, so they're pretty awesome too. They do have a melee strike. This is like a move and a melee, I believe. It's nice for finishing. And we get 2 1 to 3 shots at 83%, so it's not bad. I think I move 1 more rookie into full cover where they can get Overwatch. And that's like 4 Overwatches. That should be enough. And then we've got 2 kind of backups that could, you know, grenade or something. Maybe try to take an extra shot. I don't know. And we do have another shot with James too. So let's get rid of the Frost Trooper first if we don't. somehow miss. 6 damage, pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah. Exactly the right number of Overwatches. It's like I've played this game a couple times. Yeah, as soon as our turn ends, we conceal. Don't move. Don't risk any pod activations while we're visible.
I'm on it.
Oh, I used a free reload probably by accident. It's fine. Or maybe it's the beginning of our turn. Whatever. Either way, we got it. So yeah, the fact that we've got the heavy fog, as long as I'm at least a little careful, it should make this mission super easy. But a lot of fun. Of course, finding the next group, they should be yellow alerted, so they are like on the way. They just can't see us. And of course, we can't see them. So that's always fun. So I'm going to gold move or yellow move, whatever you like to call it, this round. Because we do have a timer. We can't go too slow.
Confirmed. Rock and roll.
Yeah, it's not even squatty. It's really Lance Corporal. I think some classes get really good squatty abilities that help a lot. But there's quite a few that they don't really come online. Like infantry needs Lance Corporal to get the double shot, right? And there's quite a few that are like that. Is they need that not just squatty, but a little bit more, and then they're good. But it happens quick. You get those levels very quickly. You basically, like, by the time you're getting in Lance Corporal, Corporal, Sergeant, you're set, right? Like once you're up to there, it goes quick. That's when the big power spike usually hits. The super high level Colonel stuff, sure, it's just gravy. You know, you're getting even stronger, but you don't generally need that stuff until the game starts ramping up. So if we can just get some corporals, that's pretty good for me right now. Yeah, I've only seen the heavy fog twice in my test campaign. So it's probably pretty rare. But it is great. Let's just take a peek in here. Nothing. Probably nothing. Let's go look over this way. It does give you a bit more like horror vibe because there really could be like right here or right here, and we never know, right? Like with no battle scanners and no extra detection, it can definitely be a bit frightening trying to guess where the next group is. And I know there's somebody defending these things. Usually they're in the floor. I find on these maps it's either the roof or kind of at the back on the ground floor. So we might check the roof first. But yeah, because there's a ladder right here. Am I willing to dash this close? Yeah, no risk. I can't imagine that having a risk. Yeah, I think we go up. We've got 20 turns. We're really not in a huge rush. And we really just want a good engagement, right? So just a couple overwatches, some decent cover. We're concealed anyway, so the overwatches don't matter unless we really get bad luck.
I don't think we're alone out here.
Alright. That's the ping. That makes me think they're on the roof, because the ping was directly to the top floor. But it also doesn't have to be. It could be in this room. Actually, this is a pretty common room, too. This is like the hub of a lot of maps. But that's the same thing. It could be easily up there. So at the very least, we go to like this door, open it, and then maybe go up, depending on how we feel.
Moving to designated position.
We saw something. Pretty sure that was a technically kind of glitch. I think they're in there. So we can get to that window. Ugh, gross. Mobility is difficult. And we can obviously dash, but are they likely to be moving towards us? We did have a small combat. We didn't throw any grenades. I'm not sure the threshold for yellow alert, but I think the more explosives, the more likely. And they either need to see a corpse themselves, which is going to be very hard in the fog, or hear the fight to activate yellow alert. So I actually think the chance of them being yellow is pretty low. So they're probably just patrolling or staying still right now.
Confirmed.
Probably.
Roger that. Got it. Moving.
Take a peek in that window too. Love these bold gold moves. But we are in concealment. This is not as deadly as it would usually be, that's for sure. Let's keep an eye on that window just in case you can't quite make it in. Oh, this is James. We need him. Are you like one of those like 13 move guys that... Well, he's a little bit slow. I might consider literally dropping one of his items, grenades, because he's such a shooty class anyway. A little bit more mobility will help him get into position quicker, and then he should be shooting. He already gets +1 damage on his shooting, so that's what we want him to do.
Affirmative. Covering now.
Alright, open the door. Well, I said they were on the ground, but I was wrong. They are right here. It's not full cover, but I need to see there on the ground. I guess I could check the up first. I think there's a pretty good chance they're up top. No. I think there's a 100% chance they're on the ground. We already saw. What am I talking about? If we move up, we'll be able to see down. Like if we go to this little half-cover garbage. But they are pretty likely to spot us back. So that's not the best. We can always drop back down. That is pretty risky. But there's some good cover down there if we get into a fight. No big rush. Maybe what I do is I have someone with a sneaky SMG pop down and look on the ground floor.
Hope it's worth it.
They're also a rookie, so super expensive. And they spotted him anyway. Yeah. I think I had the right idea, but there was probably not really any safe way to get a good ambush here. I could have just blind dropped a grenade or something, but we're still in a great position. Don't worry. So, I lost track of where they all were, of course. No, there's one guy in here. Oh, it's a new alien. We haven't seen these yet. Not even a vanilla alien. It's an old school alien. Probably gonna spit some acid on us. There's a bunch in here. 1, 2, maybe somewhere over there for 3. Actually, oh, he's not quite in the right spot to open the door. We do have a shot on the Celatid grub. Yeah, they got poison. This is probably what you'll do. These guys, just dropping down, killing stuff. We can get in there if we want. I think we start by sending in our tank. He's literally a tank. And we put him, like, right beside him. And he shoots him. And then we make sure where the others are. We could definitely do some grenades, but... Oh, funny thing. This guy who's adjacent to him, this is, I think, a glitch. Well, maybe just unintentional. Because we provide cover, this guy gets half cover from us. So you gotta remember, Shield Guy is actually very bad at adjacency shooting. But this guy does not get that benefit, so...
Target eliminated. You're gonna need to reload soon.
Jimmy! We're not going to be getting a lot of uptown shots, so I think just look through the window, shoot him in the back. 96, 96. Doesn't really matter.
You see that one?
We're crushing them pretty good. Kind of as expected in close quarters like this when we get the jump on them. Let's see. You're the furthest back. There's no way we fail to kill the Celatid. So just hop down, get your promotion there, Conrad, Hauser, the Duke. Not the Duke. Just a Duke. I do have the Duke in here somewhere. He's just, his name's on top of it.
X-ray neutralized.
Alright, we're looking pretty good so far. This thing doesn't even get cover, so high ground might as well just take the shot, right?
Moving to position.
So, funny thing, usually if you're concealed, no matter how you're concealed, shadow or normal, when you open one of these chests, it breaks your concealment. I don't know if it's the squad's total, but yours at least, which normally is the squad. And it will still, but because of the reconceal, we will effectively be hacking and still stealth, which I just think it's funny because normally you can't do that.
Asset secured.
Alright, 90%. Well, we hit once. So you can already start thinking of some synergies for bonuses after you miss a shot on double shots per turn, and they can effectively start doing 4 and 6 shots eventually. There's some gene mods that work so well on those guys and gals.
Finally.
Alright, rookies. Get your chest. Shoot the alien. Nice.
You can't handle me.
Crushed it. We didn't even go upstairs where there still might be a pod, so we won't.
Back in. On Overwatch.
Entering squad concealment.
And we're concealed. Ah, it's so broken. Ah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, it could be that this Duke is one of the G.I. Joes for sure. Do we just bravely go? So how many have we killed? 7? That could be everything. No. Was there an alien phase? I wasn't paying enough attention. I'm pretty sure this was a 7 to 9 mission, so we could be done already. But maybe not. But this should break his concealment.
I'm going to physical here.
It does break the whole groups, yeah. So that was a mistake. Should have done that last. Okay. 19 turns. I'm not in a rush. I think what I do is I shut my mouth,
Scanning.
reload, and just hold position for a turn.
Good to go.
Because I didn't notice if that was the end of the
Scan back in.
no enemy phase kind of thing. And I should have been paying attention. My bad.
On Overwatch.
Streamer fail.
Affirmative.
Looking at chat, not looking at the game. Yeah, there's no enemies. We're done. That was it. There was 3 here and 4 there. So, unfortunately, we don't get much practice with our really, really cool heavy smoke map, but we did it anyway.
Already there.
Oh, yeah.
Good to go.
Oh, yeah, don't forget to get the loot. I guess I should have picked that up last turn, but... we got some mostly garbage. We can sell it.
Target package secure.
Never completely worthless, as long as you can sell it.
On your order.
You've got the loot. Honestly, this has been, I would probably hazard a guess, the easiest smash and grab I've ever done. The stealth was great, but it wasn't just the free stealth. Just the Overwatch shots, the ambush on these guys inside. We completely destroyed these guys. So you're in position. You're almost in position. Yeah, we'll be out. Yeah, we definitely need 18 more turns. That's for sure.
No need to ask twice.
Our position is concealed.
Target asset located.
But no, there's like gene modding where if you miss a shot, you get plus 10% on your next shot.
Is it clear?
Trying to think of some other fun mods that work like that. But yeah, there's definitely some things that I think are like extra good on a dual wielding pistol fighter.
Location confirmed.
This might be the fastest mission we've even done on the stream too.
Solid copy. Good to go.
This is one of those missions that gets you overconfident though. Things go too well. And on the next one, everyone dies.
Squad concealment active.
I'm all over it.
Well, you're going to be the last one back, but that's okay. Sometimes I try to micromanage who's got the most mobility to get the hardest one and save a turn or something, but obviously it doesn't matter on this map. You're not in.
Moving to designated position.
Still not back.
Okay.
Yeah, the steady aim stock is, or whatever they call it, a bit of a niche pick. Can definitely work on some snipers.
This is Firebrand. Package is secure.
Stationary is kind of the idea. Move and hunker if you've got units that like to do that. I guess on a ranger it could work, getting into position for that first shot, but after that you'll probably never use it again. Okay, well we crushed that mission. That was kind of silly. Oh, I'm just lazy. Sometimes I don't care, but it's because I've got the Overwatch all or evac all mod, so it's just easier to click it once than having to watch the animation 7 times. But yes, it is smarter to leave them for an emergency surprise, generally. If you really want to min-max, you send the mission objectives in first, and you keep the soldiers around for others. But yeah, I mean, that is like the highlight of the stream, man. That mission absolutely crushed it. Lots of fun. We even got 80 supplies. We can build something. We've got alloys. Like, that worked out really well. What I didn't do, which I could have, and I will acknowledge it before anyone in chat says it, I could have picked up a Celatid corpse, and brought it back for research. I didn't think about it. But I didn't do it. Because I'm trying not to break the game too bad. We'll bring corpses back later. For now we're doing good. Let's not like offend the RNG gods. Be a little bit humble. Don't take too much. We just stomped over those aliens. We got some lucky shots. We did well. Don't be like, just a little bit more, please, a little bit more. And eventually the RNG gods are like, you're too greedy. And now all your 99% will miss. Because they can do that. We were playing XCom. But yeah, lots of promotions. Always fun. Always a good time. So let's do squaddies first. There's a few promotions. Alright, Akimbo. Didn't do too much yet. But pretty cool to start. How do we turn our Akimbo into a murderer? Well, obviously anything that adds like damage to pistol shots, but I don't think they're gonna get those, because that would really break it. Russian roulette. When on Overwatch, if you miss, shoot again. It only works for your main hand, not your offhand. Sorry. Pretty cool though. Trigger guard. 20% aim to melee attacks while dual wielding. Not my plan. There is a sort of melee dual wield build that can get electrified hits. We can buckle your swash. Like, it's funny, haha. But there's a melee dual wield pistol build. They don't have a sword. They don't have a knife. Their legs twist around like an alien. But why would you not shoot? So what we're going to be looking at is a combo of probably reactionary and gun fu. Good name. It's either trick shots on the top, and I think there's a thing that reduces... Somewhere in here, I believe, there's a thing that reduces this one. Yeah, bullet time's good. Shots no longer end turn. We definitely want that. Bullet time. You shoot 4 times per turn. That's pretty good. You can also do some trick shots that don't end your turn either. You mix some of those in if you've got them. So do I care about Overwatch? The spinning reload is pretty cool. This is a reload and Overwatch at the same time. Pretty awesome, right? Quicksilver. I don't know when you would do this, but you could Overwatch and then move. Maybe you can... I think you're allowed to like double Overwatch and store up 2 shots. I think. But it does give you 20 aim on Overwatch, which is nice. But I think we're going to be going on the top row mostly, because I think bullet time is my goal. I'm not planning on melee. I mean, chasing fire is good. I really like chasing fire. That's you get a shot when when an ally doesn't kill an enemy. Doesn't need anything special. You just get one per turn, basically. And we get 2 shots, so it's better than normal. Maybe some sort of mix of Overwatch and just regular good shots. Like, I don't really like aggression that much, so we could take double time instead or something like that. So do I care? Do I want a trick shot? What does trick shot do? Let me double check. Shoot a target in cover, ignores cover. I mean, you do less damage, but you ignore cover. So, yeah. That's good. Is that better than miss an Overwatch, try again? As long as you got ammo? Also, someone was asking about the pistol range. This is the pretty rare ability to use long-range pistols, so we've got that already. So that would help deciding what you want to do your build. That's actually kind of tricky. I do like effectively the same as, like, Sentinel. If your shot misses another... This is better than Sentinel. It's different. You could go miss, hit if you had enough opportunities to take those shots. Because you get 6 ammo by default, even without looking into mods. But you're still talking one pistol damage, not double dual wielding. This one's also 1 pistol damage, but you ignoring cover, getting some crit. I don't actually think any of these are great. I think it's hard to pick one because they're all okay. So I'm just going to go trick shot because it does synergy with bullet time. And that's about as much as I can go with. And I'm definitely taking bullet time. Also, Russian roulette, it's anti-synergistic with this. So if you're planning on taking bonus aim Overwatch abilities, there's only one, but there might be more in the XCom branch. But the high aim means it's more likely you hit, which means there's less chance that this even applies, and therefore it does nothing. So this is something that you don't have a lot of control over, and if you're building a good character, will never apply. Whereas this is something we can situationally use to avoid cover and get a crit. I think you only shoot once, either way. Primary weapon only. Damage from main hand weapon only. So yeah, they're both, no matter what we're doing, it's less damage than normal shots. Okay, cool. I do think Akimbo will turn out to be a really good class as we get some better guns. And we got our shield dude. He didn't get to do too much, but he protected and he served death. And you got to see 2 armor before we even have armor, which is pretty cool. So next up, so if we did do our shield wall thing, he would have dropped some smoke. A very small, like 2-tile radius maybe. Pretty small little circle. We could make that better and basically say if you're in that smoke, you get aim and crit. Yourself and your friends. And we can kind of make a build off of that. You can make your smoke and your smoke grenades cleanse panic and stuff. Also give you some aim and will more. Also become immune to explosions if you're in the smoke. So it's got a really fun defense build. I generally don't like defense builds though, right? Like that's the trouble. Because in my experience, you give this guy 5 armor, you give him smoke, 500 defense, immune to explosions, immune to everything. What does the aliens do? They ignore him, right? They just use somebody else. So you can invest heavily and, like, I know there's some situations where that will help keep him alive and maybe benefit the squad in some way because other people can enjoy the smoke and use him as... They can use him as cover too, right? Like, he's the full cover. They can hide behind him. So there's definitely, like, a way to do that. But I could just be killing stuff. And the other trees are more about killing stuff, which tends to be my preference. So, cool under pressure. Overwatches, and he does use a rifle. This isn't some little pistol nothing build. Rifle with Overwatch and an aim bonus, or aim and crits on Overwatches are both solid. We can even combo that into bonus armor and HP and stuff when on Overwatch. There is an ability somewhere, I don't know if this guy gets it, where you can ignore damage canceling your Overwatch when you're on Overwatch. I think the mechs get it. I don't think, it doesn't look like he gets it here. He's got lots of really nice, lethal is so good. That's just +2 damage. It's twice as good as center mass. Rapid reaction, like you want that, oh, probably no matter what. But yeah, things like Avenger, if an ally gets shot, you get a reaction. Those stack with like covering fire and cool under pressure. So if you want to go that route, you probably want most of them. So like this is one of those trees that I don't think it's kind of like you take all of them, right? Like you want all the smoke ones, you want all the shield ones. It's hard to like mix and match. Let's double check the trick shot one. Aim and crit against adjacent. So the problem is that's not good because adjacency gives low cover or even high cover if you shield wall to the enemy, which undoes your aim and crit bonus. Now, you'll still get a portion of it at 2 tiles and so on. And if you're doing melee, it ignores it anyway. Unfortunately, after learning about how the enemy gets the low cover benefit, that makes me less impressed. It's also not like he's a shotgun guy. I think maybe he can equip a shotgun. I think he might be any medium weapon, but I mean, we certainly want 2 mobility and parkour and moving target. What? Who? Remember? How can any perk compete with that? 2 mobility would be a good perk. Like, I would take it over a lot of things. Just passive mobility, take it. Give it to me. Parkour I believe, I can't remember for sure, but I believe that's the one that lets you scale walls without a grappling hook. Crazy good. Not as good as the mobility, but combining them, great mobility. Moving target, I can't remember what that does either, but it's like, I think that's the one where enemies have a penalty shooting at you with Overwatch shots when you're moving, I think. Not very strong on its own, but you throw that in with the other stuff and it's very good. I think maybe some modders, some people that add these things, they underestimate how good some of these are. They're just like, well, this sucks, and I want to give them something else, and it's not that good, so I'll just throw in some more, and that'll make it as good as one normal perk. But like mobility is crazy good. It's like that would be a perk on its own. But anyway, that obviously we're taking that at corporal. So if we want to get the sturdy walls, we'll need some AP, which is going to be a bit of a hard sell. Unless you're going heavy shield build. If we want him to move and shoot, which is, of course, the way to do it. I actually think we're going to go Overwatch, mobility. I don't know if I care about melee attacks too much. Because we can skip this if we have to. This is good. But this is better. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But I do think good Overwatches, that can work. You put him somewhere where the enemy can't kill him, and he gets good Overwatches. If they ignore him, he just starts shooting at them back. And his aim is good. Like, he's got a good base aim. So I should have double checked that. I don't know why he's getting plus 20. Does the shield literally... No, the shield gives you 20 dodge, or it's supposed to give you 20 dodge. And an armor point. No, 20 aim. This class is very good. I think a lot of shield classes have, like, there's the knight with the sword, there's one with a pistol, there's one with a shotgun, where the aim bonus is like, yeah, that's nice, but, like, you're okay. You don't need it. It's not, like, the primary function. on a long-range rifle build, and that's all he can do. He can't do anything else. I double-checked. Effectively 96 base aim at a Lance Corporal with 2 armor. Yeah, no, he's... Okay, I made the correct decision, I believe. We are not going melee. We're not going tanky specifically. We're pretty tanky by default already, and we're going to be deadly with our aim. And yeah, we're just going to murder... Yeah, no. I've convinced myself that this class is very, very strong. I will consider... I don't like changing rifles on these screens because I have no idea who's going on the next mission. But the next time I'm sending them out, as I start getting more mods and options, I will consider weapon changes. Okay, the next overpowered guy. Wow, we really did send... Part of the reason that mission was a stomp is definitely some of the squaddies we sent out were some of the best. Yeah, a 77 aim, double shot, +1 damage baseline. I guess it must be that the hidden perk that we can't see is already active and it's center mass. It must be. Like, there's no way. Because I didn't even notice he got that for free at the beginning. Because it's not from the gun. He just has a gun. He doesn't have some weird shield that gives him damage. It's just a sawed-off and a rifle. So, yeah, no, he's doing pretty solid. So what do we want to build, Jimmy? So close and personal seems dumb. It will synergize with your sawed-off, but that's not your primary. And sure, it will work with your rifle. And it's nice in the sense that it's -5% per tile, so you don't have to be adjacent. You do get some bonus, but it's just crit. It's built for the thing that is not as good as shooting twice. Mostly. So there's not a lot of Overwatch. There is a bit. Like, you can get cool under pressure, you can get rapid reaction, go kill zone. Rifles don't have the hugest ammo supply generally for kill zone, but you know, they can make it work. Ever Vigilant is a weird one. I don't get much value out of Ever Vigilant. Free Overwatch when you don't shoot. So you can dash and get an Overwatch. So if you've got a low mobility soldier, this is a way to keep them up with the party and still potentially get an Overwatch shot. That can help. But this is a class that is shooting. So how often are you not shooting? This really only would matter if you double moved. Because otherwise you can move Overwatch. That's pretty niche. I don't see that coming up very regularly. Alternatively, we could take a skill. Bonus hit, negative damage, crit, extra ammo. I think it's just one action. So you can take a regular shot, and if that fails, you take this. You couldn't do this first, I don't think. Let me double check. Doesn't say if it's turn ending or not. I can double check once we're in game, but it's probably like take the shot. If it misses, spend the rest of your ammo, hopefully finish it off. It's not guaranteed, but 30 aim is probably okay. Well, you will activate Ever Vigilant free reaction a lot early on. But how often are you shooting off of that when you're just traveling in concealment? Like, I feel like that's very rare. So after you break concealment, if you're dashing rather than moving Overwatching, then this guy can get a shot. But he's the only one, so then the whole group is in danger. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying there's no use. Nah. They're all a bit weak. None of them are those crazy triple ability things. He starts good. He starts amazing. He starts with double shot and +1 damage. He doesn't even need a promotion. He's already awesome. But sure, 110 aim, low damage. It's practically nearly guaranteed to do some damage at that point. And that's a nice way to finish things off. His mobility is a bit bad, so you could think of that as a way to get an Overwatch on a dash for him, because he's a little bit slow. But like I said in the last mission, I think really what we do is, like, at the very least drop one, if not both, grenades. Because when would he be throwing grenades? He should be shooting. He should be overwatching. Anyway, that's we'll figure out these characters more as we use them a bit and come up with cool builds for them. So I got 4 more rookies. Who's fast, or at least passable? All right, are one of the dukes. You have to be a sword guy. There is no option. I've got too many sword guys unused. Your hacking is decent. Maybe you'll be the hacking sword guy. 12 I think is the highest I've ever seen. So a 16 move, 10 hack is about as good as that role as we'll probably ever see. The question did come up. Who was this guy? Why is he the duke? Why is he a duke? He's probably G.I. Joe. Yeah. He probably had like a green SUV. Maybe a green Hummer. Humvee from the old days. That's probably what he did. Grenades on infantry? Nah. Ammo once you get it. Armor, good. But early game, you know, grenades are just the only thing that works. But as your aim gets into the hundreds, I mean, yeah, you don't need grenades that much. As bad. You still need them, but someone else can carry them. Alright, so random guy. Someone can always look up who he does, but Conrad Hauser. So, I think, yeah, we'll look at the suggestions. Already got all of those. So, thankfully, we can just customize our preference. Mad Jack's the one I'm thinking about. A bit of mobility and some melee. They're fun. We can dash and stab. We can stab. And we can just give ourselves an extra turn. Yeah, that's all. Just give. You want 3 actions? You get 3 actions. Sure, you get some overdose penalties on the next turn. But no, these guys are great. And if you don't like having penalties on your 3 actions, at Sergeant, you just stop having those problems. And whenever you want 3 actions, you just go 3 actions. Oh, C4. You keep saying C4. I keep forgetting to look at C4. Yeah. I will try. But yeah, anyway, swords and hacking. You can, again, things that are totally balanced. You want Haywire Protocol? You want Trojan? Here, have both. Blade Master's also good. But, yeah, he will be possibly stealthy. Maybe. Probably sword and hacky. Melee hacker. I think that'll be fun. And Aid Protocol's nice to have too, so. I don't know if you were a tech in G.I. Joe with a sword, but you are now. Next, oh, mark it down. Probably after the stream some point I'll have to make sure I didn't forget too many in my tracking sheet. Alright, I still don't have a Buccaneer, a Blade Dancer, or a Storm Rider. So if we find somebody who should dual wield swords, that'll be fun. Sabin, right? Someone wanted him to be like a punching class, right? I don't think I have any punching classes. The closest is the Hitman or whatever it was with the club with the beatdown. We already got one of those, so he's just very average in most ways. A little bit low dodge, but a little bit high hack. I don't know if I have any hackers left that I haven't picked. I mean, I'd love for him to be a melee class, I guess. You could have a laser beam. He could be a Tesla trooper. It's not quite the same. He can summon fireballs from the sky, beat your bum up. Would I consider him a blade dancer? Not really. The thing is, there's not too many options left. So, just looking through my unselected. Storm Rider, probably dual wielding swords. Buccaneer, complicated, probably my worst pick for melee, but they're sword and sawed off. Blade Dancer's 3, more of a sneaky swordy. I've got a bunch of assault shotgunniers that I need. There's a shredder that's good with acid, a scrapper that's kind of a mix of knife and stuff. I've got a freebooter, speedy shotgun guy. I've got a combat engineer, shotguns and grenades. Assault is pretty close to standard assault. You You have an arc thrower and go fast in the shotgun. I'm not talking about the flamers right now. I do have a pistol shield guy up for grabs. A shinobi, haven't picked that yet. Oddly enough, they have a gun, just a little gun. There's an executioner. The executioner is a lot of fun. It's SMG and a knife. They have a lot of, if you kill something, you get your turn back. There's a technical. There's a miner. There's a grenadier. There's demolitionist. Titan overseer. No, I think I have an overseer. I'm pretty sure I picked that one. Dragoon. And that's it. So we got however many I said. Probably less than 10. I think my worry with C4 is that if it's one of those ones where you have to activate it one turn and then throw it on the next turn, like the chances of me having the time to waste 2 full rounds to do it is just so low. But I'll have a look at it. So Dragoons are not really Final Fantasy Dragoons. They're cannon wielding kind of support. In fact, they don't even need to use a cannon. They're cannon rifle SMG, which is a weird mix. They get a gremlin, so they can do hacking. Actually, they have like basically no shooting skills at all. In fact, I need to remember to make a low aim character a Dragoon, because really, they don't do a lot of shooting, even though they have a cannon as a primary. So I gotta remember that. Dragoon for bad aim, and 64 is average, so no. There's definitely people that are worse. I will say Sabin is known for being pretty tanky. He has a lot of hit points. He can support his squad a little. I think we make him a Titan. He's big, like a bear. I don't know. Spray and pray, AoE, cone shape. Oh, that's the small one. Oh, I'm thinking of a different one. There's a line version that's really good too. And this gives him some reason to get up close, kind of like Sabin would in real life. I don't know. Like I said, the role playing hard to continue for too long at this point, but that's almost all of the cannon wielders. Okay, let's keep going. Promotion party 2 remain. 65 aim, average, 70 aim, better but slow. Alright, Bane. Well, doesn't quite look right, but I guess they do as well as they can. You know where Bane's from. No one cared who I was until I put on the mask. I cannot do the Bane voice without some serious work. Let's see. We've already got all those, I think. I'm pretty sure. His aim is good. The game knows I would like another sniper, but I've already got too many snipers. So good aim, no movement. He's probably the last one. Better be the last one. Good aim, no movement. Good aim, no movement. What is left? I feel like I had way too many 13 aim or 13 mobility high aim units that I want to make work, but just struggle. Because the trouble is, it just auto makes swords bad and shotguns bad because you can't move far enough to get value. So then we're talking at least something more mobile than that, either an SMG or maybe a pistol. But I mean, I guess we could go hoplite. Hoplite is pistol shields. I've got a hunter. I do want a FF Dragoon. Glaive. What's the glaive? Is there a weapon? I'm trying to remember. Is that one of the alien leader weapons? Yeah, I don't know all the modded weapons just yet. The hoplite does sound like they need some movement. Yeah. Could make an executioner. He kind of is an executioner if you're going roleplay a little bit. Now, I could go for one of the heavies that can equip an SMG. Yeah, okay, that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to pick one that looks like that would work. So if I make him a technical, We're not going into rifle suppression because that's not their primary thing. You can give him an SMG for the 2 mobility that gets him to 15, and then he has a rocket launcher. That's just what we do. It's not going to be good, but the aim will still help the rockets. Or a gauntlet, even the flamethrower, the aim does help. He doesn't need to be a grenadier. He needs rockets or flamethrowers to get his aim to do anything. And those are kind of the only classes left that I have that I don't have anybody yet. So I've got technical demolitionist, which is very similar, but does a bit more shooting. So I think we go technical. Yeah, I think this will be as good as we can get for these slow guys. And I'm hoping my notes are correct, but yeah, there's technician and there's technical. Don't mix them up. They're quite different. Heavy weapons. So he doesn't get much. And yeah, the suppression is basically entirely wasted. I mean, it's basically entirely wasted. But we will be going fire in the hole, concussion, boom, stuff, yada, yada, yada. Like, that's easy. Now, we could go with Gauntlet Flamethrower if you really want. I do not want. I will show off flamethrowers, but that's not what I'm building a slow 3 movement character to do. And yeah, the 13 move is bad, and needs some help. Conveniently, even though he's a suppression gunner, suppression rifles are not my favorite. At least not until you get big nags later on. But you can go SMG or shotgun. But SMG will make him kind of like everybody else. I don't know. Maybe you can suppress with an SMG. Oh, it's a mod with a melee polearm? That's cool. Can you... Okay, this is getting real fancy. Can you get... Is it possible for the modders to make a melee weapon that has a range of 2 tiles rather than 1? Like a spear often is in tactical RPGs. Because if you could have a Dragoon that could jump, parkour, whatever you want to call it, some gene mods, and a 2-range melee weapon, then we're talking. Now we're playing some Tactics Ogre. But yeah, it's all good. Funny story. Oh, Twitch just being Twitch. Okay. For now, I'm so convinced I'm not using the flamethrower. I'm just going to bring the rocket launcher. Don't even want to think about it. His build is SMG and rockets. Alright, so that'll do. I'm glad I took notes, because most classes just have like 1 primary that they're built for. But there are some that can change it to some surprising variants sometimes. So it's interesting using those. Okay, this is our last guy. I don't recognize this one. Tekken, sure. I did not play Tekken much, or at all, really, so. How many rockets? Well, he's not very fast, but he can carry a couple at least. Don't need too many in the early game. Snake Eyes Fury Tekken, sure. I don't know who that is, but good for him. Don't need shirts where we're going. Slow. It's very, very willpowery. A little slow. They suggest Storm Rider. That's bad. Scion we got. Stormtrooper. I think I made one. Add my technical in there. Yeah, we don't have a lot of choices left. That's the trouble, right? The last few are always the hardest because there's not a lot of good options. So 14 mobility isn't deal-breaking, but still not great for a lot of these classes. 65 aim is just exactly average. So maybe we just put them in something simple. Just scrolling through my lists. Probably one of the assaults. You know what? If you give him run and gun, he's probably fine. I do like Storm Riders, but I want a Storm Rider that has more than 14 mobility. Storm Riders are great, but they need to hit people in melee. Now there are a couple shotgun into SMG classes that I'm just looking at. Like the Scrapper can technically equip an SMG if they want. That would regain some mobility. Freebooter. They're like built for shotguns. Assault. And if you get the right secondary, because some of them have like the knife secondary, it's not as good as a range secondary. And there's Shredder has a sword, of course. Scrapper has a knife. Freebooter has a knife, but the assault baseline has a arc thrower. I don't think I picked one yet. At least I didn't note it down if I did. If I end up with a duplicate, it's not the end of the world. We can just let them die. But I don't like the 14 movement, but I'm going to trust run and gun, I think. He's from Tekken. He likes to scrap. Scrappers, my notes say close combat, shotgun, some melee, and a lot of buffs. Like self buffs. I mean, I guess if I pick Scrapper, if the mobility is a big problem, we don't have to use a shotgun. He's just a stat. He's based on a shotgun. They're probably not much different. I don't know all the ins and outs between these similar classes. Unarmed and knife fighting. I mean, sure. You know what? It kind of sounds like one of those. It's like Sabin, another puncher. You know, it's fine. I don't really have a huge preference. I have a feeling this guy's not going to be good. Whatever. He's not going to be great. I hope I didn't just make a duplicate, because I kind of remember looking at these, so it's possible we have two. Should have checked first. He wasn't in my list. I'm so glad it's alphabetical, except not alphabetical. What is the point of that? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then whatever we want. Oh, right, rookies. They're all after. Of course. All the rookies are... Okay, we accidentally made a second Scrapper. It was not my plan. They're, like, not a class I even wanted two of. I should have checked. It's fine. You know what? We can send him to a Haven. We can let him run a Haven by himself, and then we won't have to see him again. I will say Scrappers. Duplicates, for me, are definitely the kind of people that I want not in the main roster, but guarding a Haven. So they're still helping, but we've got the main one of each that we can take on missions, right? Maybe that'll be my plan, if we get duplicates. Well, that sounds pretty cool, Gray Figure. There's definitely some crazy mods for this game, I gotta say. The things the modders are doing, very impressive. Okay, what am my time? It's getting pretty late. I think one more mission and then I'm probably done for today's stream. I feel like it's just the nature of Long War. You play a lot, it doesn't feel like you're doing anything. The time, like you could probably do like a 6-hour stream or session, however you play, and literally pass like 2 days. It's just the way, the nature of these high, what do you want to call them? High quantity missions go. We'll see what the next one is. Maybe a whole day will pass, and we'll see what's going on. Okay, that's right. And it's important that I don't move on, because I needed to click this and finish this immediately, and I already half forgot. So we have 51 intel. We want to set up this fairly short mission before I completely forget, and I don't want to forget. Good news, they did remember my squad, except for the one guy that for some reason didn't show up in the squad list. It's been a while. I'm pretty sure it's the black guy with no shirt. What's his name? Probably the guy at the top? Yeah, the guy from MMA, right? That someone told me about. Hopefully I'm not sounding super insensitive, but he's an MMA fighter, and you know he's pretty dark skinned, and he doesn't have a shirt, so that's how I remember him. Okay, that was where we got to. We spent a lot of time getting to 5. We can probably do 6, maybe 7. Right, before I pick the next one, what am I missing for a very important mission that we might have some troubles on? Although if I spend the intel, it'll probably be fine. If I spend the intel, if I'm willing to spend the intel, then you look at the second number, which is based on if you spend intel, boosted. We could get to 7 probably for sure, and then the mission's crazy easy. Yeah, it's Anarchy's children. You gotta blame the XCOM 2 DLC that allows this and all the other really... I mean, there are mods, but I don't have any customization mods included that do all the weird, fruity MMO stuff. No offense, but I do like sort of somewhat realistic armor as well. And I'd rather see people look like... I don't even know who this guy's supposed to be. But it looks like some kind of cotton padding, it'll protect you from a sunburn. Your helmet might deflect some BB guns or something. It doesn't really look very metal, but it does look like armor. You're not gonna scrape your knees, like you got knee pads, right? Like you can duck down and got elbow pads. Like, I'd rather people had stuff that looks semi-functional, right? Once we get Predator or Warden armor, I believe it overrides the style choices, and you get to see some armor anyway, but yeah, it is kind of funny early on. Okay, well, let's not worry too much about optimizing then. I'm just going to pick a couple squaddies. We've got... One of them was hacking, right? Hacking stats. Yeah, we made a mercenary hacker that's okay. We've got Captain with suppression. We've got longer range cannon. Grappling ripjack shotgun. Vector rifle, sort of pseudo-sniping, because we want to keep moving, probably. We've got the tracking stealth unit. Is it Kevlar? I don't know. It looked like some cotton padding on a texture. You want things like, if you want things to look like Kevlar, it has to look heavy. It's got to like weigh down. Like if you've seen people wearing full like modern military garb, like there's no, unless you like bolt it to your skin, it's heavy, so it's pulling your shirt and your skin down. It's probably hard to make it look like that in a 2017 3D game. But like Kevlar is not light, so people, and if it's just inside the padding of your armor like usual. I guess there's like full vests and stuff. There's actually some cool like dragon armor, ceramic panels and stuff these days. But what do we want? The magic girls, yeah. I mean, okay, I can enjoy having some anime characters in some of my video gaming, and I could have a squad dedicated to all the girls, of course, if that's what we're doing. I'm okay with that, but not by default. I have to be in the mood, because normally I want my soldiers to look like soldiers. I like the colors and stuff, that's cool, but the complete frilly dress armor, man, it's a bit harder to feel like we're already fighting off aliens in the future. That's just making it even harder. Who am I bringing? I gotta pick somebody here. We're not really missing anything in specific. I don't have a melee character. The Halo armors, I didn't look at them very closely. Like I said, I feel like I had too many mods installed already, so I don't want to go too far down the cosmetics. Then my game's already loading up an awful lot of RAM as it is. Let's just take some squaddies that seem cool for a mission. Like, I really would like my infantry to get leveled up to get double shot. It's fine. They'll be okay. They're good. They'll just bring them anyway. That puts us at 129. I actually don't even know if we can get to 7 here, even with the boost. Let's just pick another squaddy just to double check, right? What happens if we brought, the Heretic? 107. We can do that. Okay. So you want to come along? Yep. We're bringing one melee. Someone else that's cool with a difficult build, let's just say. Mechs and magical. That's a very niche combo. I know there is a setting. I forget the name of it off the top of my head. I think it's a tabletop setting. I'm digging deep. But there is a BattleTech like... It's not BattleTech, but it's like that with mechs. Except it's mixed with magic, and you can basically customize your sci-fi space armor to be powered by magic and souls and magic girl love power or whatever you want, right? Like, I forget the name of it, but there's definitely a game that does exactly all of that together. It's a little niche, but yeah. Okay, so this is a pretty good squad. Let's get them geared up and send them out, and then forget about them. And don't. I'm gonna spend the intel immediately because we're gonna be crossing sessions. So I'm gonna give everyone a blade of armor, and not a laptop to this guy, but a laptop to this guy. So we'll do him first. Armor first. Give him a little bit more hacking. Doesn't really matter. Once we get the Skulljack, it's just better. This does let you lower the hack defense, I think. If you have extra turns and you really, really want that reward, but... And he's got average mobility, so we can give him just a flashbang. It's standard default, fairly standard. Ablative live. It's hard to write phonetically. All right, Shredder. This is heavy duty. We want armor. We want probably just the standard pack, right? Actually, they've got a shredder gun that's really good at shredding armor, so they can have a smoke. And then you got they're kind of the longer range one anyway. We have a med kit. We got some shredding. A couple flashes. We'll get more flash bits. Medic, I believe, should bring 1 med kit. Yes, and then we actually get 3. So, you know what? You don't need this. You can have a flashbang instead or something. This guy doesn't need grenades as much because his guns are good and he gets a free ice grenade. But it's nice to have some spare flashes just in case. Alright. So we go armor, med, and then... Let's see. Starting to get to the point where we got to think about what each person wants to actually bring on missions. I mean, the grapple's really nice for mobility. The Ripjack Slash doesn't hurt. Aim is... Well, it's low levels. Probably some explosion. Oh, right. C4. We were talking about this. Let me look at this real quick. I keep not talking about C4. So, start with the default frag. 2 to 5 damage. Shreds 1 bit of armor. You can throw it 10 tiles without a grenade launcher. 3 square radius, and it weighs 1. That's your default. The AP, 1 more damage, same throwing distance, 0 shred, actually a larger exploding radius, I forgot about that, 3 to 4, no joke, that's a bit better. Still weighs 1, but it has anti-armor piercing, which means the first 3 armor count for double, I believe. So 1 armor counts as -2 damage, 2 armor counts as -4 damage, if I remember correctly. And then there's a missing localization or something. What does it say? Template master.help. Yeah, that's not going to help. I don't know if that means anything, but it's probably related to the armor piercing not working. So those are your kind of standards. The C4, compared to the frag, has 2 higher max, so the range is larger, the average is a little bit higher. But you can still get the minimum 2. Shred's the same. Range is god-awful. So this is the problem I have with all the mines and really anything. This is probably why I've never bothered to take it. A 5 range, 4 radius explosion means at best, you can almost kill yourself if you throw it and it explodes. Because it's going to explode up to 1 tile from you with 5 - 4, right? Like, So that's dangerous. But then we got to read how it works in the actions, right? Plant. Spend an action, C4, to explosive device with the trigger. Planting the C4 is a standard non-turning action. Does not break concealment. Trigger. Triggers all C4s. Free action. That is good. Okay, hold on. I maybe have missed that. I was thinking 2 actions was bad, but 1 non-turn ending, non-concealment breaking action, and then a free action at later date. But you cannot do it on the same turn. So you're going to move, toss this a little bit towards the enemy, but you can't start it. You're going to have to throw it, and on the next turn, move away, because you're probably going to kill yourself. And then from a blue move away, activate it for free, and then shoot them or something. It does not... I mean... Okay. I just cannot see when I have enough free time to do that. And also, like, the range, right? If you can get within 5 squares of them, you're pretty close to just flanking them. And you'd have to end your turn there. Well, unless you start next to them, in which case you could definitely flank them, right? Like, if you start close enough that you can hit them with some C4, then you could almost certainly move and shoot them, or get away, or whatever you want. If you have to move first and then throw the C4, that means you're ending your turn 5 squares away from the C4. And it's, you know, up to 4 more, 9 square total circle, right? Like, you're not right beside them, but you're pretty close. And you do not do anything. That's your turn gone, you've done nothing. Not great for you. And if the enemy leaves the mine's radius, on your next turn, you've done nothing. So it's a very, I think, very easy way to completely waste a turn. Now, if you're stealthed and it doesn't break concealment, that is something that they can be doing when they're not doing anything else. Like, it is better than nothing. Yes. Okay. We'll work with that. It is better than literally nothing. No, that's not true, because literally nothing gives you 1 mobility. On my stealth recon units who need good high mobility to get around and zoom, and generally hide far away from the aliens that break their concealment, how often would I move them 5 squares away from an alien to drop this off safely and blow them up? Once for a concealment where you really need it. And then never ever again at all. Not in the middle of a tough fight. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying very niche. And the 1 mobility might be better a lot of the time. Just a permanent +1 movement. I like mobility. So yeah, that's what C4s do. You know, hey, that's the talk. That's the discussion. You want to try them in your game? Give them a try. I will try to use them at some point on a stealth unit with Shadow. And I will try. No, I'm not going to say it's a failure of imagination. I'm going to, I know how I play. What I want to do is give that concealment guy a AP grenade, have him throw it twice as far, and kill 3 guys immediately. That's very consistent. You can do that a lot. Is the RPG an option? These are a one-time rocket for anybody, I believe. So it's but it's double mobility. This costs you 2 mobility, but it's definitely an option. Oh yeah, this guy I can totally see fitting into a team. Anyone can fire a rocket. Oh yeah, that's a good one, no doubt. It is tricky, of course, with the weight, but on a high mobility, I mean, would we want her to have that? I don't know. You know what? She's got a grappling hook, so losing mobility is less of a punishment because she can sometimes just go fast. I'll show it off. It's fine. I don't think it's really a great match for her, but you could grapple up and rocket somebody. Sure, why not? I think it's 10 times better than the C4. Okay, we got a couple left to gear out. Naked Man, gonna hit some stuff. What was your deal? Concealment, right? You're my tracker. Wall removal. The problem is it takes 2 turns to remove the wall. Enemies are gonna move out of the way. Like, it might open up some line of sights. and I'm talking C4 still, but rockets are the solution to wall removal. Yes, if that's what you're meaning. Having a couple rockets for some of that's fine. Okay, so he's gonna be mostly concealed. He needs some armor. Everybody needs a little bit of armor. I'll give him the flash. If I want him to break concealment, it's probably because I need to kill something. And I wouldn't mind bringing 2 APs, so I'd probably give this one AP as well. This is my melee Templar. First time we're taking one out. They also have a really good pistol, so they're not forced into melee. This is a nice class for that, at least. They've got the long-range pistol bonus. I think it's a pretty good class. This will be a fun one. Armor, definitely if they're going to go melee and another AP. I don't know. It might be better not to drop their mobility anymore because they're carrying the secondary, which does slow them down a little bit, I think. That's why we're at -3 already. I don't think I want to go to 11 on someone who's trying to stab things. It's gonna be painful. And yeah, I don't think we have any ammo yet. I don't think we could even... Well, we might build tracer rounds. Let me see. We have AP. Would I spend 10 supplies and an alloy to ignore 2 armor? Or 5 supplies to do 1 more damage? Except they're worse against armor. I'll take 1. We have a free inventory slot. It's bad against armor, but it's better than nothing. That's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Okay, but for now, you're not really a double shot. You will be. We know what we're taking at level 2. But, yeah, your main gimmick is you get the ammo and you can suppress. And, I mean, the stun launcher can help. So you gotta back up. Again... Actually, I think the game is lying because it counts the ammo slot, the ammo item, into this mobility, but it's not supposed to in mission. It will be displayed as such. It's supposedly ammo in this inventory slot doesn't drink. So he's actually at -2, not -3. So I think that we can work with that. Right, I was going to talk about, yeah, the suppression... ammo additions of some sort, yeah. Let me see what we got here. First off, we've already got the good healer. I haven't had a lot of value from the frags, but you might as well have a couple. Okay, that's everybody's gear. It puts us at 98. Okay, I'm not that confident that I want to go under 100 if I can just unequip a couple things. We get more mobility, we can get it up to 100. It'll be fine. This is where a suppressor, which I might have, actually would make the difference. So let's look at what the weapon mods are. Hair trigger is Overwatch. Speed loader is a free reload every time you dash. We do have a suppressor. Hey, we got to 100. Nice. You can also just give anyone a flamethrower if you want. Yeah, there's your stock. You can steady weapon for 15 aim and crits. I can also give another ammo slot, but I don't have any more ammo, so it doesn't really matter yet. Someone can have the speed loader, that's fine. I don't think it's going to be a huge value for him, but might as well give it out. I'm not going to worry about the other weapon mods too much. We don't have a lot of good stuff just yet. And our guys are kind of a low level, so if I had the mods, what I would be giving them all is a scope. Just to give them a bit more aim. The hair trigger is like aim on reaction, so if you're making an Overwatch specialist, this still helps, but... yeah, I don't think we need them just yet. I think we're stomping over the aliens pretty good, so we don't need to worry too much about perfect min-max optimizing. I do enough already. As the game gets more difficult, maybe I will spend more time really perfecting the gear. Okay, I said one more mission. Let's see if we can get to it. It will be... Oh, right. Before I do forget, in case I waste the intel, this is one I think we only get to like 60% or something if we don't. Boost that for 25. It doesn't really change anything right now, but this way I can't accidentally spend the intel on something else. So, probably for the best. Alright, and the smash and grab will be a couple days away. Okay, let's go pick up our intel. That's right, we're also getting some extra bonus intel, so.
Strategic resource located.
Alright, so yeah, we definitely had a little bit of intel to spare. And another mission. And this one's got more resistance, which we do very much need. And it's a very large map. Now let's get them geared up. I won't spend nearly as much time on a pretty easy mission like this one to get it set up. So this is worth 3 resistance personnel. Very nice. No, nothing wrong with that. We got 7 days, so that's 6 or 7 troops pretty easily. Good mission. I'm going to look for people with full willpower at max rank. Hijacker, does she have stealth? Yeah, so she's going to be our stealth for now. And I'll save my other stealth Lance Corporal for the next mission, because we're probably going to get a bunch of missions here all in a row. And I'm mostly just going to fill it up with squaddies now. I know there's still a few more rookie promotions and classes, but 1, 2, 3. We've got 3 more queued up already. So I might just take like 1 or 2 rookies per mission now and just start leveling up some squaddies. Just mixing them in and out, whatever seems like a good one. Probably like 1 of each weapon kind of thing is for now, like before we get really too involved. Shotgun, cannon, maybe like a normal rifle. Which is the melee one for this team, I suppose. Not that we really need a sniper, but we'll make it work. I don't have a rifle yet. I feel like technician might have been... No, another sniper. Sneaky sniper. Sniper hacker. Also bringing someone who can hack. It's probably good to start doing that as well now. Now that I'm kind of out of the first month, it'd be nice to be able to hack some boxes and maybe some drones if we need them. Could bring a pistol, SMG, shotgun, cannon, melee, sniper, pistol. I'm missing a regular assault. Well, I don't count vectors and bullpups as separate or whatever. Like, they're basically the same as their base class. We could bring a guy with a shield. What was the rook? No, squaddies. We could bring a guy with a shield. Knight would be sword and shield. I don't know if I want to bring a knight just yet. Still missing a lot right now. We could bring the bishop. That's the one I'm not looking forward to much. I don't have everyone memorized. The agent is hacking shotgun for us. Was it like the stormtrooper or something? Bullpup? I mean, sure. It's kind of like an SMG, but it'll be fine. Alright, and that's going to be all we can fit in, because 8 will take us way over 6 days, 20. The pure melee classes are just a little bit tricky with no gear. Either a better shield or some armor, or a better sword especially, which isn't very far away. 1 better sword, and sword shield guys are going to do a lot better. There's like an alloy sword that's plus 20 aim. Much more reliable for running into your death if you have plus 20 aim on a sketchy base accuracy. And if the shield is giving you 20 aim as well, then suddenly you're totally good. I did not remember that when I was selecting my knight. Okay. Now, they lose all their gear when they get promoted. I haven't spent a ton of time comparing the bases around. I know I talked about it. I don't think I'm a huge fan of anything other than a regular sniper's rifle. I don't like the 1 ammo version. I don't really like the no-scope version because you lose damage, and damage is pretty important. Pistol, we can spend a minute here, but there's a semi-auto usually, yeah, there's sort of 3 tiers. The traditional one is just like a pistol with 1 mod in it or something, I think. I forget. But the base is 1 to 3. The auto pistol is just +1 damage. And then the semi-auto is just 1 damage flat. With a couple free skills that are neat. Grazes get upgraded to hits, which doesn't really matter because a 1 damage hit grazing does 1 damage, and you upgrade it to a hit, it does 1 damage. It's kind of silly. I don't think the semi-auto is any good. I think the fight is between pistols and auto pistols. The main difference is auto pistols supposedly lose accuracy, but there are skills that ignore that penalty, so if you can ignore the range penalty, maybe you should always have an auto pistol, but there's nothing else to it other than the +1 damage. The marksman rifle. Okay, so that's pistols. What was the question here? Marksman is, I believe, just the sniper rifle with a scope. So yeah, someone should use it if you're going to have the sniper. I don't think this is its own class, though. I'm pretty sure this is just... It's unique because it's like a special weapon you start with at the beginning of the game on one of your equipped guys, I think. I'm pretty sure this is just sniper with a scope. I'm 99% sure. So, I mean, yeah, we can give that to her. That's fine. But it's not like a separate type of weapon. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of different snipers, but she might as well have it, sure. Bullpups don't have variants. So, okay, we didn't talk about cannons. There is an interesting cannon variant. Usually it's separate. I don't know why they, like, this one, I feel like this is like a modded custom name that didn't know that there's going to be light machine guns already. Because this is, I believe, again, a cannon with a stock. It's +5 aim. Well, maybe it's a little bit better. I don't know where the aim is coming from. Usually that's a scope, not a stock. But, you know, okay, I think that's just a starter variant. And we only have 1, so they're kind of unique. But yeah, the difference between these 3, I guess, is like the heavy weapon split, and I didn't talk about it. So, light machine guns, LMGs, are very interesting. They definitely compete. Huge clip size, from 5 to 9. Same crit damage, slightly better base damage, not drastically different, but 4 to 6 to 5 to 6. So, and it also has an inherent shred. So, base stats, LMG wins in every avenue. Better damage, same crit, better ammo, even free shred. Okay, so why wouldn't you always bring that then? It also has fire a -20 aim non-turn ending shot. So you can double shoot. Can you? No, read the bottom. Standard shots and Overwatch require 2 actions. So it functions more like a sniper rifle in the terms of action economy. And that's got some pros and cons, of course. It also takes 2 actions to reload, so you're not a very mobile gunner. But it does have some really cool stuff on it. Same range as cannons. It says if you like suppressing, like AoE suppression, it's great, right? There are definitely some builds that want LMGs more than cannons. I will probably stick to cannons the most just because they're the standard. And I'll mentally remember how they work better. But if you want a good LMG, like my Overlord that had like the sniper kind of range and probably is stationary just shooting, maybe they would make a good LMG build because they shoot a lot and they don't want to move. But it's also the two AP to fire tend to be better on like stationary missions. Like whenever you're doing an evac mission, you got to move across the map. Just like snipers, it's hard to really want to sit down and just take shots, right? Anyway, the last one, battle rifle. This is like halfway to a regular rifle, or even more than halfway. I think it technically counts as a heavy weapon, but the damage is the same as a rifle. So we've gone -1 damage, -1 clip, but you know it's a little bit bigger than a rifle, and then the same crit damage. And then it does get a free Overwatch. Miss gets another Overwatch shot, which is neat. But let's see, what else is there in there? Snuck in there. It doesn't slow you down as much for infiltration as a cannon. It's a bit better at overwatching. It even says heavies and dragoons like it. I guess if you want a heavy that doesn't do as much damage or ammo, it's kind of like a light machine gun, except it's a light cannon, I guess. Light has a lot of different definitions, but yeah, battle rifle, I generally feel like damage is key, and subtracting a damage early on is really rough. We need that. We need those 4s and 5s and 6s. Getting 3s don't help. That's the trick. If it can equip underbarrels, that's neat too, for modding later on. Because yeah, I assume normal cannons cannot. But yeah, it's just, you know, meant for a little bit lighter. I don't think it gives you the mobility. It'd be nice if it gave you like 1 more mobility as an exchange for the 1 damage loss. Because SMGs are like -1 damage plus 2 mobility, basically. So we're -1 damage, but we don't get any mobility out of it. I feel like it's kind of a shame. That's kind of what it would need for me to be like, that's a good alternative, right? But it's all good. Is there any other variants that I've missed? Shotgun, I think, has 1 variant. We talked about this one, though. This is the one where... yeah, again, there's the custom, special, unique ones. But all we're really comparing is shotgun, 4 to 6, 2, 4, 15, with a hunting shotgun, which does get +1 damage, which means I should be using it according to my own rule. But it reloads slower, and I think that's about it. I actually think the hunting shotgun might be better than the base shotgun for me. So I should probably just be using it if I want a shotgun build. I think in long missions with a lot of reloading, it's gonna maybe struggle. Or a mission with really big fights where you're going multiple turns shooting. But yeah, that +1 damage early on is no joke at all. And then SMGs. Is there any SMG variant? No, there's no SMG variant. So I think that covers all the variants at base. There will be some more with higher tech. But yeah, shotgun, cannon, rifle, pistol, sniper. I feel like that's all. No, I didn't talk about the regular rifle, but that's okay. Anyway, let's get this group out of here. Definitely got caught up there for a bit. Okay, gear. Quartermaster. You get a bonus grenade or mine. Now, the acid mines are really good. Mines are... I mean, we just talked about how I didn't like the C4. They work similarly. Slower throwing range. Definitely better on concealment. But acid is just really nice if you have a big, heavy armor. If you're fighting mechs, this is really nice early on. I mean, you could shock. It does electric damage. It can do some bonus to robots and stuff. But we start with, like, 1 of each, so you can try them out if you want. The problem is the throwing range is pretty low, so it's kind of harder to make them work. I think most of the time when I have a grenade slot like this, I generally just throw in a normal grenade. The trouble is, like, blast mine sounds cool, but again, look at the explosion. You can throw it 6 tiles, and it explodes in 7 tiles. I can see a problem. Unless you have a chance to get out of the way, you kill yourself. So no. Mines are better for ambushes, I understand. They're kind of built for, if you're concealed, you can set up a really good ambush. And sometimes that works, but a lot of the times it's just weighing you down. I will bring an acid mine for fun, but I don't intend to be very grenade heavy as a rule. We had another ammo slot. I don't know. Do I want to spend 5 more supplies to get another one? Sure. Seeing as we're getting a few free ones. Hollow points are fine. So this is actually the damage on this. So the acid mine is for armor. This is actually crazy high damage. We got 5 to 7 plus 1, 6 to 8. Like that's mag tech shotgun, I think, approximately. That'll be good. That'll hurt. So I'm good. I'm happy with that. Mobility's starting to get bad. Let's just give them a flash. I think 12 is enough. I'm not sure if there's... It probably doesn't count the ammo. I wish this... Yeah, it's bandolier, so they don't have to pay for that. So we can bring another grenade, sure. They're supposed to be kind of master of a whole bunch of different stuff. And they're a bit better with... Oh, no, wait. Grenade slot. Okay, sometimes you just get a free grenade equipped. They do not get a free grenade. They get a free grenade slot. Alright, we got Overseer, Hollow Targeting Cannon. Okay. Let's give them... Again, I'm not sure about the other cannon. I'll try it out at some point. Did I have a medic in this group? Not really. I don't really have anyone... I don't have a lot of medics in general. I'll let the sniper carry a medkit, though. It'll be fine. I mean, we are starting to send out soldiers that we care about, so at some point we want to make sure we've got a couple backup meds. With that layout. Which definitely gets in there close and personal. Mobility is always nice. They do get a claymore if you're into claymore traps. Another one of those things that kind of does cool stuff. I guess we bring her down to 15 mobility. It is tempting to leave it even higher, but you need the armor. Really need the armor. I need better armor. And then, because you're going to be up close, this emergency flashes or kills in general, if you're up close, I think is the way to play that. Hunter is where I wanted another med kit. They're more likely to be in the back. Not dead. Although they have a sword. It's kind of a weird combo, I find. Sword sniper. It's kind of the extremes of range. And the sword without any extra perks doesn't do too much either. I don't know what traditional sword does. Probably nothing. I'll give them a smoke. I do like my... If I'm going to have a smoke, I like them on the back row. And we've got 2 smokes. Look at that. Okay, then the last 2. Gunslinger. Sure can't wait to get a better gun. Oh, I gave them an auto pistol. Did I? No, I wasn't sure. Okay, hold on. Do they get the long range thing is the question. Additional damage and armor piercing. Okay, don't forget, these guys get an automatic +1 damage pistol, so 2 to 4 base, and ignores 1 armor. Which is good. And it gets better at high level. And I forget what high noon does. Negates long range pistols. And grants quick draw. Remember how I said some classes just get all the stuff? Here. Bonus damage, bonus armor piercing that scales with your tech. Also ignore range penalties. Also get quick draw. Also get close encounters. Oh, sorry. It's quick draw for pistol or close encounters for an auto pistol. Sorry, you don't get all of it. Fan the hammer, shoot a whole lot. Yeah, they're pretty good. I think we go auto pistol. That's 3 to 5 damage. It's like rifle damage with a pistol. And we might lose some range, but I'm not sure. And I tend to think of my pistol wielders as more mid-range fighters anyway. I think this will be good. Let's give them some armor. And just the usual... The reg. The use. Hull targeting has some range too, I suppose. Actually, hull targeting is long range. So even if she can't get into pistol range, she can still do something. Alright, I'll give that a shot. That looks pretty cool. Easy to miss, couple bonus abilities in there. And then, like, fan the hammer is like, shoot more, which is always good. What's the... Double check the ammo on these. Oh, is that the thing? Maybe auto pistols only get 1 ammo, because it doesn't even mention it. Actually, they won't mention it, right? Usually pistols are infinite ammo. You don't have to reload them, but now we do. I don't know. We'll find out. I can't remember. It's either 3 ammo or less. Probably. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Fan the hammer takes a lot of ammo, though. So, long war fixing things, ruining things, changing things. Last guy, Stormtrooper. Flashbang. He gets a free flashbang. He's a baby lightning reflexes, and he wants to shoot and on flank targets. Okay. Bullpup is good for that. His mobility is good, thanks to the Bullpup. I could get into all those things, but for now, armor, obviously. And then give him another rocket launcher, but no, I think he needs to be a bit faster to do those flanks. Emergency flash and he's still gonna be pretty fast. Faster than most of my guys. And then we got lots of grenades, lots of flashes. We're still 105. Honestly, we're over-prepared. This is a 7 to 9, extremely light. We've got 7. We're not bringing any rookies. I think I meant to bring a rookie, and then I didn't. So this is like full squaddy squad. Could give him a bayonet.
Sky Ranger
Yeah, I could have.
We're in the pipe. 5 by 5.
I'm trying to get my last mission of the night before I pass out, so I can't spend too long on these. I'm already starting to fade, and I want to finish my last mission. Trooper autopsy. Hey, progress. We actually got through one research today. Woo! Now we can make our own bayonets. And a proving ground, another one of those things we need to build. And we can inspiredly get into armor, which, I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't. We pretty much need this to get everything else, so we don't have enough scientists to do the other plot progressions. Sectoid could be good, but we're not going to be able to build a Scilab for a while. Radio, I'm not in a rush for either, so yeah, hybrid, I think that's what I would have picked anyway. Double speed.
I foresee a number of valuable applications stemming from this technology. I'll have a report assembled as soon as the research is complete.
What was I trying to do? I was trying to get to the next mission. The next mission is 45. Okay. While we're waiting, we want to do some intel gathering to help. Probably over here. They've already got 2 missions, and we missed one. But if the one that we missed respawns, which they tend to do some number of days after they execute and you miss them. I don't know the code exactly, of course, but we want that liberation mission that popped and then we missed. So if we scan, we might maybe catch it on the second try. With more than 2 hours in. It's an Ankylo theory. I mean, we only got 4 days. But imagine if we weren't, we would have been half as much. The Sky Ranger counts as 4 intel, 4 Haven Ops work on intel. We had 4, we're up to 8. And we still only got 4 days. Yeah, we haven't recruited a single resistant person yet. No, we've not done any missions to recruit them. In fact, we did a faceless mission to lose one. We have less than we have less Haven personnel than we started with this stream. Oh, but this is another one we need to spend intel on. I guess we just do it. I'm not going to be building another contact for a while. These missions are really important. I cannot stress starting the liberation chain as early as possible. We have enough intel. I can afford it. Alright. It's fine. Alright. Some people recovered some willpower. I like that Ranger. You're Cohen. I want you to get some levels up. He seems like a carry. I still have a couple rookies infiltrating for some more last-minute promotions. I think what I'll do maybe between streams, I think I talked about it, I think I'm definitely going to delete some of the guys that I don't want. Because, yeah. What's the max if you did hard? It scales from extremely light, very light, light, moderate, moderate hard, hard, very hard, extreme, impossible, something like that. But it also scales based on the enemy advent strength and their tech level, so it's not as simple as that. It's just it's like another modifier basically. Okay, let's just pick some squaddies. I don't need to spend a ton of time mixing and matching here. Just, you know, one of varying flavors. Sniper with a gauntlet seems neat. That's heavy sniper. We got Maybe a melee hacker. That's interesting. Maybe shotgun scrapper. I know I've got 2 of these, but we'll take one. Maybe I feel like I don't have as many people available as I thought I did. Everyone's already doing a job. Aspirant is melee. I've already got. No. Aspirant is sniper. Oh, right. That's the buffing sniper. I don't think we want to do double sniper. That slows you down a lot. I mean, the advent vehicle is generally in the open, so snipers do get some good shots on those. But I don't. Maybe we'll take the specialist then. Another hacker. And I'm trying to spread them out because there's going to be other missions where we need the hacking. I don't want to bring the agent, the specialist, and the mad jackal in the same mission. Gunner, there. That's something we don't have. Mixing it up. Yeah, I feel like I've got to space them out a little bit. Like, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If I bring all of them on the same, then it's gonna take too long. Saboteur, sure. At this point, we have to intel boost. Vector rifle, we'll make it work. So I'm looking for maybe like a. Kind of got a good mix already. Maybe I'll bring the knight. It's 2 melee still, but or a rookie. 1 rookie. Santa Claus could come with us on a mission. Okay, the problem is we can't afford gear even on a boost here. None of the expensive stuff. I think we drop the gauntlet for someone with just a regular sniper rifle. I didn't notice that it was Santa at the bottom. He's been staring at us all this time. Oh, it's the same time? Oh no. I don't think we can afford Santa. Sorry, Santa. Next time. We're gonna take 6. I think 6. Nah. Well, it's because I haven't added the it's because I have not added the gear in yet. It's gonna go up to like probably 97, 96, 95%, and then the enemies will get some boost of some sort. I have to give them the gear. Okay, let's try to do the gear somewhat quickly, and then you can see. Armor, smoke. What else do you do? You're a sniper, survivalist. Yeah. Oh, right, and terrible mobility. You can have the armor and the smoke. That's all you get. You're too slow. It's tough on these evac missions to fit them in, but I'll try to make it work. Hack-in. We don't have any better swords yet. Oh, right. We get a bit weapon. I forgot. That's actually pretty good. I can't see ever using anything other than the shredder gun, really. I mean, the healing one is neat. AoE healing, but I don't even need a grenade. You got kind of a grenade, sort of. Nice. All right, and then yeah, we're starting to get worse. We're from 7 to 9 up to 10 to 12, and that can also affect like the flare timer. This is one of the reasons I don't want to do too much under infiltrated. Evac with flare can go from like 3, 4, 5 turns of waiting for it to pop as reinforcements swarm you, which can really suck. I don't know if the healing can stabilize actually. Not sure on that one. Okay, you should have a grenade then. You've got fastball. Although your mobility is bad, so not always the best combos. I could switch him to SMG. Let me look at his stats, or his abilities. You know, we could build him melee with +3 damage and just give him an SMG. It's a lot of melee characters. I think I'd rather do that than a 14 move shoddy. And he's got the free grenade throws, so we'll give him a couple kinds at least. The hunting shotgun, I mean, it's probably better than the default shotgun in general. But I think that movement from the SMG is better. I don't like SMGs, but I like the movement. And if he's going to go knifey, then maybe that's the way we do it. Because I was thinking, +3 damage is so good. He's already got a little bit of knife skills and a melee skill. But he needs to get up close for that. Yeah. I mean, I could be convinced other directions, but... Can you lob the C4 further? No. Maybe in a grenade launch. No, there are perks for it. Grenadier, there's like a... You can throw grenades 2 tiles further. That would probably apply to that. But maybe a grenade launcher does? I don't know. I don't know how they interact with mines and C4, really. Alright, we're looking in quick gear. I mean, first gear as we're figuring out these new classes. Okay, this is my AoE suppression. Not planning on knife build. Definitely planning on shooting build. So suppression with low HP. You can always have some armor. Would be nice to have some ammo, of course, but we don't. I feel like they're more likely to suppress than to flash. I can give them an ammo thing, but I will give them the advanced hair trigger. It's kind of funny on a huge gun, but +7 aim. His aim is good, but if you want a good AoE suppress to really shine, you need those reactions somehow, and we don't have the perks for him yet, so figure someone can have that. All right, one more really, because we got to bring Santa. Been a bad naughty boy. AP grenade. Oh yeah, improvise. That's cool too. We don't have to give him an AP grenade. He can just make one. That's fun. I feel like that's very Mad Maxy. That's great. So we can just give him the usual grenades, and then he can have everything, basically. And I don't think they slow you down when you make them in the field, because that would suck. But I'm pretty sure you can just keep building more. And he's actually got the traps, so he's kind of better than the mines anyway, because we could use the grenades as if they were mines. Yeah, this guy gets a lot of stuff, doesn't he? There's a perk that we can't read. It's called espionage. That gives him parkour, failsafe, and infiltration. Just to add some more. What class is this? This is saboteur. You know, just they get some stuff. It's fine. It's totally fair and balanced. Just like there's one of these guys that gets like 2. This guy gets like 4 abilities, but 1 is 3. So he's got like 6 starting abilities. And then there's this guy, one of the cannon guys. It's like, I can't remember which one it is, but they get 2. It's like, come on, what? Share the feast, man. Anyway. Okay. 94%, like I said, puts us in slightly risky, but it's probably better to level some more people up. It's not a huge issue to go under a bit, especially when it starts extremely light. If it's already like moderate and your team isn't really awesome, this can definitely get dangerous. But gotta remember to boost it.
Sky Ranger Squad green to deploy.
And I also should remember that I've boosted twice, and I don't want to spend all my intel on it, so I want to not do that all the time. So good, but let's try not to overuse that. Trying to decide if I want to scan up here now. We've got 3 missions in New Australia. It seems like that might be all of them for now. I mean, it's no guarantee, but that's a good number. I think we scan in the place that has no missions discovered and only 6 people running.
Sector 3, Brazil.
This is a bit of min-maxy, and I'm kind of just guessing, but... Back home in New Chile. Okay, this is the second liberation mission, I think. I have to think about it. I don't think we can do it. This is why we need more intel, guys. 6, 7 intel, not enough. We need like 10. Because good mission. +1 resistance contact is great. These are also difficult missions. I would say VIP capture, the sort of dark VIP, whatever you want to call it. There's a bunch of surprises on those maps that aren't on every map. So although this would be great, and you get the intel back if you win, and you even get a permanent +1 contact available. Oh, I have to think about it. Bathroom break. It's the end of my night. I'm getting real close to the end here, but I have to think if there's any way I can pull it off, and it doesn't look good. All right, blue is back. We're gonna look at it. It's so tempting to give it a try, but it's a fixed evac. If you fail, it's very hard to escape, and it's 10 to 12, but it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it's 10 to 12, not counting some surprises. And there can be a lot of surprises, especially if you're under-infiltrated. But let's look. This also tells me the strength went up by 1 in my homeland, actually. It's not 7 to 9 anymore. So tempting. And we basically, if we could win for sure, we get the intel refunded, even if we spend 25. But 2 days 11, that's the best we can get. Like, let's just look about what we could send, just for interest, right? There is, of course, the question: could you stealth it with just 1 or 2 guys? As soon as you smack the target, you'll break concealment, and he's pretty much always guarded by a pod, so good luck. It's probably possible, especially if you just want to kill him, but then you lose the contact, I think. You could probably shoot him, depending on how it's set up, you could get to the evac point, shoot him, and just leave immediately, but, you know, that depends on the map layout. But yeah, solo or duo infiltrations are hard. Definitely the kind of thing you might think about, though. I'll put in the best I've got, because if I was going to do it low, 3 is 111. It's not looking great. You probably don't want to put heavy weapons in either because they cost extra in time. So, like a commando, a bullpup. 109, so we can send 4. I don't think we can get 5, but we'll look. Maybe if I had another like ninja type discount, like cheaper infiltration, maybe, but we do not. Who's got the lightest weapon left? I actually don't know how swords and shield count. They shouldn't count much, right? Maybe? I don't know. 86, that'd be adding in some enemies at 5. I don't think I want to do this at 86. So 4 is the best we got if we want to have 100%. Can we do this with 4? That's a tough sell. I think it's definitely possible. And with the right 4, not even that hard. I might have to take it as a try to avoid most of the map. Use my hopefully good recon to avoid groups. Basically get to the evac. Just ambush the pod guarding the van. Or whatever he is. Doesn't have to be he's either by a car or inside a building. But usually not too far from evac. Kill that group and then we just leave. There's not a lot of mods left. There's none left. They're all equipped on people already, unfortunately. So there's no way to decrease, other than changing weapon types. There's no way to decrease it anymore. And I'm, the 86% or whatever to get another unit in is way too expensive. Standard enemy within size. But I need everyone to really pull their weight. Now, the Rook was good. The Akimbo was good. The Recon was good. The Commando... It's more of a smoker. I don't think this is who you'd want to bring. Neither stealth nor particularly killy. You really need to get good value out of their turns. Maybe even like a rocket. A good rocket blast can take out a whole pod if you have the amp drop on them. This might be the time, because you're not doing loot, right? We don't care. We just want to grab this guy and get out. But they do cost more for infiltration. So is that worth it to lose that 9% and maybe a grenade? Because... do I have a lighter mix with a rocket? Is it lighter? It is. So it's the can... well, that's... flamethrower. Switch that over. Okay. It definitely cost me, but the sniper rifle is lighter than a cannon by 4%, apparently. The more you know. So we could do that. Do I like the destroyer? I've still got a sniper with snapshot. Okay, that's one of those. We don't have any of the accuracy mods or anything. We could probably build a second rocket. So we've got one for one pod and one for a backup. We're definitely not caring about shredding. We just need to kill. I think I actually want to leave the inventory open at this point because that's already slowing them down. Yeah, and there's not really any more room. The double rocket could really swing, as long as I'm very careful and a little bit lucky. The opening interaction, you blast them like this. The pistols are really good at cleanup. Yeah, you can't go auto pistol. That would be too broken. It would right now. That's like +2 damage per shot, so that would be too much. But I had to double check. I could add another... Yeah. This is a very shooty class. 1 damage is incredibly valuable, and sure, it doesn't work on armor, but we're not fighting a lot of armor yet, and the rocket can theoretically handle armor. This might even apply to both guns. I forget exactly how that works. But plus 1 damage on a pistol is very helpful. So I think I sneak that in. And seeing as we're stacking you up already, crit, stock, and reaction shots I guess are fine. We don't have a whole lot of mods, so there's not much I can do. Rook had that sneaky bonus aim, another good Overwatch build. Also, nullifying shot, not a joke, pretty good against sectoids. They're likely to be there. If you give him bayonet, I think he can shield whap, but the bayonet would do more damage. Everyone just gets the full loadout at this point. Oh, if only I had a bayonet, things would be better. Don't want to have to say that. And then if we all die, we lose everything. So that's the way it needs to be. Oh, Ankylo in 5 days from now, or whenever I get around to doing this mission, he's going to be asking some questions, chat. Oof. He's going to be asking some questions. We gotta be so sneaky. And it might be hard to sneak these guys. Depends on, I don't know how good their detection radius is, but at least it's no cannon. And we do have a pretty good tank. Like, this guy can take some hits. He's got like 2 armor. I mean, I could buy more hollow points. They are really good. Would I rather do 1 more damage? Or maybe get a smoke off? I don't think they're great. And I think we need somebody with, like, 1 is fine, but if more people have them, then we're just going to hit some drones or the first mech and be like, oh, now we can't even hurt it. So, we don't have a lot of shredding, so you don't... Like, we have a little bit, but we don't want to bet everything on it. Sniper rifle is... Yeah, honestly, stock is pretty good on a sniper. You can prep. That's... And this is one of my questions. I don't... So I think Long War 1, it worked like this, because I remember testing it in the old game. You could steady weapon a sniper rifle, or whatever weapon you had to stock on, and then next turn fire a rocket, and it would get the aim bonus applied to the rocket shot, even magically. So maybe that works here too. If they have armor, you want your Overwatch people to not have these anti-personnel ones, because the armor will stop their damage entirely. Because you're hitting them at full health with armor, likely. And then on your turn, you have a chance to grenade or rocket or whatever and kill them. Overwatch... If anything, you want to inflict statuses, because you're likely to graze or something. So if you can put them on fire or poison, it's the best option for Overwatches. Damage is less of importance. It's more like they move in and they're disabled, so they can't even finish their turn and shoot you. Versus anti-personnel, like, or armor piercing, because those are the only 2 I can build, is good against armor and bad against armor. Yeah, it's really hard. It depends on who's on the mission, right? If you're fighting a bunch of armor, the anti-personnel or the anti-armor will really help. But if they have armor, you don't want the anti-personnel. So yeah, it's... I don't know. That might be a rough mission.
Ranger deployed.
In position to drop.
That one's gonna be tricky. That's gonna be tough. So we've currently got 5 missions going on, and trying to get to that 80. It's almost there.
Setting course for Brazil.
Okay. I mean, if you could, you would. Go for another intel refund. If I skip it, we get nothing. If I intel it, we net 8, which... And you get pro... Okay, look at what we got. This is Long War. This is Long War, baby. Well, we're out of Lance Corporals because I sent them all on the last mission. We're pretty dry. We always got the shivs, but okay. Pretend you're an officer, because specialists are likely to be officers one day. You're the Corps. We bring that knight. The outfit is just... Yeah. That's how we know we're going to have a good run. I don't know. Pull that heavy out. We can probably get to 6 with the boosts. And it shouldn't be a hard mission exactly. It'll be difficult for other reasons. I guess we have to train the Fusilier eventually. We're not going to get good missions for them anytime soon. So that's cannon, sniper, shotgun. I know that's 2 hackers, but I don't have very many units left. The Scavenger is a vector rifle. Technicals assaults? No, SMG. Oh, right, because of the issues. Sure. No, we've already got 1 rock. We're not double rocketing. I'm not that desperate. I might be soon, but I'm not that desperate yet. What's the Scavenger? I think we wanted to use the Scavenger, right? Yeah, vector rifle. We want to see how this works. I know some people are excited. Maybe I can get 7. That still makes me feel a lot happier. No rookies, not today. I'm out of rookies for now. I gotta delete a bunch of rookies. Technician? I can't remember what weapon you had. Why is everyone snipers? Why is everyone a sniper now? It's because there's probably more sniper classes than anything else. I guess commando, maybe? Bullpup's kind of like SMG. That's fits in with the mix. Sure. Okay. Just gotta remember to boost everything. I hope I have the... I believe I still have the... It was 51 minus 25 minus 25 plus whatever we did from the mission. And I'm pretty sure the mission was over 30. So we've got to have like mid-30s intel. It's going to go down to nothing. But we're going to get it back. We're going to earn it back, baby. Or die trying. Okay, I will swippy swappy shotgun for hunting rifle. Hunting shotgun, that's the one. Don't think I want to switch the cannon without being very careful. I guess, okay, I know it's getting so late. I didn't ever compare the rifles very carefully. There's Hunter's Rifle and Marauder Auto Rifle. So there's 3 rifle variants, and then this is just a, the freebie with a scope, which I forgot I had, but someone should use. So for assault rifles, the variants that we'll generally see, baseline is 3 to 5 damage. Did I look at these? I swear I looked at these earlier. Maybe not very... No, I didn't compare them all. So 3 to 5 is base, plus 2 crit, 3 clip. That's your standard. That's what we go with. The Hunter Rifle broadens the range, which is bad, in my opinion. I mean, 2 to 6 is worse than 3 to 5, because you want that guaranteed minimum. And it also means your grazes can do worse, because you can roll lower. But they could do better, but yeah, no. I would rather have the less deviation version. It does do more on a crit, and it has some crit chance. So it's got some things going for it. Small clip size, though, is not the best. Hunter's Mark. It's a ranger. Special tracking round. 2 damage, 2 crit damage, 10 aim, 15 crit chance if flanked. To other soldiers, right? That's the idea. This is this team captain. Marks a target. So it's kind of like hollow, except it requires flanking. I think that's not very good. And the reason is, if you're having a hard time killing something, it's probably in cover. And you're having a hard time killing it because you have low aim and it's in cover. If you can flank it, it's probably okay. And this just means flanking it, you do more damage. This just, if you're already winning, you win harder, is sort of what I see. The aim is good, the crit chance is nice, but you have to already be flanking it with the marked. So it's not like regular hollow targeting, like the hollow targeting shot, where if you miss or hit, you still add 10 aim to everybody else. That works great because enemies in cover, you're having a hard time hitting them, can't kill them. You hollow hollow target them with the shot, and then the rest of the team has a slightly better chance to finally finish them off with some grazes or something. This is all about flanks, and it just makes flanks better. And it only gets 2 ammo, so you gotta reload it a little bit more. I'm gonna say worse. Mostly because I don't like going down to 2 damage, and I don't think Hunter's Mark is very good. I think the use case where it helps is not when you need help very often. It helps guarantee the flank hits, which can definitely be nice. But that's... I don't know. It's arguable, debatable. But the -1 base damage, sorta, but not really. Yeah, I don't know. They're pretty equivalent. Yeah. And finally, anyway, while I get even more complicated, is the auto rifle. This is the one that gets the -20 aim special shot. But it's more like an SMG, right? So it specifically has shorter range than an assault rifle, which hurts. It has the damage of a bullpup, so you could probably think of this like a bullpup. 3 to 4 is better than SMG, worse than assault rifle. But to be fair, keeping the low range is less painful than lowering the low range. So at least it's got that. Losing the 5 damage hits is not as bad as losing the 3 damage hits. So I think you can take 2 shots, right? That's the whole idea. Yeah, this is the one that's kind of the newbie rifle. And might be worth using some. -20 aim doesn't end your turn. Could be good. Pierce the Veil gives yourself aim, damage, armor piercing to organics at least, but is bad for your other cooldowns. If you don't have a lot of those, it's no big deal. Yeah, it's kind of a newbie rifle, I think is a fair statement. Pierce the Veil, you don't have to use, but it only really works if you don't have too many other skills. I don't know what the bonus is. It actually gets 1 more ammo than the assault rifle. So if you go damage plus crit, it's actually very similar with an extra shot. So you're not losing much, if any, and then you have some more options. I think the auto rifle in this case, especially early game, I probably should have been using it a bit more on my non-ranger infantry. But like anyone who can't shoot twice, and especially doesn't have skills, right? So that's the thing you got to think about. Do you want this guy who's trying to do aid protocol, combat protocol, haywire protocol, to basically lose cooldowns on those? Not really him, right? So if he wants the assault rifle, because he's a bit more of a support anyway. Oops. Clickety clickety clack. Is he the one that I want healing eventually? I don't think he can actually heal yet, but someone, I guess, can have a med kit. And then a smoke. Let's kind of turned him into a pseudo specialist. Oh wait, it is a specialist, of course. So that's exactly what you'd expect on a specialist. I mean, yeah, if you get like +2 or 4 damage from Pierce the Veil, that's early game very, very good. I should probably make sure I test that out. No one else knows how to use assault rifles. They're a lot rarer to equip, actually, I think, than in vanilla. There's not a lot of classes that primarily use them. At least not with my mod set. A lot of my classes, I feel like that's the vanilla weapon, and it just doesn't get a lot of representation. Okay, let's try to get these people geared out. That spent so much time. Zap, put a shirt on your shirt. Get another shirt. That's what you need. More shirts. Other than shirts, you probably want to blow stuff up a bit with your shirt. Just give him some more shirts. It'll be fine. That does slow him down quite a lot. But he's not a very quick guy, so that's fair. And then our one rocketer for this one. Yeah, you have to manually activate it. I know. But still, any bonus damage is bonus damage when you need it. It's on demand. As long as you don't miss. Unless you're a really good class that doesn't worry about misses and just has guaranteed hits. Then you're on demand damage. Do I give him a spare rocket? $10 to $12. If I'm bringing a rocketeer, the Rockettes, what else do I want? Sure, they can shoot their gun, but I brought them for rockets for one thing. Yeah. Convinced myself. Okay, I don't know if it's supposed to be Fusilier or Fusilier. Fusilier. It'll just be the name I never can figure out. But we'll just treat them like a default sniper for now. The tracking shot mechanics are great, but it's hard to pull off on a short mission. So what do I like my snipers? You really don't need an auto pistol. Oh, come on. I was hoping I could save a movement point and give them something else, but I guess it's better at close range. Long range, close range. You know, maybe that's the idea. Battle rifle. Oh yeah. I keep forgetting I've got the smaller cannons out there. That is. I'll look at that. You know what? No. You don't get any grenades. It's blasphemy, but I'm already worried about slowing this team down too much. Yeah. This is not a very shooty class. We could go for basically a rifle. But it doesn't drop that's the problem. It doesn't give him a mobility bonus. That's what I remember. Yeah, that was the problem. If the lighter versions of the cannon heavy weapons gave you even one mobility like the SMG does, like whoops, SMG's 2, but even one, I would be down. But it doesn't. So you're only getting the other effects, which are okay, but I don't think it's worth the damage. Yeah, that's the trouble. That is the trouble. Okay. And besides, no, they're not the area suppression guy. Fusilier. Yeah, that's what you'd think you'd say, but then someone in the comments always says, no, it's Fusilier. Thank you very much. My ancestors invented that word. I know. Sorry, future tubers. You know who you are. Flash. That'll do. It's kind of weird to have a shotgunner with damn good ground. But I mean, you do shoot down from the top with a shotgun sometimes. It's a weird mix. I don't see that very often. Scavenger, vector rifle, trying to mark targets. Oh, I guess they're sort of a healer too. Smelling salts? I guess you don't need a med kit. You can just undisorient people. That's kind of cool. I didn't know if I noticed that. You can even roof stuns. Stuns suck. Leviosa, yeah, you got it, Pixel. I thought we've moved past those days, but not on YouTube for sure. Alright. Armor. Whatever. We're bringing slightly more valuable troops than armor now. We'll bring a little bit of help. Like a med kit or two. 2 med kits, just in case. Okay, Commando. What is your gimmick? Free flashbang. I don't need to give him a flashbang unless I want extras. Which I might. He can move more. If he kills things, he gets to move and he gets to hide. That doesn't have a lot of gimmicks yet. Although, I say that, there's a sneaky feat in there that's giving him more. The one we can't see gives him an extra grenade slot and support grenades for free every couple turns. So really a support grenader. Grenadier. Grenaders. Alright. No pistols allowed. Oh no, pistol allowed. Just no typical secondary. Okay. Armor. He's got 1 flash. Those are the 2 support grenades I have. Flashes and smokes. I guess we give him 2 flashes. Oh, and he gets an extra grenade slot. Ooh, we can bring one of the cool mines. Sure, I'll bring the shock mine, just to be snazzy. I mean, I've definitely... I try to pronounce words correctly, but I also try to remind viewers that correctly is the kind of thing that changes depending on where you live and what language you speak or culture you're in, or etc. etc. Everyone kind of has their own correct, which means universal correctness is not really agreed upon. So I can pronounce things and be confident I'm saying them correctly for me and the people I know and maybe my school or my teacher, and it can still be completely wrong for you in your place. So that's kind of the gimmick. All right, we did find a mission. We're gonna do it. This is one that I had to boost, right? Yeah. And that's it. Oh no, I actually have enough intel to do another one. How do you... Canada? This go Canada. Like, say it with a bit of a speech impediment, if possible. If that's not super offensive. But, that's... Sorry, guys. It's late. I've been streaming for way too long. You know? No. Barry White, you're dead. There's no more missions. There's no soldiers left. They're tired. This isn't even liberation. Point of interest is probably some smelly socks. I'm not doing it. Get out of here with your garbage mission.
Our actions have succeeded.
Good, we got a little bit of money. Still working on that sergeant. Who wants to be a bounty hunter? I think we have to send a rookie, right? Yeah. Bounty hunter, maybe. Takes a very long time. Maybe we just get a cool mech. I feel like we're getting more and more likely we're going to fail one of these, but let's just get a cool mech. I think I don't need a bounty hunter right now. We'll save that for next. There's nothing else we can do after. But the mech early is better than a bounty hunter earlier. I'm going to send... Boy, we got a lot of people. Why don't we like Team Shiv? I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think they... Well, no, they add 10%. Sure, it's 10%. We get it to 13% fail. We haven't failed one yet. Not that I have any... I have one higher rank. Was this the Crasher I hated? I think... Yeah, they were on the last covert op. I don't like them, right? They were one of the first mission gate crasher units that I'm just mad about. Totally unfairly, I'm sure, but we're sending them again. And you can have some help. Wait. That's the duplicate. I guess then I don't mind, because my first scrapper was garbage, and then I accidentally made a duplicate, and then I'm like, ah, I should delete one. But no, I accidentally into making one of the classes that was bad into a more I picked them correctly version. So it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Anyway, they can go together. They're like a combo. Double shotgun. No gear. What could possibly go wrong? Alright, I believe it's time. We're gonna just steamroll my final mission of the night after 2 hours of prep. We're gonna get that scientist. I need him. We boosted. We have to go. It's supposed to be easy. We got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. No rookies. I remember spending a lot of time getting this mission ready not that long ago. I might even remember them. Let's do it. My late night, barely awake, last XCom mission. So chat, no picking on me if I make bad mistakes on this mission. The last mission of a stream is always the worst for me, especially when I go too long. But I want to do it. I said I'd do it, and I want to do it. But this is the one where it can go bad. Could be the AI. Could be weird glitches, UI problems. Could be my brain. Could be chat distracting me. Could be anything. Could be the police officers knocking on my door. I have to tell you that story one of these days, chat. I got some neighbors, man. I got some neighbors. Not tonight. I got focus. This is gonna make me angry and tilted. One of these streams, I gotta tell you about my neighbors, man. Oof. It's worse. It's worse than it was last time we talked. Anyway, rescue VIP, not the dark one, which is important distinction. The dark one is worse. This one is not the worst. We got a pretty good team. We put a lot of work into this team. I trust past 2 hour ago Ankylo made good decisions. Actually, wasn't probably that long ago. But we want to play smart. We don't want to mess up. We got our first Templar. A lot of classes we haven't seen yet. A lot of fun classes we haven't seen yet. We're starting to get some abilities, some shredder guns, aids. We got more options than we've had yet. We even have a rocket. So we can use that. Okay. I don't know who's my best sneaks. My best stealth is Kevin Ferguson. Who I definitely recognize because he doesn't wear a shirt. We go with him first. We are in a nice spot. High ground, it's tricky. The funny thing about high ground is there could be a civilian, like, anywhere. I mean, technically, I might be able to find them if I spend a lot of time here. But you're not supposed to know. So you could make a very safe blue move and just be like, I don't want to go very far. I want to be careful, baby. I don't want to check. And exactly where you land is where a civilian is watching and you break your concealment. And you're not getting attacked by aliens, sure. But you broke your one ambush for nothing. So that is one of the problems with starting online. It doesn't happen all the time. Not very often. But boy, does it suck.
Moving to position.
It's either civilians right there. You're not really supposed to know about them. I don't know why they told me. Maybe one of the steps revealed them, and that's why we know. Maybe, actually, it's exactly the reason I brought this guy. He's got tracking. So for him, his moves are safe. Because he has he has Superman vision. He can see through walls. So he's the one up front. I think I don't move closer. Oh, I didn't talk about map layout. Yes, so my brain was like, we're in the corner, you know the drill. We need to check if there's anything nearby. We got a pretty straight path here. We got breakout. Evac is very close. There's no stealth that. Well, technically you could hack, but you know, sure. It makes sense to kind of just. This is just one big building, right? So like if we go from our building to this building to this, you could just stay on the rooftops almost and just escape. We'll see. We'll see. That's a dream. So I don't need to go to the middle. Stay away from the middle of the map. It's more safe out here. Very good tracking. It's great. I know exactly where they are. Okay, so we're gonna do some gold moves, some bold gold moves. We're gonna stay near the edge of the map this turn, but we're gonna get everyone closer to the action. Hopefully, they don't walk directly towards us, but we are right at the edge of the map. So,
Roger that.
Big, bold blue. And you can think of this partially as me preserving some brain cells for when I really need them when things go wrong. I don't trust wrong direction cover. The drone's going to move right here and see us. There's a decent chance the drone just moves up to here and locks us in position anyway, and then reveals us the next turn, and there's literally nothing I can do.
Good to go.
But drones will drone. There's nothing I can do about it.
Moving out.
We could do some cool shots, but we're not a real Reaper. That would reveal. Oh, we can. Okay, that's good. We're finally at the point where, with a little bit of luck, we can stealth shut down and not break concealment, which can get me out of one of those positions where we're covered by a drone. Obviously, our hacking is not perfect, so it's not a guarantee, but that can be a way out of those spots. So, yeah, good to know. If he somehow reveals us because I'm standing here against the wall, then I'm just going to end the stream. I'm saving my poor brain cell for the fight. Very quiet. There we go. He's just going to the left. That's fine. He's just following the road, delivering some packages. No problem. Okay. Now, I didn't see where these guys went, but obviously not closer to us. Do I bother going up? There's not a lot of cover up there is the thing. I think we take a peek inside.
Moving to position.
Correct. They're pretty far back. I think we just sneak this way. And there is still a way up to the roof along this side if we decide to change our mind.
Confirmed.
Already there.
Nope. Movement is what I mind. I'm just getting as much distance as I can before I mess up. I don't need full cover for anything next turn. So we might as well just go as far as we can.
Rolling out.
We can see them. There's no risk of that revealing. The only way we get revealed is if they somehow randomly go right to this bench, basically. They are coming this way. We might get pinned. This is okay to reveal, though, because we can certainly AP them or something. But we might not be able to move. Yeah, we're definitely locked in. Now, if we'd gone on the roof, that wouldn't have happened. But, on the other hand, they might have decided to climb up on the roof and then seen us anyway. So, I mean, and maybe they're on the way to the staircase. Maybe they're just going out back. Think. We're pretty close. Lots of time. That's not the problem. Well, it's the reinforcements that get to be the problem. And I'm not sure they're affected by us sneaking around in concealment. I think I've had a mission where this started going down and getting reinforcements, and the enemy had literally never even seen me. So, sometimes it's weird. I think we try to pick this group off without revealing our one good scout, right? Yeah, we don't want Kimbo here, Kevin, to be revealed. Other than that, if we can kill them all with, was that 6 other people? 6 on 3. Put some enemies on yellow alert, but we've got easy access to high cover, or, well, high ground, light, low cover. I don't think we're going to sneak past them. I think they're going to keep moving this way before they turn around, and we're just going to be stuck here for 5 turns, and then the reinforcements are going to screw me. So I think we got to keep moving with a little bit of pace, and that requires not the best activation. I mean, we could delete them. This would almost for sure kill all 3, or very nearly. 5 could survive, 4 could survive, but the odds are not great. I would also, if we're doing an encounter, I would very much like to start charging my Templar Light character. They do get momentum, which is important to check, because you don't want to go in there and rend and have no way out. Now, this is not the conal rend like the other one gets. Yeah, this is the pistol Templar. So it's the other one, the witch, that gets the... I don't think they can momentum, but they can just go kill everything in one hit. Different styles for different folks. Always got my emergency grapple. That can be useful. Emergency rocket. Yeah, I don't want to use his AP unless I am in emergency. Xiaoji is, he's got one of the bonus... Like, he'll do a lot of damage if I can get a shot off. I think... I'm trying to think of how we activate. They might move back. Like, if they stay nearby, or, like, if we activate from over here or something, then we can just pick them off really easily if they're anywhere in the corner. But I'm assuming they move out to here, and then to flank them, we have to activate another group or something. So you could activate with a flash, and then they can't go very far. Maybe? I did have a scouting protocol. I missed it. Yeah, my Reaper Lite could have done a scan for us earlier. Oops, crap. Put my hand back on my keyboard after, and I missed it. Okay, we're not. Well, I should have said that. Maybe that's part of my ambush, actually. That's okay. We'll do it. An ambush there, or a Overwatch shot from the Vector Rifle is probably okay. Not my typical opener, but I think we'll do it. Come on, one good shot. Come on. Graze at 94%. Ugh. That does not help. Alright, we do have a shotgun. They're good at killing. We do have the boosted assault rifle here. We can flank anybody from there. I think if you're out of the way, we could get to there. We can stand in the open for care. We got another easy flank. This is all pretty easy looking, as long as we don't miss. I actually think you stay back and just, you know, it's possible this activates another group. Never forget.
Understood. Moving out.
Okay. All right, 4 to 6 damage. The damage indicator is wrong. He's almost certainly dead. We get a graze.
I nicked him.
So we've had a 94 graze and a 92 graze. Those are great luck for us. Okay, I need you to get out of the way for the shotgun. Still got my rend. 96. Minimum damage. Okay, my shotgun can get there if I want. I haven't really decided which way I wanted them to go. The good news for this side is we're close to the exit, but they're open. The bad news is this side, which is further from the exit, but they might be in cover. Depends on the angle we get reinforcements from, but like... I think we just go basically point blank and blast them from... It's the 4 HP guy. Wait, how much damage do the shard gauntlets do? Minimum 4? Okay. I mean, we can miss. We've seen a couple 90s not be a full hit. I've only got 2 hits, so if they both graze... Surprise! We'd be... But I think this is as good as I can do with what I got left. Oh, you're actually focusing on the 4-1? Medic. I guess if we kill anyone, it's got to be the engineer. If you had to pick. Good.
Enemies down.
And then here, we do get the momentum, so it doesn't really matter where we stand. Just don't activate. Good. All right, that worked.
Did you see that one?
Pretty much what I expect. Now we're stronger. I'm not picking his corpse up, and I really do not want to risk something popping out. So we're going right back to where we started.
Whatever you say.
Until because I accidentally overwatched my scout. Would have been a good turn to move them in and double check, but yeah, okay. So now we need to be moderately careful. That's all. Good start, though. Okay. I'm just trying to decide the approach. If I want to go inside, I should move you out of the way, Jameson. But, I mean, anyone can pick up the loot. It's just invisible as... Oh, this... I think I forgot, too. Sit rep. Resistance contacts. Undercover civilians are present, and you can get some rewards. We gotta go visit them. That's what those circles are. Don't kill the civvies. Well, that's some more greed. That's for sure. Okay. Might as well go for greed. We're going this way. Might as well see what's over here.
Okay, I'll go.
Okay. I wanted... Yeah, this is what I was hoping. We could get some kind of vision with someone in concealment. Alright. There's at least a drone over here, we know. Think we can talk to them and stay concealed? Pretty sure that's a rule. $6, thanks. Okay. My unconcealed units are gonna just chill and reload and stuff. Or just reposition. It's
I can
also
handle
good.
that. Heading there now.
Hey guys, just shh.
We're green to go.
Don't call the police.
Ready to go.
We're all just hanging out, having a little
Moving to
party.
position.
Those guys, they didn't...
Got it covered.
They owed me a lot of money.
Got it covered.
They peed on my grandfather's grave. Had to put him down. All right. Sneaky, Robbie.
Good copy. Moving on target.
$12. Ooh, that might be the biggest one I've seen.
Got enemy movement here.
All right. That worked. We spotted the next pod, and they didn't see us. And we... It's just a civilian. The guy we're rescuing just happens to look identical to him. Probably not a faceless. Okay, so how do we open here? I mean, chances are any way we get vision, they activate before we can shoot. That's a... Can you guys see in the dark? I think that's a trooper, right? Just a regular trooper with a celatid. Seems like this has replaced the sectoid for the day. Oh, we've got a squad site. I forgot. We can just shoot it from here if you want. It's not like the best cover, but probably will activate if I go up there.
I'm on the move.
Just want to see. Yeah, we can get to here. Let's see what the odds are like. I could lead. Yeah. Yes. They activate on their own turn. Yes. If they come at us, we get more Overwatch shots. We can get as good a position as we can figure out. If we move up, they'll activate. Probably. One of these days. Don't stand there. You can go this way. I mean, it's fine, right? That's the rule? That's the rule? Just Deacon. I know he can see this tile, so therefore... I mean, that's a mod. Normally, you can't see what the pre-positioning is. It's a very helpful mod, but...
I'm on it. Come get some.
That's not intentional XCOM 2 design. Can we get up? I mean, we're in the low ground fighting up. Not the best. But I think this is still... Oh, we had the grapple. We can go up if we want.
On Overwatch.
Alright. The goal is to keep vision on the Celatid, but be a little bit further back at the end of the turn. So we can shoot it from squad sight. From here we can see it. If the drone drones us... Well, we get 2 good activations off of our scout. That's good enough. Oh, you. Well...
I'm going.
You can just hunker over here. Well, they're not going to get it. They might get a shot. They shouldn't. You have a pistol. Do you have... I gotta remember that this Templar actually is not bad with pistols.
On Overwatch.
Magnum plus pistol works as good as a rifle, except 1 less damage. Oh, it's stationary. Ah, my cool plan. It didn't even... That's illegal. Not moving. Well, I mean, it lets us set up more, but still. It should be illegal. What do we want to do then? Just blow up the wall. It's a bit far away. It would take 1 more turn. But if they don't want to move... Nah, there's no way I can do that. We'd have to go this way, which we can do. This is still not in vision. It's a squad sight vision, but not normal vision. And that makes sense because we're further back than the people in there. Not always line of sight, but I believe that's... Unless there's other in the pod here, maybe. It's not the end of the world if it activates. It's just not ideal. Okay. Then... our newfangled shotgun rocketeer, which I accidentally brought for no real reason other than let's show up what the disposable rocket looks like. And I mean, honestly, a shotgunner, classically short range, needs to be close. Having an alternative fire weapon that's super long range, or at least long enough. Honestly, maybe a slept-on combo I should try out, because I kind of think this is maybe awesome.
Affirmative, covering now.
Might as well go into the full cover, I guess.
Affirmative. Covering.
All right.
I'm on it.
On Overwatch.
This time they'll move, right? Of course!
I've got eyes on an admin position.
It's actually a different pod. If I'd pulled that rocket off, I could have hit both at the same time. It would have been beautiful.
Still holding.
I mean, I still see some, something pretty juicy. I don't know about you guys. So yeah, these two must have been, like, the guardians of the door. And they just really like standing out in the rain. Maybe they're having a cigarette break. Okay. Do I do what I want to do? Or what I was planning? Imagine if I'd had a chance to do this last turn or something, and an accident, like I would have hit the 2 guys in that pod, but then I accidentally wiped these guys out. It's like a 5er blindly. I would have never been able to stop bringing this class. 81 is pretty good. Can the already activated guys... Do we have a way up here? It's not easily. No one can blue move up, I bet. So, killing those 3 with the low ground troopies... We can make it up. and probably take a shot, but that's not much. On the other side of things, how's your arm, right? Like, there's a world where I find the right spot and the right pixel, and 1 AP wipes that group out. There's a world where that could happen. Maybe it's here, maybe it's here, maybe it's not. But it looks like it's sort of possible, but we're kind of like leaning around, so can't get very far over. But if I could get this tile, I mean, it's even enough right now, technically, the way that goes. That's kind of funny. I could literally just take that with no risk. Magic pixel. I mean, on the other hand, she can just go kill one, which is, honestly, the preferred solution, I think, is to kill one in melee. But that AP is tempting. No easy grenades there either. Reinforcements in a couple rounds. It might not even kill them all, right? I don't think there's any possible way it does not. So
Target locked.
damage spread can be weird. Yeah, they're super dead.
Multiple hostiles eliminated.
Yep. Do we just take this shot too while we're here? Because I don't want to wait around too long. I think the Celatid will just move down towards us or something. Sure. Go for it. Be aggressive. Freaking grazes.
Only winged him.
Trooper and a Celatid. One jumps. Oh, the Celatid didn't come down. Okay. It's pretty easy. That's a bit exposed, although we're up to 8. No, that's it, right? Because the drone's 1. We're done. This is it. The drone counts for 1. This was a 7 to 9 mission. Right? It's possible I don't remember. Yeah, I think we're good here. I think this is the end. We can take a couple safe shots, and sure, if we get lucky, that'll wrap it up. But no, I think we got him. I mean, reinforcements are coming, so we can't wait. But I think there's just the drone left.
That was good.
Oh, that's right, and it's like in the back room. We gotta go all the way back there, like through that door. Yeah, let's get to the door quick. I do have a remote hacker. I'm sure the drone is left of us, so... Or it was. These moves are actually pretty safe. The thing is, we only really need one person to open the door, and then... Well, no, the evac. I was thinking the evac was over here, but no, it's... The route we're going to want to take is... either up and down or out that way. Your job, I'm just gonna say your job is to follow along, but maybe spot the scout early. But it doesn't really matter.
I'm on it.
Okay. Yes, there's still alien activity, but we're through the hard part. I mean, unless I've completely messed up, but I guess it's possible. Okay, so they're going to want to run this way, so there's not really much point unless I want Laura here to do the hacking, which, I mean, we can see what the reward is if we even care, but yeah, I want to bring the good hacker, because sometimes the rewards aren't even really worth the extra turn. And I want to position up around the evac on Overwatch, in case we get reinforcements. Or somewhere, at least, consolidated. Yeah. Let's just get people to catch up here. I'm pretty sure the way reinforcements work is they pick their spot kind of based on where your soldiers are, trying to get a jump on them. And if you're really spread out, they have a lot wider area they can select from. And then they can kind of get lucky. I don't think it's very smart, but they would be able to luck out and drop somewhere where you have no way to kill them, basically. But if you're all together, they're always going to be sort of nearby and probably kill them. The mass assault doctrine, or whatever we're calling it. Another classic XCOM mechanic that it's fine, but I think a lot of people would prefer there was other good strategies besides clumping up as a death ball, right? Death ball strats. Maybe not everyone's favorite playstyle to do every game. You can hear the drone smashing some windows. So, is it worth hacking? We could get some money. We could get a PCS. There's a decent chance of getting the money, and we actually do need money. So, that's worth. Who's got the better hack? You got 52. You got 2. One of those is better than the other one. Okay. We have vision? No, wrong one. We could, we maybe should try this on the way out, if we have a chance to steal some big supply, but low odds, right? But, bad things if we fail, so likely. But yeah, we need line of sight. We just don't need to be adjacent for that one. Alright, I think we're just gonna wait a turn. It's the exact spot, doesn't matter. We're basically a dash away, but want to make sure we've got cover here around here if they drop in. Still got a little bit of time.
I'll give it a shot.
I think it's 72%. This might be our first successful hack. Get ready, chat. Oh, no, denied. I think they do it on purpose. It's like the cheated wheels on Wheel of Fortune and other, you know, bad game shows. It's not a bad game show, but where they like, it's like programmed to give you almost the answer. So if you fail, it's probably like digital slots do it the most these days. But yeah, I've seen it in digital slots for sure, where they're like, they make you think it's just about gonna get to your 777s or your jackpot, and then it stops 1 pixel before it or something, right? They can't just roll you failed. No. They gotta rub it in. Okay, oddly enough, and I kind of hate this, it doesn't always happen, but remote hacking the door doesn't give you control of the person inside of it so they can leave. So you still need someone to move up and open the door before you get control. I'm not sure what controls it, because I have seen this work, hacking remotely, opening them up, and then they can control them, but it's not like reliable. Okay, we're not getting out this turn, but we can get close enough that next turn will work. So that means there's no reinforcements. We want everyone basically to just dash. If there was reinforcements dropping next turn, we would be setting up an Overwatch somewhere, but... Oh, that's right. You might not be able to make it.
I'm trusting you here.
I believe in you.
I'm all over it. On it.
Oh, I forgot I'm supposed to be talking to civvies. That's what I say. It's the last mission. I'm gonna miss some, but we could be getting money. I should really have taken all these extra turns and made sure we didn't miss any resistance people. I'm sure there was more than 3 actually. I'm pretty confident on that. But, oh well, we get what we get. This would definitely be a nice one. I was stressed that this mission was going to be really hard, but it turns out like this was fine. We had a couple good encounters. So my secondary objective of get money, I sort of forgot about. We could have definitely greeded even harder. But hey, I think that's 3. We got, I don't know, maybe 30 supplies, close to that.
Moving to designated coordinates.
Oh, right, and I want to hack. It's going to cost me an extra turn. No, I can do it next turn.
Location confirmed. Orders confirmed. Moving out.
Okay.
What was that?
Now, I have had a situation once where I was evacing out and I had one person that was a little bit far away. They were going to take a couple turns. And I evac'd everybody except for that one person. I'm like, yeah, they'll be fine. They walked into a drone on their turn, so they ended their turn. The drone on its turn moved up, stunned them. Okay, next turn they don't get a turn. Drone stuns them again. Next turn they don't get a turn. You can see what happens. So yeah, there's a good reason to always keep some backup. Unless the board's clear. If there's no enemies, then it's fine. But oh, these guys aren't even in the evac point. This is why it's good that I have some spare time here. All right, it's not a good chance,
I'll take a look.
but you take it. We failed our first chance. What's the worst? The drone is more dangerous? Oh! No. It's like it's always within, like, 10% of the success. Just to be like, you could have won. You could have.
On your order.
Try again next time. Well, he could have concealed out if we'd hacked it, but we failed. You know what? I'm going to say for a last mission of the stream where I'm pretty tired, pretty happy with how we played that. Maybe took me a bit longer than normal or rambly maybe, but another pretty clean mission.
We must never.
I think that was the one that got us a scientist, which we definitely needed. I feel like I had quite the series of I must do this mission and try to pull out the scraps to do it, and then the next time, like a second later, oh, we really also need to do this mission. We had like 3 or 4 of those all in a row. It's been a rough stream in terms of like campaign layer strategic discussions, right? Like the tactical teams have been knocking it out of the park, I think, but the strategy layer has been stressful. But that was a good one. We got our scientist, Rosie the Riveter. Sure. Shouldn't you be like an engineer? She's tired of being pigeon-shoed, whatever it's called, pigeonholed probably, into a engineer. First, engineering was for men, but then she made it back in the World War II into the woman's job. But now she's moving on, and now she's a scientist. Proof that she can have a PhD too. Yeah, the snowballing. I mean, really, I haven't talked about it a lot, but in basically any XCOM and specifically Long War, a lot of the fun of the campaign comes down to how quickly you can snowball. And if the enemy AI is designed to scale quicker than you can keep up, you'll probably never catch up. Once you fall behind, you just fall further. And once you're ahead, it is easy to stay ahead. It is, I don't know, it's fun, it's great when you feel ahead, but it's like there's no middle ground. And I think that's one of the downsides of a lot of these strategy games. It's like either you've crushed your enemy or they crushed you. And it's hard to get to that barely strong enough or barely losing, which is where XCOM probably should be, because you're supposed to lose a couple soldiers now and then, feel pressured and threatened, but that shouldn't tip over into a guaranteed campaign game over, right? Or else one loss is too much and people will just get save scum. So it's like this franchise and genre need it, but it's hard. I feel like that's one of probably the hardest design balance things to get right, is avoiding the easy snowball, positive or negative. Because players want to do that, of course. You're looking for ways to snowball ahead, but the further ahead you get, probably the less fun you have after a bit of time, right? It's only so many times you can stomp before it's like, it's nothing exciting. Anyway, let's do our promotion party and then we'll close up the stream. So, Frost Captain. Didn't do a whole lot that mission, but I keep forgetting they can Frostmark, but we didn't need it. Maybe you could have done that on the Celatid or something. So, their suppression, again, we didn't even test it out, theoretically can force a level 2 cold, which is pretty good. If we want to lean into suppressing, covering fire, certainly combos. Or we could switch them into somewhat healer or a bit more grenade. Now, they've got a Bitter Frost grenade for free, and they can make more if you spend the AP, which we could. Unless I didn't enable that option when I started the game, which kind of looks like I didn't, but we'll see. Maybe I can turn it on mid-campaign, because I was hoping to... I think I meant to. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think I'm seeing this guy going into hard grenades. He's definitely got the perks for it, but I'm kind of enjoying his shooting suppression, which was really nice. Quite a few missions already. And this would just make him better. Once you're suppressed, we get a shot even if you shoot us. And we ignore most of your cover, which is the most common time you're suppressing. And then you can do more damage. You can disorient on suppress, which is really nice as well. Man, imagine that. You're bitter frosted and disoriented, and I didn't even hit you. Or I might have. I might have tried to shoot you. The gun... Actually, oh, that's... I hadn't thought of that. So, the way suppressing shot works is you take a shot. If they survive, you suppress them. The gun adds level 1 chill on damage. So if you hit them, they take 1 level of chill. If they're then suppressed, it inflicts a level 2 chill. I'm pretty sure they add together, which turns into a 3 chill, which is that's the whole mechanic around the cryo stuff. The level 3 chill is frozen solid. You done, boy. So, I hadn't even thought, but it is possible that that already freezes solid. But maybe that's too strong, and that's not how it works. Maybe it's just 1s and 2s at the same time. But anyway, the idea is that's a lot of debuffs, and you could include Disorient in the mix. And then at that point, if you get an Overwatch shot, you get a hit no matter what. And then they do more damage. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with that. I think we'll do that. Okay, there's a setting I need to check. Hopefully I can fix it. I meant to be able to spend AP. Oh, no. It's not because of... Sorry, I got mixed up. By default, you can only spend AP on XCom items and not other skills. There's a mod config that lets you spend AP on anything once you've hit that level. Not advanced, but once you hit that level. Which is an option. I'm sure I turned it on. I was wondering why it wasn't working. It's because we don't have the ability to spend points at all yet, because we haven't unlocked the school, the training center. So, once we get the training center, then we can start spending AP building our builds. I just got ahead of myself. Too excited. Just wanted to invest those AP into the future. Okay, this is a very easy level up. I don't see a world where you don't take light 'em up. They don't even hardly explain it. It's vanilla ability. Shoot again. Focus, good. You can suppress, get an auto hit. I mean, but what you'd want to do is shoot, suppress, and then get the kill. Right? That's kind of the idea. But this would be an action that would end your turn. So you could also... I don't know why we would invest in arc throwers or medic stuff, but that's... No, we're shooting. That's better than... Light 'em up as a low-level perk, better than, like, 80% of other abilities. And there's some good abilities, but I think that's just better than most of them. Alright, what else we got? You got lots of levels. At least you don't have to pick classes. This is much easier than picking classes. Our... Overlord. Okay, we didn't get a lot of use out of them either. But I think it's probably squad sight for sure. The whole gimmick here is they have no long-range aim penalty, which applies in squad sight. So this means they can shoot anyone you can see. They already have covering fire, which means... Well, you need long watch, assuming you can get it, for that to really click together, but... It's not going to hurt. I like Eagle Eye, though. Passive +5 movement, or sight range. And then activate for even more. That could be pretty cool, too. But I don't think my Dragoon or my Gunner types are usually up front. They're more likely a little slower with the heavy weapons, a little bit at the back. Not my Scout. Also, easier to detect by enemies if we're concealed. So there's a reason why the scouts have SMGs and swords and stuff. They can get closer without breaking concealment. And although the 5 vision is great, I don't think it matches for scouting purposes. And then shield protocol, if you want to do support stuff, is very nice as well. I think this is twice per turn. You can give 3 ablative armor for now. More later on, but based on your bit. But sometimes there'll be XCOM things that make it better, or some builds do. But it is really nice. I'd say those are competitive, but I definitely want schools. All right, combat medic. So there is a choice here. It's definitely, do you want to go ripjack like a skirmisher? And the answer to that is, well, yes, of course. Why not? But she's got other good builds. Aim after you move. It's good for flanking, even grappling, but 10 aim, 10 crit is pretty minor. Like, there's abilities where you move and shoot and get a free action of some sort. This is just a little bit extra aim, which is good, but... And then Shadow Step, you ignore Overwatch, which is great as well. Very nice to get a couple of those early on. But no, I think this Ripjack tree is really good. Justice pulls enemy to you. Wraith pulls you to them. Yeah, see, this is the kind of thing. It's the AP refund. If you make a Ripjack Slash, you get an action point back with a free movement. So you could move Ripjack Slash, refund both points, move Ripjack Slash again, and that would end your turn. Right? Yeah. A movement only action point and a standard action point. That's a turn, basically, for most uses. I just feel that this is superior in all ways. At least most of them. Yeah. Especially early on when you're slicing things. Also, she had the rocket. This is such a crazy build. Like, melee, grapple beam, grapple hook, like, you know, scorpion style melee, shotgun for up close, and then like a friggin' portable RPG. She doesn't need this, of course. This is not part of her normal spec, but like that worked. I gotta remember these. I think shotgun rockets might be more popular in the next stream. It just seems to be like a combo I hadn't seen before and never tested. Because nothing, I don't think there's any classes that do that I can remember. Maybe they can, but they don't default to it. Because I even thought sniper rifle rocket launcher was rare. It's usually cannon rocket launcher. So the ability to go shotgun rocket, yeah, okay. Blue's getting excited. Mercenary. Okay, these guys tend to be easy because they don't really get any decisions. We just pick high card, and whatever weapon we have is better. So we went with vector rifle, I think, which means now the vector rifle gets this one's mine. And because we have a gremlin equipped, we would also get rescue protocol. So we just get a couple minor perks for whatever weapon we use, which is, I mean, honestly, this is very good. A lot of fun. Yeah, the mobility hit is rough. I think it's mitigated on the one with the grapple a bit, because she can zoom me around. The minus, well, it's -2 for one rocket, which isn't too bad. But yeah, a lot of assaults need the mobility to get in there, so it's a little bit tricky. I'll give you that. But I could just take one RPG instead of a grenade, a frag, and a flashbang. And I bet you one rocket is worth more than one frag and one flash, and they're just the same weight. That's what I mean. Like, I hadn't really thought about doing that before, and I think you might only want one per team at a time, but like RPGs are way, like, I think the thing is frags kind of suck. They're not as good as they used to be, and we have a limited number of APs possible for now. So if you want to destroy a group, a rocket is better. And if you need a wall gone, a rocket is better. So even just having one can probably make a bigger difference than a couple frags. think we had a door we threw 3 frags at and it didn't destroy it. 1 rocket would have, I think, for sure. So heretics, these are, yeah, we didn't get a good time. Like, last mission kind of went too smooth. We didn't get to show off a lot of stuff. We got to do some rending and got a little bit of focus, which would have let us do more damage. It also would have let us do free action pistol shots with Ghost Bullet. These are free at the end of your turn during momentum time, basically. So you can move in, slash, take a shot with the Ghost Bullet using a focus with your pistol, and then momentum out of the way still. It's very cool. And there's no range penalty. So that's like a pretty fun way to play, even though the pistol doesn't do much damage. But the Ghost Bullet, you know, free action, just extra shot. If you didn't quite kill, like if you got a graze or something with your melee attack, it's a chance to finish them off. And other things. So, we could make it stun. 1 action is a half stun. So most enemies have 2 AP. This would just give them 1. And if it's a... Other perks will upgrade it to a full stun. But that's quite a long ways away. Although that... Oh, it's because it shoots them twice. That's cool. CSC told me this is a pretty good mix, right? Shadow Bullet, I think this is the one I took on my first heredity. These are one of the more complicated classes. There's like, I think I've got 5 or 6 in this pack that are really complicated. This is one of them. Because you're getting all these focus points and then free actions, and then they can do different things. Shadow Bullet, same as Ghost Bullet, free action after your turn, pistol shot. And you can do them both. Like, if you've got 2 focus, you can do both of them at the end of your turn, right? This one, if it kills, which is a little tricky right now with basic ballistic pistols, but if it kills, you are concealed. Permanently concealed. Yeah, not just a short-term concealment, you're just gone. And then in theory, you combo that with Shadowborn, where while you're concealed, you get a bonus to aim and crit. Although, I'm not sure how that works with melee. The trouble with this kind of thing is you have to run into melee to hit them, and they all have a detection zone, so you, even with the minus 33, once you're adjacent to them, they see you, you're revealed, you lose your concealed status immediately before you make the attack. So does it even apply? Because they can see you right before you hit them. And I'm pretty sure you see the revealed animation no matter in the middle of your movement, basically. So like this would only work on range shots with pistols, which is not your main damage, right? So I'm not as sold on that. Shadow Step, though, very good for Templar. Very, very good. So anyway, for now, the choice is reconceal on a kill, stun with a baby stun with a Ghost Bullet. I don't think I'm sold on that. Or Storm Rend. Spend focus to deal electric damage. I don't know these. I don't think I've taken this ability before, so I'm not familiar with it. So bonus damage versus robots, basically. Rend the target with electrical energy. Bonus damage. So I think it's 80% of your base damage added on as electrical, and then the whole attack becomes electrical, which does maybe double damage to robots. So that's actually a ton. Like, right? If your regular damage is, for now, let's say 5, but, you know, eventually it's going to be like 10. I will say it's 10, like, we're in the late game, just so the math is super easy, because my brain is fried. If you're going to do 10 damage, normally-ish, and then you activate this to do 18, that's already nearly doubling, as you'd expect from 80%. But, like, 18 damage hit is huge. And if that happens to be a Sectopod, 36, maybe, if it doubles? I don't know if it's exactly double. It might not be. And that's without crits or anything. I mean, Sectopod would explode, of course. It's not all free, but... You could sure fight a mech with it. What's that? Okay, I'm going to tell you a secret. I think I actually want to go Shadow Bullet. Not because I care about Shadowborn, but because I just remembered that there's a way to generate focus while concealed. So at the beginning of a map, you can usually do this once or twice. And you'll get 1 or 2 layers of focus, which is good for your first combat in melee. And you can also spend it on points. So like, it's really nice to have those focus points before attacking. Then you spend your focus points. Eventually we'll have more than 2. Pull off a Shadow Bullet on a kill. Not that often, but occasionally. And then you're back into concealment. Even if this cost you a focus point, now you're invisible, you can regain it. And also you're invisible, which can be very helpful. I mean, there's other good things, don't get me wrong. Bonus damage is pretty strong. Boy, do I like that huge hit, though. With very high combat intelligence, we'll be able to get a good number of the low-level ones extra. So we can probably just come back. I might not work on, like, this top line for hunger. But I definitely want, like, a little bit of concealment and some of the cool sword stuff. Alright. We also aren't fighting mechs yet, so we can save that for when we have one more level up. We'll have enough then. Okay, that's everybody. Whew! That was a big fight and a big think. So, good news on the meta layer. We've not built anything since we started streaming. We managed to finish 1 research, almost a second. And we did a lot of missions. But overall, I think we made some nice progress. I do have some very difficult missions coming up. Our vigilance is kind of skyrocketing, which does have some risks. It means they'll be trying to deploy troops here and move them in from other areas. And that makes the missions harder in New Chile. So that is inevitable. Oh, we must have recruited a couple somewhere. I've long since forgotten about it. I can't remember what mission it was. Maybe even at the very beginning of the stream, and we could have been doing more missions. But yeah, that's good. I mean, they could be faceless again, but did I did assign, right? Yeah, you can see the symbol. The symbol here is who you've Haven Advisor. That's who you've assigned. It'll look like a gear for engineers or whatever their rank is. Okay, let's call that a long Ankylo stream. Future VODers, if you made it through it, thanks for watching. You guys are awesome. Live tubers, if you made it through it, good job, you're awesome. I feel like my chat bot, or my chat window may have died. Possibly. Might not be seeing any more texts. But either way, thanks for watching. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Blue needs a drink. And it's going to take a break. So thanks for watching. I hope you guys had a good time. And I'll see you next stream. Nothing tomorrow for sure, because there's a power outage in the evening. And it'll probably, I don't know when it'll come back at like 7 in the next day. So there's this literally citywide powered schedule outage. So it can't be tomorrow. But sometime after that, I will try another stream. Thanks for watching, folks. I'll see you guys next time.